Prior to the lunch break and the suspension, we were debating a bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing the 1st of July 2024 and ending the 30th of June 2025. I presume that we are ready to proceed. As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Kirkland Russell.
Good afternoon, Madam President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Bahamas.
Good afternoon.
Madam President, today I feel extremely blessed to be standing on my feet to contribute to my third budget debate. I'm truly thankful to the mighty God for all his countless blessings. I wish to thank our distinguished Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, the Honorable Philip Edward Davis Casey, for this opportunity to serve in his government. Madam President, with your leave, I wish to begin by extending happy belated Father's Day to all fathers across the Bahamas, especially those fathers here in the Senate, and all men who have made positive contributions and deposits into my life. Madam President, in their absence, I wish to congratulate Senators Quintin Lightburn and Senator Reverend Reuben Raming on their elevation. And I want to just remind them that God elevates and God sits down. Madam President, I wish to congratulate all students who recently graduated and those who will graduate in the coming days. Special recognition to those who graduated from colleges, universities, technical institutions, and apprenticeship program. It is my prayer that God will continue to pour his richest blessing upon their lives. They must know, Madam President, that this budget was made and created for each of them. Madam President, I wish to also offer a joyful congratulations to my granddaughter, little Zoe Russell, who graduated from Central Christian Academy as valedictorian. Madam President,
Grandmother doing a good job.
grandmother doing a good job. Madam President, at a mere 5 years old, Zoe's personal mantra is to work hard. You ask her how she got good marks or good grades, her answer is always, I work hard.
That's right. Get them, Zoe.
This is an ideal spot for me to get into the meat of my contribution, Madam President. Beginning with education, there's no doubt that when this administration took office, the educational system was in a terrible crisis. In some cases, school experienced less than 50% of students attending virtual classes. I can tell you of stories of school administrations, along with the teachers, walking through various communities in Grand Bahama to physically search out their students. And what they found was heartbreaking, to put it mildly. Parents not working due to lockdowns and workplace closure, no power, no internet, no suitable devices, and in far too many cases, empty cupboards. But today is indeed a new day for our students and teachers. The lioness of the Honorable House of Assembly, the Honorable Glenys Hanna Martin, hit the ground running from day one and never looked back. Today, the Ministry of Education can proudly boast of programs like the Curriculum Reform Program. This is where the Ministry of Education has initiated several research-based reforms to improve educational outcomes. This includes addressing learning loss, improving school attendance, and enhancing teachers' retention through bonuses and better salary benefits. Then there's the breakfast program. The government has introduced a free breakfast program ensuring that all primary school children start their day with a nutritious meal, aiding their concentration, behavior, and learning. To date, the program has served over 100,000 free breakfasts in just its infancy stage, and the government has pronounced in the other place that the government intends to extend the program to every primary school in the country this upcoming year. Teacher salaries increase is another initiative of this administration. Teachers' salaries, we're talking about taking care of the poor people. Teachers' salaries have been increased by 15%, and a retention bonus has been implemented to attract and retain quality educators. The Ministry of Education Teachers Recruitment Drive have recruited some 200 additional teachers, teacher aides, and guidance counselors to address shortage and enhance the quality of education. And the list keeps climbing. Then there's the Find Every Child initiative. This initiative, along with a national learning loss testing program, addresses the educational disruption caused by the mismanagement of COVID-19. I must also mention the National SMART program, launched in partnership with the Ministry of Education and Technical and Vocational Training. This program aims to provide early education support to young children. Studies have shown that kids who are afforded a preschool education have a better opportunity to succeed throughout their school life. Finally, I'll mention the free Wi-Fi in the park. Free Wi-Fi has been made available in parks throughout the Bahamas, enhancing digital access for students and their communities at large. Madam President, in our blueprint for change, the government laid out plans to recover, rebuild, and revolutionize our country. I mentioned several particulars dealing with the recovery, rebuilding, and revolutionizing of the educational system. Under the leadership of Dr. Michael Darwell, we have successfully managed the COVID virus while simultaneously putting our people back to work, breaking new grounds, and opening new businesses all across this country. We have once again become a leading voice on many major issues throughout the international arena. We have strengthened our country's safety net, and yes, we have resuscitated an economy that was on the brink of collapse when we took office. Madam President, today we have not 100% recovered in every sector of our country, and the rebuilding process is ongoing, but we are indeed on the right track.
Yes, sir.
These are exciting times in the Bahamas because Bahamians are participating, creating, and sharing in the revitalization of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And no matter what gloom and doom stories are preached by the side opposite, the facts are stubborn regarding the many positive accomplishments of this administration in every sector. We know that we are not there yet, Madam President. There's much more work to do. Many eyes are still teary, and we must and will wipe every tear away. Our relief programs are being accelerated even more so that the compassionate relief we promise can be felt by every needy soul. Madam President, let me gleam at the aviation sector, where the government is committed to the construction and redevelopment of several Family Island airports over the next few years. The Minister with responsibility, the Honorable I. Chester Cooper, has announced the following. 1, construction will resume on Exuma International Airport this summer. 2, a new airport in South Bimini will be completed before the end of 2025. Just over 6 months ago, the government signed a management agreement with Bimini Airport Development Partners. The Bimini Airport is forecast to be a first-class facility that meets the standard necessary to be called the Gateway.
Yes, sir.
Cat Island is also slated to have its new airport completed by the end of next year. The government is building a new terminal at New Bight and expanding the runway. The Rugged Island and Great Harbor Key airports work have already been completed, while improvements are on the way at Governor's Harbor Airport in Eleuthera. Other airports slated for work in the upcoming year includes the airport in North Eleuthera, Long Island, and Mangrove Key Andros. On Long Island, a new airport in Desmond Key is being expedited and will follow the same design used in Great Harbor Key, and will include a 6,000 feet runway to encourage regional jet traffic. Long Island. Magona will also receive a new airport, similar to the one planned for Mangrove Key. And in Rumkey, a terminal like Rugged Island will be constructed and will be powered by solar energy. These and other proposed airports are part of the government's Family Island Renaissance Project, which aims to develop 14 airports across Grand Bahama and the Family Island. There is no doubt that this comprehensive project is a monumental step forward for our Family Islands. It demonstrates the government's commitment to changing the status quo and changing lives, making tourism truly everybody's business.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Madam President, I wish to now talk a little bit about labor and labor relations in the country. Let me begin with the June 6 Labor Day March, where we celebrated the 63rd annual Sir Randall Fox Labor Day, a public holiday that celebrates the achievement of workers and their contributions to the development of our country and society. Madam President, this Labor Day, the unions were joined by Senator James Roll Turner,
Yes, sir.
Minister Ginger Moxie, this in Grand Bahama,
That's right.
West Grand Bahama and Bimini MP, Mr. Kingsley Smith.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Fred Mitchell flew in and marched with the workers of Grand Bahama for the 18th consecutive year.
That's right.
And yes, yours truly was there, marching shoulder to shoulder with my brothers and sisters from the movement. Madam President, we must remember that this New Day government inherited a labor environment that was toxic. There were widespread dispute and unsolved matters in every quarter, including dispute with our nurses, senior and junior doctors, hotel workers, BEC, straw and beach vendors associations, NIB workers, water and sewers, teachers, and the list goes on. Many of those disputes sat for 4.5 years, with many of those unions not even being offered an opportunity to sit at the table and be heard. Once elected, this government began immediately addressing the concerns of the labor movement and their members. The government has demonstrated the understanding that workers' rights are truly human rights. And to date, the government has signed in just 30 months, 30 industrial agreements. 30. That's, the government is basically averaging, AG, one industrial agreement signed and completed per month. Remember, the opposite side signed none. Zero in 4.5 years. The PLP is changing the status quo and changing lives. Madam President, those 30 union agreements have caused salaries to be raised across the public service, including much needed raises for the uniform branches, teachers, and nurses. Benefits with new terms and better conditions have been greatly improved. For those workers, has been greatly improved for those workers. In addition, the government has held its first public service widespread promotional exercise, the first in over 8 years, for over 1,000 clerical staff, putting millions of additional dollars in their pockets. Additionally, over 1,000 Bahamians were promoted who were on the promotional backlog, and this government has processed hundreds of additional general as well as many executive promotions. Tell them, go talk that.
Yes, sir. Oh, boy. You tell them, Senator.
Madam President, the minister responsible for labor must be commended for her stellar and steadfast efforts. Madam President, the government and the unions are at a point where we don't even want to talk about the possibility of returning anything back to the previous 4.5 years. For workers, that is considered taking many steps backwards. We are now talking about working together to continue growing this economy to levels never seen before. Nationwide, the government has approved over $8 billion in investment to facilitate economic growth. And our Prime Minister will tell you, Madam President, that when this government sits at the negotiation table with investors, we let them know that hiring and empowering Bahamians must be a mandatory part of their plans. We are also making sure Bahamians are ready for new opportunities. That's why we are introducing the National Apprenticeship Program this year to train and encourage our young people, preparing them to launch careers in the largest and most in-demand industries in our nation. In addition, the government has committed $1.2 million over a 2-year period to the culinary skills programs at the University of the Bahamas to prepare 200 young people for entry-level jobs in the culinary field. Unfortunately, these same positions that the previous government had to approve work permits for. Listen to me. these same culinary jobs that the government is now training Bahamians to fit, the previous government, and the record will show, rather than training the Bahamians, issued work permits.
That's how you
Bahamians are too talented for that. Multi-talented.
Yes, sir.
We are now recruiting young Bahamians to enter the third cohort of the National Guard program to strengthen our nation's ability to respond during times of disaster. Those of us on this side, Brother Tyner,
Yes, sir.
see our young people as a source of our strength as a nation.
Amen.
And we believe that the same valuable skills they learned during their training to serve on the front lines are also the skills supporting the high rates of employment for participants once they graduate.
That's right.
The record has reflect, and Senator Halkitis mentioned it yesterday, that 80% of the first cohort that trained and graduated in Grand Bahama
That's right, tell him.
has already been hired, and they have good, decent jobs, fully employed.
First real opportunity.
Employers recognize the value of their training, Senator Seymour.
That's right.
Once again,
That's right, man.
it is all about
Yes.
changing the status quo
That's right, my brother.
and changing lives.
Yes, sir.
To end this portion of my contribution on labor,
Labor.
I want to mention three important international signings this government has executed since coming to office. One, the Decent White Country Program, which provides the impetus for the enhancement of social dialogue among all labor stakeholders. The government has also signed on to two ILO conventions. Convention 190, which addresses violence and harassment in the workplace, and Convention 159, which demands greater access to employment for differently able citizens. What that is the government of the Bahamas agrees and believes that persons living with disability must have equal opportunity
Nobody left behind.
to jobs. Nobody left behind.
That's changing what?
Changing the status quo and changing lives.
That's right, my brother.
Madam President,
Nobody left behind.
Madam President, I am not saying that everything is perfect with the relationship.
No.
There are challenges and issues that need special attention.
That's right.
Madam President, I have a passion for workers and their agents. Therefore, I must take this opportunity to encourage all those charged with the management of workers and the relationships with their agents, especially my colleagues in government, to always be respectful.
Yes.
Maintain an open door policy. Make reasonableness, fairness, and justice
Yes, sir.
your mantra.
Yeah.
Finally, respect labor leaders and the process of good industrial relations. You see, yes, there are challenges, Madam President, and there will always be challenges, right? And there will always be disagreement. The difference between this labor-friendly government
Yes.
and the past government is that nobody is locked on the outside.
No. 'Cause
Police and security officers are not being called to remove labor leaders and their members. Everybody has a seat at the table.
Yes.
That is the fundamental difference.
That's a big one.
I am happy to join the Honorable Prime Minister himself in working in good faith to move the workers' agenda forward, upward, onward, and together. Madam President, I will speak a little bit on Grand Bahama.
Take your time now.
Yes, sir. Grand Bahama Let me drink a little bit of water.
Yeah, that's right. Boy, it is a good time. You take your time.
Grand Bahama. Grand Bahama is the fastest growing island in the country as it relates to air travel, air arrivals, and the third fastest growing island overall. We can announce that the demolition of the Dorian destroyed airport is well on the way, making room for the construction of a new state-of-the-art airport. The Bahamian people must remember, though, that the former administration allowed the former owners to collect all the insurance money and then leave the Bahamian people holding an empty bag. Madam President, Carnival is currently developing Celebration Key with a more than $500 million investment. Additionally, they have indicated that they will expand this project with an additional $100 million by adding 2 more berths, which will expand their cruise pier to accommodate up to 4 XL class ships at one time. This is forecast to boost tourism arrival to Grand Bahama to over 1.4 million by the end of 2025, 2.3 million by the end of 2026, and 3.3 million by the end of 2027. The project is recognized as Carnival's largest single project in the world. An economic impact assessment concluded that the overall development, construction, and ongoing operation of Celebration Key over two decades will create over 2,500 direct Bahamians jobs, generate $3.2 billion in incremental revenue to the government, and contribute $9.7 billion in incremental economic impact to the Bahamas GDP. This, for Grand Bahama, is changing the status quo and changing lives. Royal Caribbean and the ITM Group and MSC will embark on an $80 million cruise port and water park project at the Freeport Harbor. This will be phase 1. The project, this $80 million project, will be phase 1 of the development. And these entities have outlined that there is more to come regarding this project. This phase 1 project is scheduled to be completed towards the end of 2026. Other investment listed are the Eden Resort, $300 million development plan for an eco-friendly resort with a sustainable farm and aquaculture and agriculture on 93 acres of waterfront parcel of land in West End, Grand Bahama. Then there are 6, I got more, man, for Grand Bahama. Okay. Then there are 6 Census Resort, Grand Bahama. This proposed resort has just recently received its environmental clearance, and once completed, the resort will boost the local tourism development and investment. At the heart of this resort is its social environmental responsibility programs, encouraging sustainability and regenerative activities on the island while protecting the land for future generations. With a location already secure for Grand Bahama fully operational incubation center, which is intended to lay the groundwork for a thriving ecosystem of new startups and entrepreneurial venture opportunities for Bahamians, especially young Bahamians and women. This project is designed to have legal and accounting services, technical support, and avenues for accessing funding. All will be made available. The vision is to have all agencies represented in one place, including BIA, business licenses, the Tourism Development Corporation, the Small Business Development Center, the Bahamas Development Bank, the Venture Fund, the Grand Bahama Invest. Listen what I'm saying for Grand Bahama. All of these, this will be a one-stop shop, right? And so it is believed that doing it this way, this will accelerate a new generation of entrepreneurs. This is simply changing the status quo and changing lives. Madam President, in addition to the above-mentioned projects that are on the way or those scheduled to come on stream in short order, I must also mention the redevelopment of downtown Freeport, which includes the opening of the Solomon's flagship food store, downtown Freeport, located in the newly renovated Wynn Building. And Madam President, what was so strange was when I checked my email this morning, and Senator Turner got the same email. We got an email from the Milo Butlers and Son Investment inviting us to attend the handing over ceremony of the additional spaces, some that are owned by the government. So downtown Freeport is buzzing. In addition to the Wynn building being completed, the Grand Union building is also completed. I am also pleased with the work that is going on at the University of the Bahamas' new downtown Freeport campus. In addition, I must mention the Grand Bahama Shipyard $600 million expansion that is going on now, started October of last year. This major undertaking is a partnership between Carnival Corporation and Royal Caribbean Group. And once this expansion is completed, the Bahamas will become a world leader in the ship repair business. Madam President, project by project, investment by investment, this government is laser focused on doing what is necessary to contribute to a better Grand Bahama.
Yes, sir.
These projects are big deals and are expected to bring in new jobs and support to entrepreneurial endeavors.
Yes, sir.
These are stable and decent work for Bahamians. Madam President, 16 young men from Grand Bahama embark on the opportunity of a lifetime just on Friday, May 24th, a few weeks ago, as they left the island for Liverpool, England, where they will participate in 3 months of hands-on training as part of the Grand Bahama Shipyard's apprenticeship program in collaboration with the Bahamas Technical and Vocational Institute, BTVI. This whole plan, and these young men going off to school to learn the trade of the shipyard, right? This falls in line with the Prime Minister's demand for companies like the shipyard to begin moving Bahamian workers from the casual status to the permanent and full-time status. This, for young Bahamians, is changing the status quo and changing lives. Madam President, additionally, the Obadiah Wilchcombe Government Complex is fully open and serving the needs of residents of West Grand Bahama. Madam President, Grand Bahamians are ecstatic over the historic, not now groundbreaking, but the construction of the Grand Bahamas first hospital since independence. This $210 million investment in the Freeport Health Campus will be a premier hospital and is being built on 50 acres of land and will offer primary, tertiary, and acute care for the residents of Grand Bahama as well as those in the northern Bahamas.
Yes, sir.
And we are so pleased
Yes, we are.
that it will offer a much-needed, full inpatient and outpatient oncology care unit, which this is a big deal for the island of Grand Bahama. The project, which is being funded by the World Bank, is said to be carried out in 3 phases, with the verticals presently going up for phase 1. Many of these projects are correcting legacy old problems. Sadly, many on the other side thought some of these projects could never happen. Today, the Davis administration is changing the status quo and changing lives for the people in Grand Bahama. Madam President, the government has also recovered, restored, and improved the domestic terminal that was destroyed and later totally written off by the former F&M administration following the aftermath of Dorian. The terminal has been revolutionized. The terminal has been revolutionized and is welcoming domestic and non-U.S. foreign flights, including the return of Sunwing out of Canada. Madam President, the beautiful Grand Bahama program headed by Minister Ginger Moxey has transformed hundreds of lives and communities all over Grand Bahama. This initiative provided jobs and immediate relief for some 350 individuals, most of them coming from the inner cities. The program allowed them to find meaningful work in the challenged economy, and many of them had not worked since Hurricane Dorian. Madam President, before I move on from Grand Bahama, let me say that there's been much talk in recent time concerning the GBPA's, the Grand Bahama Port Authority, performance or lack thereof, and their commitment regarding their responsibility of managing the affairs of the city of Freeport, such as growing the economy and the over $350 million owed to the government and the people of the Bahamas. As I did on my feet in here before, Madam President, I'll take the position that comes from Sir Lyndon's speech at the opening of BOCO, now known as the Bend or Break speech. And I quote, "There are many people in the Bahamas who are participants in and interested in economic development of the Bahamas. Not all of them, however, are cognizant of or interested in the economic and social welfare of the Bahamian people. Far too few acknowledge, and fewer still accept the fact that development must be shaped to fit the human and social needs of the country where it takes place. Far too many here in Freeport adopt the attitude that they have certain guaranteed rights to make money, and that is all that matters. Freeport had indeed been a miracle of economic development. It has indeed been a shining example of financial wizardry. What it lacks is humanity. What it needs is a social conscience. What it must have before too long is a soul." Sir Lyndon went on to say, "I have always been concerned about the lack of soul in Freeport and the absence of honest concern for the human and social needs of the people," end quote. In my view, Prime Minister Davis' primary argument is the same today. The Bahamian people money must be accounted for and used to address their human and social needs. The question is and remains, is Linden views still the case today? Has the modus operandi of those in charge of the city of Freeport changed? I'll move on. Madam President, in today's world, progress is not just about broad indicators of general goods. The details matter. Compassion matters. Creating opportunities for the underprivileged and the marginalized matters. Having a heart matters. Progress must be about ensuring that every individual can thrive and feel safe, has rights and a decent job with real protection and the ability to live in a fair and just society. Madam President, I will now address Urban Renewal Northern Bahamas. Let me, in the other place and in here, there has been concerns about how many houses you have built and these kind of things, right? And that there is 100 and some odd house slated to be built in Grand Bahama and 60 house or something like that. You know, it is our good minister, the Honorable Keith Bell in the other house, outlined for the first time the Prime Minister has allocated some $5 million initially, $5 million to begin and accelerate the home repair project.
Yes, does that include Abaco?
That includes Abaco. That includes Grand Bahama. Let me begin talking about urban renewal by thanking the hard-working staff of Urban Renewal Northern Bahamas, inclusive of all coordinators, center managers and their teams, the office administration staff, and special thanks to our incredible volunteers and all those who donate and contribute to our success. Madam President, I must congratulate our minister, the Honorable Keith Bell, who have hit the ground running along with the Minister of State, the Honorable Lisa Raming, and our newly appointed Director, Mr. Stephen Dane. Madam President, ironically, the three of those leaders, the Minister, Minister Bell, Minister Raming, and Director Dean, has all served as police officers and all had stellar and successful career as police officers. So that, you know, that could only breed positive in the life of urban renewal. Allow me to mention some of the wonderful things that have been going on and is about to go on in the north. Triggered this, ladies, I want you to pay attention to this. Triggered by a single mother's luncheon held in West End by Center Manager Mary Nairn and her staff, Urban Renewal is launching the Single Mothers Association, dubbed Empower Moms Bahamas. Madam President, statistics from the National Statistical Institute slaps us in the face with this fact. The prevalence of single-parent household, particularly those led by single mothers, has risen significantly over the years. In 1975, approximately 44% of children in the Bahamas were born out of wedlock, a figure that has escalated to over 62% by 2020. This concerning trend underscored the urgent need for targeted intervention to support single mothers and their families. Without adequate support, these households may face increased vulnerability and socioeconomic hardship, which can have detrimental effect on the well-being and development of both parents and children. It is imperative that we prioritize the welfare of these families and ensure that they have access to the necessary resources and support system to thrive. We believe that urban renewal, that urban renewal is the vehicle that the government can use to empower these women and address some of these challenges. The government of the Bahamas, I believe, will say, as we talk about crime and crime initiatives, we know that policies, this side understands that policies and bills without certain action doesn't touch the community or the people in the community. And so programs like the Empower Moms Bahamas, addressing the needs of single mothers, is one of those programs that Urban intends to use with the government to ensure that we reach the most vulnerable in these urban communities. Madam President, when you truly examine Prime Minister Davis' crime-fighting initiative, including the recently passed anti-gang bill, Urban Renewal also recognized that there must be alternative programs that provide positive options for persons in these urban areas where we know criminality, including gang recruitment, exists. Urban Northern Bahamas has also designed and is preparing to launch the Urban Cares program. Urban Cares will directly impact the quality of life of the residents in these urban communities. Our focus is to assist residents on becoming happier, healthier, richer, and living more productive lives. The Urban Cares program will consist of 5 core initiatives: the Home Plus program, youth intervention, training and financial freedom, joint community projects, and a program dubbed Unity. We believe that Urban Cares will help to transform not only the physical dynamics of these urban communities, but more importantly, Urban Cares will transform the mental state of the persons living in these urban communities. Madam President, we have relocated the Northern Bahamas head office to an ideal, accessible location on Queens Highway. The headquarters provides staff with proper facilities to serve our people, and a proper storeroom space, with proper storeroom space, large storeroom space, to properly run the small home repair program, it will provide secure accommodation for an organized, efficient emergency response warehouse. This is indeed forward-thinking, knowing full well that Grand Bahama sits in Hurricane Alley. Madam President, after meeting with public schools, principals, Urban Renewal Northern Bahamas launched its first breakfast feeding program. Centers got busy preparing and delivering much-needed hot breakfast to government schools for students, especially our primary school students. Urban staff have been known for even taking breakfast onto school buses to feed students.
What?
Yes.
Dedication.
This was a much-needed program. Today, I am delighted that this compassionate and brave government implemented the National Breakfast Program, and as I said earlier, have
What type of government?
compassionate
One?
and brave government.
Okay.
This is a big deal, man. This is a big deal for both the parents and the students. Madam President, only he who feels it knows it. Our centers have been consistently hosting events for seniors. Activities includes, but not limited to, dance, games, field trips, exercise programs, arts and craft, self-defense, and educational activities. With the aid of the Community Police Department, we have at least one robust senior disability chat group in every constituency on Grand Bahama, allowing urban employees as well as the police to know what is going on with our seniors and persons living with disability on a timely basis, ensuring that their needs are addressed in the shortest possible time. Madam President, the chat allows the center and the police the ability to communicate with the group members, making it possible to assist them during any emergency alert. Urban Renewal After School Program and studies afford children the opportunity to visit the center nearest to them to get assistance with homework, study, exam prep, and to complete internet research. The marching band, which is headed in the right direction and doing well, headed by Inspector Harris and police officers Ferguson and Curry, is growing, and we are planning, along with ACP Shanta Knowles, to start marching bands in West Grand Bahama, Bimini, and Abaco. We have a wonderful dance program, liturgical dance program, and persons like Miss Liz Grant is doing a wonderful job. We have the girls mentoring program. Several of our girls attended the WAM, the Women Conference here in Nassau just last year. We have the Boy Scouts program, the clothing distribution, disaster preparedness training, and on and on. Madam President, this year we would have hosted 7 Mother's Day luncheon on the island of Grand Bahama, 1 in Bimini. Madam President, we recognize that special attention. Abaco.
Yes, sir.
I come into you, my friend.
Accuse me falsely, now I come in.
How about I accuse you falsely, my friend? I would never do that. Madam President,
I want you focused.
Madam President, we recognize that special attention must be given to Abaco.
Yes, yes.
I can tell you that the minister is accelerating the process to secure the location that has been identified on Don McKay Boulevard, Marsh Harbor, which is in central Abaco, to establish the kind of center that meets the needs of and can properly service the good people of Abaco. Additionally, if you, the Bahamian who have not gone or visited Abaco before would not realize how extremely long Abaco is, some 180 miles. If I am wrong, I sure the member would correct me. This requires additional satellite centers to provide accessible service to the resident in the extreme south and the extreme north. We have identified a suitable location in Sandy Point, as well as one in Cooperstown. Both locations will create the kind of environment that is conducive for residents, especially the children and seniors.
Where you putting that again?
Because the main center is going on Don McKay, central Abaco. Understanding the length of Abaco, and all of these settlements are vibrant centers in productive areas. So we understand that you can't have a center on Don McKay to service the people in the north. So we have identified a building in Cooperstown to set up a satellite center there, and a building in Sandy Point, right? Which will ease the burden and make the programs and the services accessible to those individuals. Yes.
Yes, so back on the table.
opposition believe you're doing the right thing.
That's right. Changing the status quo.
Both locations will create the kind of environment that is conducive for the resident, especially the children and seniors, to enjoy the various programs offered by Urban here in Nassau and Grand Bahama. Urban leadership is resolved in making these moves happen within this budget period. Madam President, I wish to now turn my attention on the Urban Renewal Small Home Repair Program. The Urban Renewal Small Home Repair Program project is an ongoing project with the objective of improving the conditions of Bahamian homeowners who may have suffered damages during a disaster of any kind. The primary objective of the program is to repair roof damages. However, based on our client's need, the program may assist with other things. The projects have helped hundreds of families on Grand Bahama, Bimini, Abaco, and Moores Island. Madam President, there are many Bahamians requesting assistance, not only from Abaco and Grand Bahama, but from every island across the archipelago. And therefore, our mission is to prudently manage our funding, recalibrate what we are doing, and march forward assisting as many families as humanly possible in a timely and efficient manner. Senator Raming is not here, but I want to agree with Senator Raming's statement yesterday, and that focus must be placed on Abaco and Grand Bahama, because they are the ones who have experienced the ravages, destructions, terror, deaths caused by Hurricane Dorian. We are aware that this is hurricane season, and we will do our very best to assist as many homeowners as possible. We thank you for your patience and thus far, and let me assure the country that this small home repair program has no end in sight. Our Prime Minister and the entire team are committed to a marathon. We are committed to delivering compassionate relief that will assist all and sundry.
It's in a sprint.
This is in a sprint. Plenty work to do, and the government is committed to seeing this through to the end.
That's right.
Thank you.
In closing, Madam President,
Man, your time, you know.
I've sat and listened to the other side preaching the doom and gloom sermon. But fortunately,
Go ahead.
the Bahamian people is not buying what they are selling.
No.
The fact is,
Tell us
this
about
budget will transform our urban communities,
it. Yes.
grow the economy,
Yes.
improve education and healthcare,
What else they could do?
support the workers' agenda, remedy legacy old problems, while providing hope and opportunities for our young people, women, and the business communities. Madam President, this administration is well on the way to shaping the most progressive, compassionate culture in the history of the modern Bahamas. This budget is a big deal. Madam President, I am delighted and very pleased to support this budget. Indeed, this is the Bahamian people time.
Yes, sir.
Before I sit, I will remind my government of these important requirements outlined in scripture found in the book of Micah. 1, be just in all your dealings.
That's right.
Everybody deserves your attention. Everybody deserves to be cared for. Everybody deserves the compassionate relief that we promise. 2, love with kindness. And thirdly, in all you do, and with all our achievement, remain humble. If we do these things, God, who has begun this great work in this government, will bring it to completion through Christ Jesus our Lord.
Well done, Senator. Well done. Thank you, Senator Kirkland Russell, for your contribution. As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Darren Pickstock.
Good evening, Madam President, Senate colleagues. It's a pleasure to be back in this great place to contribute to the budget debate, to contribute to the 2024-2025 budget debate. Before I start, I would just like to say congratulations. I join my colleagues in saying congratulations to Senator the Honorable Quinton Lightbourne on his elevation as an alternative executive for the Caribbean at the IDB. In addition, I would like to also congratulate Senator the Honorable let me get this right now, Senator the Honorable Reverend Dr. Reuben Ramming. Pastor-elect of the Rehoboth Global Ministries. I'd like to say congratulations to both gentlemen. Madam President, before I get into the meat of my contribution today, I would like to do a few house cleaning matters, or take care of a few house cleaning matters. Madam President, less than 3 years ago, our nation was gripped by a severe crisis. The aftermath of lockdowns and curfews left us with soaring unemployment rates. Our children were out of school for over a year, and our financial stability was in jeopardy following another downgrade. The fear of a drastic VAT increase loomed over us, adding to public anxiety. In the face of these challenges, the Davis Cooper-led administration demonstrated that values, compassion, and decisive leadership are critical. Through strategic actions, the Davis Cooper administration rescued our economy, provided relief to the Bahamian people, and steered our country away from the brink of collapse. Madam President, I submit that character means everything in this place and the other place. Yesterday and today, I was particularly amused by how the side opposite lectured on the integrity of governance and the integrity of our roles as legislators our responsibilities to the Bahamian people, our parliamentary democracy, and how we are to put the nation above partisan politics. Madam President, I've received numerous text messages, emails, phone calls from concerned Bahamians who felt ashamed for the side opposite. Bahamians were trying to reconcile the blistering revelations and indictments of many on the side opposite, which they boldly and publicly declared before and after their recent national convention. Yet, in this honorable place and that other place, speaker after speaker from the side opposite used this budget communication debate to distance themselves from their political folly and dereliction of their duty. I would like to make a contrast because I am trying to resolve in my own mind how some of the same members that sit in that other place and this place who served in a cabinet under the Minnis administration, budget communication after budget communication, time after time, how can you now come and Monday morning quarterback?
What a difference a day make, eh?
And so that is something that I'm trying to resolve, and I will flesh it out. Madam President, the side opposite has been weighed in the balance and found wanting. Historians of tomorrow will have to address the national importance of duty and political integrity. I have 3 articles published in daily newspapers leading up to the convention of the side opposite, which I will table as allowed by the rules. 1, the first article dated 23rd of May 2024, headline, Minister Snubbed by His Former Cabinet, written by Leandra Roll, senior reporter at the Tribune. The second article, dated 29th of May 2024, headline, Minister Made Cardinal Errors as PM Says Former FNM Election Coordinator, written by senior Tribune editor Erilee Bolag. And the third article, dated May 21st, 2024, written by Tribune editor Rashad Roll, headline, Kalma Says Minnis is Worst Leader Ever. Madam President, the historians of tomorrow and the relevance of this is to reconcile how one can support so strongly his leadership and sit in this place today, and the same people that supported his leadership now supports the other leader who also sat in that cabinet. And so I'm trying to reconcile this and tie it to the budget communication. Madam President, the historians of tomorrow and the keen political observer and Bahamian voter, having digested the contents of these articles, must ask the side opposite, where was your loyalty to the country and the Bahamian people? Where was your duty to fairness and transparency in putting the nation's interests first above partisan politics? When most of you sat in a cabinet and as standard bearers for your political organization,
Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Darren Handfield. What is
The
your
members
each of your interruption?
imputing really wrong motives to members who sat in the cabinet.
please clarify.
And you're questioning the loyalty of people who served in the government. I think it's unfair, and it's an imputation that is improper. You can't. It's almost a matter of privilege. It's almost a matter of privilege.
I don't think you have a valid
If he
point of
impugns
order.
if he impugns my integrity and questions my loyalty, I served in the Royal Bahamas Defense Force for 36 years. Nobody in this place can question my loyalty to the Bahamas or the Bahamian people.
Madam President,
Thank you.
Madam
Please.
President,
Please proceed.
I just don't understand the point of order.
Yeah, but you listen close enough. You listen close
You
enough.
know,
Yeah,
you had
don't
your
know
time. You had your time to ventilate your arguments.
Yeah, but you cannot.
You did
impute-
so.
You cannot
You did
impute
so.
improper motives
And
to
so,
me.
so let me ventilate
cannot
my
impute-
arguments.
Madam President, are you going to rule?
About what?
He's imputing improper motives. Man called me disloyal to my country.
Listen, you sat in the
I-
cabinet.
I want just to let me hear from Senator Bigstock, please.
You don't do that
Can
to
you
me,
respond to Senator?
man. Call me anything.
Can you
Don't call
respond
me
to
that.
Senator Henfield, please?
Don't call me that.
Madam President,
I didn't intend to fool with you.
Madam President,
Don't call me disloyal.
I don't know what I'm responding to.
It's offensive.
But with your leave, I'll continue. I don't know what the point of order is. I'm confused.
I don't see you having a valid point of order, Senator Henfield.
So-
That's
Madam
his
President.
opinion.
So him to call me
He-
disloyal.
Where-
no,
My
no,
God.
one second. Have a seat, please.
You-
In his
You're
view,
not the president. Let us speak.
in his view, right, he is questioning the loyalty of cabinet ministers generally,
Yeah, I saw it.
and you happens to be a subset of that, right? It's not directed specifically towards you, and I think that he has every right to question that if he wants to. That's his view. That's his opinion.
Madam-
Okay, so that is my
No
position.
one in here has a right to question my loyalty or the loyalty of any
No,
other cabinet minister.
well-
I will never stand in this place and question the loyalty of these ministers because we sit in a collective place of responsibility. That what he did is personal to me.
No, it's not.
It's personal to me.
Thank
I
you.
served my country all my life,
Thank
and that's
you.
why I'm still here.
Thank you.
You don't tell me what I did.
He just stand up on
You
his
don't tell
feet
me
and
what I
his
did
contribution
was disloyal to my
and-
country.
and made
I did
all
my
sorts
best.
of
I
He
would
did
be
not say you
I
that
did-
you
I
were
never
disloyal.
stood up once.
He said that he questioned the loyalty. So allow him to
These
continue,
people
please.
been all about working in private firms. I've been out there serving my country. And
Thank
you
you,
can sit here
Edfield.
and call me disloyal?
Madam President, I shall move on.
Call me disloyal, man.
I shall move on, Madam President. My whole point is that
Say what you like in my capacity as a minister. I don't care. But don't come
Madam
personal
President.
at me.
Madam President, this member stood up today and he made
No
various
personal attacks.
accusations
No personal
on his
attacks.
feet,
None.
right? And no one said anything to him. So please, yes.
Could you
Yes.
continue with your presentation, please? Your contribution.
When most
Thank
of
you.
you
It's true that
sat in
absolute
cabinet
offense, Dennis.
as standard bearers for your political organization,
But I didn't say
you had
were-
absolutely no confidence in the Prime Minister, the then Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, yet you remained quiet, earned your salaries, perks, and held your positions of privilege. Madam President, the historians of tomorrow will determine whether members on the side opposite attempted to deceive the Bahamian voter into returning a Prime Minister and Minister of Finance to office in a snap general election, knowing the leader they wanted to impose on the Bahamian people was unworthy of the position.
They try to bring a no confidence vote against
There
me.
is a remedy.
You know that?
There is a remedy in our Constitution for statesmen who put the country before partisan politics when they lose confidence in a leader and fear the leader is moving in the wrong direction, jeopardizing the welfare of the Bahamian people. Yet, the side opposite remained silent, valuing their offices, positions, salaries, perks, and privileges over speaking out. Madam President, they did not refuse to offer themselves for re-election under the leader they knew was unfit to serve as Prime Minister. Madam President, these articles provide historians with insight into what many may
Chair, can I send the Honorable Michael Bonnet Ellis? What is the nature of your interruption?
Thank you, Madam President. The member is misleading. The member referred to 3 articles in the three daily articles in the paper.
Can you table them, please?
Yes.
Please
and
proceed,
appears to
Senator.
be- Sorry, it appears to be using them as a basis to indicate that the cabinet of the Bahamas, including my
Sign a date, please.
fellow senator, had no confidence in the leader,
Which leader are you from?
in Dr. Hubert Minnis as
Madam President, come on.
Prime Minister.
I have to be sure. I have to be certain. I have to be certain.
Come on, man.
Be certain.
And that they, and that they willing,
I'm going to respond to her.
Please proceed. Allow the good senator to proceed. Order. Allow the senator to proceed. Please proceed, Senator.
thank you, Madam President. And that they, as cabinet ministers, failed to raise objection over a leader that they thought was unfit.
That's what I said.
And that is not what the articles said. The the person who said that was not a cabinet minister. But the person who said that was not a cabinet minister. So attributing that comment to be the views of the cabinet ministers is incorrect. And the first article about the former cabinet ministers not supporting his bid for re-election to leader, if you read the article, talked about the fact that that time was finished and that we're moving on to a different period of time for the FNM. But in those articles, it never suggested that whilst they were in cabinet, they did not have confidence in the leader or that they did not do what they thought was in the best interest of the country. And so it is misleading for the senator to suggest that those persons.
I'm listening. Order. I'm listening to you, Senator.
Sorry, that those persons were not genuine in their roles at doing their best in their roles as cabinet ministers. And that is why his comments are misleading. I understand the point that he is trying to make, but that's not what the article says, and he's attributing something to them that has not been attributed to them.
Thank you, Senator Michael Bonnet. Senator, sir,
Madam President,
address the point made by Senator Bonnet Ellis, please.
in addressing that, Madam President, I would like to read into the record portions of the article, if I may, Madam President.
Yeah.
Madam President, let me read portions of these articles into the record, and perhaps that may address Senator Barnett Ellis's
The
concern.
rule is once you read from the article, it's your article. You adopt the whole article.
Well,
Wait, now,
it's adopted.
What I name said.
yeah. Allow me to get.
Madam
Allow me to
President,
get to that.
And I adopt those articles as
Allow me to preside, please, Senator Enfield.
Yeah. Madam President, portions of one of these articles I will read into the record. It seems the side opposite has forgotten what they said, perhaps hoping the budget communication debate would save them from accountability. With your permission, Madam President, please allow me to read in a lead paragraph in the article. Former Prime Minister, and I quote, former Prime Minister Dr. Hubert Minnis has little public support from the people he led in cabinet ahead of the FNM's one-day convention. Next month, with most people he appointed to executive roles, telling the Tribune they support Michael Pintard for leader. Brenzel Roll, Pakeisha Parker, Darren Henfield, Dion Folks, Ellsworth Johnson, all told the Tribune yesterday that they supported Mr. Pintard. Peter Turnquest, Dr. Dwayne Sands, and Brent Simonet had previously endorsed Mr. Pintard. Denicio de Aguilar and Kwesi Thompson declined to comment, while Frankie Campbell and Iram Lewis were reluctant to give their views, insisting that they would support whoever delegates they choose. Neither former Attorney General Carl Bethel nor former Environment Minister Ramal Ferreira responded to calls or messages from the newspaper on the topic. Jeff Lloyd, former Education Minister, said his views are immaterial because he cannot vote at the convention, end quote. Madam President, reading these articles together revealed a lack of transparency and responsibility to the Bahamian people. But you're still sitting there. Those who sat around the table knew the country was being led down the wrong path by a leader they did not support.
Nonsense.
Yet, they asked the Bahamian people,
No, that's his contribution. That's not what, Madam President. That's not what the paper said. It said that
Senator-
they do not support him to be leader. It does not say that they did not support the Prime Minister. It does not say that he did a bad job. The article was about whether they support him in his bid for the leader during the convention. And so to suggest that that article suggests that they did not have confidence in their Prime Minister when they were at cabinet is misleading, and he knows better.
Stick to conveyancing.
Further, Madam Chair, further on the point of order for clarification, the record will show, and this is to help you on your decision, clearly that former Prime Minister Minnis did not offer himself for leadership shortly after the general election. He did not offer. And as you well know, the record shows that in him not contesting, Michael Pintard won the leadership race. At this time, when he did offer to run, Michael Pintard would have already been leader for a while. And then these comments of support came in for support of Michael Pintard. So therefore, contextually, what Senator Pickstock is doing and how he's presenting it is misrepresenting the article which he has. Now, also, I would like for him to table the actual article because it seems to be actually in his notes.
that table is signed.
In that, I'd say, because you
No,
obviously.
you're ventilating issues. That table unsigned.
Why don't you settle a minute while I talk to the president,
I'm just.
who acknowledged me when I came in here? So I'm asking for the table document, which may have been tabled before I walked back in, as you well know. And I'm just helping you to appreciate the context that those could not relate in the context in which he spoke. Thank you, madam. So that he needs.
Senator Pickstock.
And may I see it?
Sen-
No, I defend truth. It's truth. It's truth.
Senator Pickstock.
Madam
Senator
President.
Pickstock. The issue that the senators have here with you, Senator Barnett Ellis and Senator Ramming, as regards your presentation, is that they would like, if you're going to use the premise that the ministers were not loyal to the former prime minister while they sat in cabinet, that they would like for you to produce articles to support that, because your current articles is referring to the fact that the former cabinet ministers are supporting Pickstock in his Pintard, thank you, in his bid for leadership, and it does not necessarily mean that they are not that they were disloyal to the former prime minister. So if you could direct me now, let's zero in now, because we're really pressed for time.
Yeah.
You know, we have a long way to go today, right? And I have entertained this point for quite some time. So if you could please direct me, I'm giving you back these articles that you table. Zero me in on that point so that I can
President,
zero me in on that point precisely, please.
As I simply said, these articles will ventilate the issues that when asked whether the various then ministers supported Minister Minnis, they clearly indicated that they supported Pintard, the leader of the official opposition. My point to
Let me get a copy of it.
my point
I'll
to
ventilate it.
to Ruben Ramming, I clearly didn't understand what he's saying, because I obviously meant that, and I obviously said, not even meant, that while Hubert Minnis was leader of the opposition, when he when he called a snap election, is what I was indicating, while he was the prime minister, right?
What the article said.
Okay.
You mix up ways of the conversation now.
Say, man.
Try to
Anyway.
withdraw that and carry on.
No, there's no
You
need to
lost.
withdraw
You
this.
lost.
These speak for
You
themselves.
said that we had no confidence in the prime
You
minister.
didn't.
It had nothing to do with the leadership of the FNL.
You didn't have any confidence
Nothing.
in the
And
prime
you
minister,
should
then
withdraw
prime
that.
minister.
You should be an honorable gentleman and withdraw that. because it is erroneous, it is wrong.
Yes.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Madam
Mr. Allen already.
President. You asked
Still can run on with that?
You asked the honorable senator to point you to where in the article
And he
it
didn't do
spoke
that.
to their confidence in him as prime minister. He can't because it's not there. That article was about the leadership race and not about what he was like as a prime minister. The Carl Kalma article was about what he was like as a prime minister.
Are you done?
No, I was waiting for her to finish. Sorry, as I was saying, the Carl Kalma is a conversation about what he was like as prime minister. Mr. Kalma was not a member of the cabinet, and you
All
cannot
parliamentary
attribute
debates.
his views to those of the cabinet. The first article was about the leadership race and whether he should be the leader of the FNM again. Never in that article, and he can read the whole article, I'm familiar with the article, does it ever refer to what he was like as a prime minister.
You could be better than this, right? So level.
Madam President.
So I'd ask for
Yeah.
him to withdraw
No,
that
Madam
part
President.
of his contribution.
Madam President. In addition to speaking about, in addition to speaking about the same cabinet ministers or the same senators here sitting at the cabinet table, I also raised the Mr. Carl Kalma's name as well. So they were not the only people I referred to.
Yeah,
in my article.
Talk about
I think
Darren's
that they understand that he was not the only person referred to. The issue here is that you are attributing former cabinet members not being loyal to the former prime minister, whereas what they are referring to is that they have a
I didn't
divergent
say that.
view.
I didn't say that.
Yes, he did. That's why Darren jumped up in the first place.
I said that there's no loyalty. But Madam President, I'd like to move on from this point. So I can
No,
finish
we
the
cannot move on because it's very much a contention. Exactly what did you say, please, Senator?
I will,
Exactly what did you say?
I will go back.
This is clearly important to the opposition, so I'd like for us to resolve it.
So what I said in my contribution, Madam President, and I will read it again.
Yes.
The first article, as I said, headlined, snubbed
No,
minister,
cabinet ministers.
That's-
headline, minister snubbed by his former cabinet,
And that's not even the
written
headline.
by Leandra Roll. Second, minister made cardinal errors as PM, says former FNM election coordinator. And thirdly, Kalma says Menace is worst leader ever. That's what the headline says, Madam President. Having digested the contents of these articles,
I don't care what the chairman says.
must ask the side opposite, where was your loyalty? These are questions I am asking, Madam President. These are my opinion.
Deal with him. I can't
Opinions.
do something.
Okay? These aren't, I'm not saying that these are words in an article. I am simply saying the questions I ask
And
is
the-
where was your loyalty to the country at that point?
Mislead this
Right?
parliament.
Where was your duty to fairness and transparency in putting the nation's interests first above partisan politics when most of you sat in a cabinet and as a standard bearer for with a political organization, you had absolutely no confidence. These are my opinions. I did not say that they were in the articles. I read exactly what the articles said. I quoted verbatim what one of the articles said. I did not say that.
Present something that you said represented evidence that established your
Okay, Senator Barnett Ellis? Senator Barnett Ellis?
Thank you, Madam President. I see my Senate colleague is pivoting. But I'd also like to correct the name of the article. Our name of the article is not minister snubbed
What
by,
is it?
the name of the
What-
article is Minis snubbed. So if we can
The name of
lie
the
on an
article is
article,
what?
let's call it the right name.
What is the name of the article? Let me
It
see
is
the article.
Minis stubbed, not
snubbed.
minister snubbed.
Menace snub?
Snubbed,
Okay.
like by his former cabinet.
Oh my gosh.
That's the point he was trying to make, but then
Listen, I
article
said,
and
I
the
said
references
Menace
to you.
snubbed by his former cabinet.
Okay,
He said
thank you.
Minister snubbed.
All right.
Listen,
I get it. I think
Madam President, I see,
I revert to what I said earlier after Senator Handfield made the interjection. Please proceed, Senator.
yeah, I don't understand the
Senator
point. You took up half of my time and there's no point.
shouldn't have said it.
No, I said Minnis made cardinal errors. I said Minnis snubbed by his former cabinet. If you think I said minister snub, that's your problem.
Senator Pickstock, I don't wish to have breakfast here tomorrow morning. Can you please proceed with your contribution? No, no, no.
You gave this member instructions.
To do what?
You said to the member, point into the article
Zero in.
and read from the article that you adopted the point that you were trying to make. He cannot find it in the article because it's the basis of his argument, Madam President. I can stop with this, because it's puerile, right? It's nonsense. I can stop with it, right? But let me just make this point. The point of his argument was that we had no confidence in Minnis while we sat in the cabinet. But we sat there and we took our pay, we took our whatever it was we took.
Yeah, all the allowances and perks.
That's how low that is.
That's not what he said.
That's what he said. That's what he said. And you in turn said to him, pointed out in the article.
No, no, no. That's,
You said, but in essence,
that's not
but in
what he
essence,
said.
all the
I
articles
certainly
he's reading,
I did
all of
get
the
that.
articles he's reading, and he don't have to tell us what to do if we have no confidence in our leader.
Senator,
The FNM know how to do that.
Senator
The
Henfield
FNM
did
has
not
proven
say
it
that.
historically we know how to do that, right? But
Senator Henfield did not
what the articles focus on is the leadership race of the Free National Movement.
Okay.
But this member refused to withdraw his statements.
No, I'm not.
He refused to, so I expect that you
In
strike
his
him.
last sentence.
How long it take us to get the Hansard? Can we get the Hansard so we can see what the member said?
You can get whatever
Yeah.
you want.
Huh? So let's put this on reserve until we get the Hansard because I ain't gonna let that go like that. That's
Okay.
wrong what he said.
That's fine. I think
wrong what he
we can-
said.
Yes.
And it's
yes.
intolerable what he said.
Okay.
Because you're trying to say the grown men, we don't know what to do when we have no confidence in the leader.
Just stand down on a frivolous point that you're trying to
You
defend.
can do whatever you want to do.
Just stand down.
Senators. I think that we have, with respect to this matter, I would really prefer if we can come to a consensus. And I think that the consensus is that we would just park this here until we can get a copy of the Hansard and then make a ruling on it, okay? Thank you. Yes.
Madam President,
You should strike that though.
no, strike nothing.
There may be no need. I'm not,
And you can't allow that to
Madam President,
Listen.
and I quote,
can you please proceed, Pickstock?
I quote, this is I'm quoting here,
Give me the article, please.
All right, man. He just tried
right here.
body
Thank
leg. They're in too deep fun.
we had situations where people were arrested for selling coconut. It would have been a wonderful situation for Dr. Minnis if he had, during those two particular incidents, stepped forward and said, listen, you cannot really arrest somebody for going to collect water.
But how you know Dr. Menace didn't do
The,
that?
the basic necessity.
Can you
Point of-
prove
point of
that
order,
at the
point of
house
order.
of the house? And I was remember.
Point of order.
Yes.
This member is misleading.
And do you know
This member has no basis in fact for the assertion that he just made. The Prime Minister meets with the Commissioner of Police once a week. He meets with the Commander of the Defense Force once a week. How does he know what went on in the meeting between the Commissioner of Police and the Prime Minister? How does he know?
I don't know what's your point.
You're imputing improper motives.
Listen, I'm quoting.
You're quoting, man, I don't care what you're quoting from.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
nonsense.
That's your chairman.
That's nonsense. How you could say the Prime Minister didn't say to the Commissioner of Police, well, I'm upset about this arrest.
And I do recall
How could you say that?
Well,
I do recall him expressing his concern about that in cabinet.
Chairman ain't here, man. I hear.
Boys,
Obviously.
well, it happened.
Chairman here.
who we put in the budget to properly establish them as shelters and tents and monies to do the right thing.
You should not arrest somebody for selling coconut.
What are you reading now? That's your speech or this?
No, no.
You're quoting still.
Yeah, I quoted Carl Kalmer.
Carl Kalmer have no basis in
Yeah.
that. Carl Kalmer
He,
is the chairman.
he said that Minnis was the
Once
worst leader ever. That's what he said.
Once the chairman.
Right there. Worst leader ever.
Carl Kalmer don't know who Menace met with. But
He also said,
but
Dr.
Kalmer
Minnis,
don't know who Menace met with.
he also
know what he
said, Dr. Minnis's approach to announcing lockdowns was flawed because he did not give people enough time to buy
He adopted what
necessary
Carl Kalmer said is
items.
his own. He said
Because of
nothing
those
different.
missteps, I am of the opinion that he has become more than likely the most disliked prime minister that we would have had, and it's still very present in most people's minds, memories, end quote. Madam President, evil triumphs when good men do nothing. Silence in the face of abuse and dereliction of duty means complicity.
See, this what happens
The comments of former national chairman
This what
of the
happens.
side opposite
This what
are
happens.
even more revealing.
People speak about things they
He
have no
states
knowledge of.
that elected and appointed officials in the F&M government openly complain amongst themselves at the highest party level about their leader.
This man got ears calling.
Yet they were prepared to impose that wretched state of affairs on the Bahamian people.
No, that's true. So I'm sorry.
Madam President,
I'm too high a plane.
the Davis Cooper administration campaigned on the message of abuse of the competent authority and the dire economic state brought about by the side opposite. The Bahamian people trusted him to right the ship of state and save the nation from the former prime minister in whom his parliamentary and cabinet colleagues had no confidence.
Madam President.
That's
See,
my opinion.
the member comes right back into saying,
My opinion.
President, please,
Cannot have an opinion in face of facts.
please. The member comes right, this is point of order, the member is misleading. The member does not know what went on in the cabinet. That's the first thing. Right? So how does the member say that the minister's cabinet, without any empirical data to support it, how could the member say that we had no confidence in it?
And you can't give an opinion on a matter like that.
That's an unfounded opinion, my brother. As a lawyer, you should know better than that, man.
I
Come
think,
on, man.
Senator Hanfield, in this instance, you are trying to tell him what his opinion
No,
should
I'm
be.
trying to tell him the truth.
You cannot have an opinion
I'm
on his
trying to tell him
opinion.
the truth. He's implying
Well, thank
that
you.
we had no confidence in the Prime Minister.
Thank
and I'm
you.
telling that is not the case.
Thank you for that interruption. We appreciate that is appreciated, and I just hope that the senator is enlightened by that. Can you please proceed, Senator Big Star?
Goodbye. Madam President, Madam President, the Davis Cooper administration outlined a blueprint in its blueprint for change, and the Bahamian people trusted him to ready on day one. The words of distinguished Prime Minister and leader of the side opposite have now come to fruition when he said, "I am ashamed." Madam President, the new leader of Her Majesty's official opposition is already plagiarizing the failed policies of the competent authority. The nation is moving.
Sorry, he's saying that the leader of the opposition is plagiarizing?
One second. Okay, have a seat. Could you repeat what you just said for the senator, please?
If you want me to use a different word.
No, she didn't hear what you said. She would like for you to repeat what you said. Right.
Okay.
That's what she would like
Oh,
to do.
I'm referring to the leader of Her Majesty's official opposition.
Exactly what did you say, please? Can you repeat that sentence?
The leader of Her Majesty's official opposition is already plagiarizing the failed policies, and it's a play on words if you don't understand it. Failed policies.
You gotta stop.
You didn't even
This
understand-
nursery rhyme.
let me
Okay,
finish what I was saying.
Yeah, because the leader
No, but
just
that
stopped.
word cannot be used, Madam
Sorry,
President.
yesterday, Madam President, you interrupted Senator Seymour for
Asking you to just let him finish off this sentence.
No. The reason
No,
why
because
that
the word
the word itself is
plagiarizing-
criminal,
Right.
And it sets the tone for everything else.
It doesn't matter what the
Plagiarism,
rest
even
is.
in academia, is the word is useful and trigger disbarment. We had a whole president of UB had to come down because of the word plagiarism.
I don't
It is-
understand where he is going with that. Just give him a few, let him finish off the sentence, and then I'll address it, okay? I promise. Go ahead, Senator.
No, you can't call somebody a liar.
Can you repeat what you said?
And that's what that's what
Madam President.
No, just
Madam President.
allow me to preside, please.
Madam
Go
President.
ahead. Let me understand the context, please. Go ahead,
Madam
Senator Big
President,
Star.
for the record, and for cohesiveness, I will strike that from the record so I can move on, because we really got to go.
Not. What are you striking? You're striking everything you said with.
Yeah, that word. Yeah.
Repeat what you said without using that word, please.
The new leader of the Her Majesty's official opposition was already doing some of the same failed policies as the competent, or carrying out some of the same failed policies of the competent authority.
How the leader of the opposition could be doing policies that
The nation, oh my gosh.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The nation is moving in the right direction, and the side opposite is fighting against new hospitals, housing, economic empowerment, social safety nets, crime reduction plans, and energy policies. We are on the world stage as respected participants. Our task is to modernize the nation and provide opportunities for all Bahamians. The side opposite's propaganda will not overshadow our progress. I suggest the side opposite study the revelations in the articles tabled. The Bahamian people have not forgotten, and we on this side will ensure they remember. In stark contrast, Madam President, under the Davis Cooper-led government, we witnessed a remarkable turnaround. Our hotels, once empty, are now bustling with record numbers of visitors. Our security forces, once understaffed, have welcomed hundreds of new police and defense force officers, enhancing public safety through added saturation patrols. The minimum wage was increased, affordable housing projects were launched, and over 100 free breakfast programs were provided to primary school children. Furthermore, many labor agreements were concluded, an impressive contrast to the zero agreements in the 4 years preceding this government. The establishment of a new National Youth Guard and our successful removal from the international blacklist underscores the government's commitment to progress and regional partnership. Madam President, while recovery is a significant milestone, it is merely a stepping stone in our broader vision. Building an economy that includes and empowers more Bahamians. Despite the compounded challenges from Hurricane Dorian, the COVID-19 pandemic, and a global inflation crisis, resulting in over $7 billion in economic damage over a decade, we remain steadfast in our ambitions. As Prime Minister Davis emphasized, we must not scale back on our goals despite the difficulties we face. Our approach involves tackling long-standing problems with innovation, Madam President. The government is committed to changing the status quo to improve lives. In Grand Bahama, this means holding the Port Authority accountable for its lack of partnership in growth and development over the past 20 years. Additionally, the government is focusing on comprehensive energy reform, the eradication of shanty towns, health care improvements, including mental health services, and shifting investment from Nassau to the Family Islands. We are also enhancing public safety through tough new anti-gang bail laws, reforming work permit processes, and striving, Madam President, for tax fairness. Reflecting on our journey, Madam President, the Prime Minister Davis reminds us of our substantial progress in 3 years and clear and determined path forward for Bahamians. Through unity and innovation, Madam President, we will continue to build a stronger and more inclusive Bahamas. Madam President, we are indeed challenging the status quo and saving lives in the energy sector, Madam President. We are also challenging the status quo in healthcare. We are challenging the status quo in Grand Bahama, like I mentioned. Madam President, we are challenging the status quo. Madam President, we are challenging the status quo when it comes to work permits. We are challenging the status quo with a new National Youth Guard, Madam President. We are challenging the status quo when it comes to tax fairness. Madam President, we are challenging the status quo on unregulated communities. We are challenging the status quo, which has allowed gangs to flourish. We are challenging the status quo in our justice system, finally redeveloping downtown, Madam President. Madam President, we are challenging the status quo in our schools. Madam President, in less than 3 years, we have laid a solid foundation for sustained growth and development. Our achievements demonstrate our capability to navigate and overcome significant challenges. As we continue our journey, we are dedicated to further strengthening our economy and improving the lives of all Bahamians through unity, innovative solutions, and a steadfast commitment to our vision. We will build a brighter future and a more prosperous future for our nation. Madam President, I support this budget.
Thank you, Senator Honorable Darren Pickstock, for your contribution.
And I cut that short.
That's right, you got the important stuff out.
I significantly reduced that.
You got the important stuff out.
As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michael Halkitis.
That was good.
Thank you very much, Madam President. As we move into the home stretch, I want to thank all senators for their contributions, which were in various ways informative, thought-provoking, and passionate. And I think, Madam President, if I were to group all of the contributions, and they would come down to a question of priorities, where the questions raised by the opposite sides were matters of priority, and where the differences arose would be where they thought we should apply more focus, and of course where we believe that we need to apply focus and are indeed able to address current issues while putting in place ambitious plans for the future. There were some questions that arose, Madam President, that we undertake to pursue, particularly the issues raised by the Honorable Senator Henfield on the ongoing saga of the pensions and the gratuities for the retirees of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force and the Royal Bahamas Police Force. I know that there was some movement and some discussions ongoing, but I think it would be just only right to move those towards a completion so that those gentlemen who have served would be able to get what is right, what they rightfully deserve, and so we undertake to move those discussions to conclusion. We also, the point about more cohesive working relationship between local government and central government so that we can progress more in terms of particularly the areas of construction that was mentioned by Senator Henfield. If we indeed have all of those approvals, being able to move them so we can get them into actual work being done and individuals employed and all of the benefits that accrue therefrom. There were several questions, Madam President, that were raised during the various contributions about allocations and the amounts of that were spent, either under allocation or over allocation, and we will have an opportunity to address all of those as we move into to the committee stage. Senator Seymour, in her contribution, had some observations about spending within social services and as well consumer protection. And we will have an opportunity to fully ventilate all of those questions and provide answers, Madam President. And so we will have an opportunity into the committee stage to have, into the committee stage, Madam President, to have some further light shed on the actual appropriations. And so I would just now, at this point, Madam President, provide that brief wrap-up and move into the second reading, and just to officially move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing 1st July 2024 and ending 30th of June 2025.
It has been moved and seconded. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas revenue account for the financial year commencing the 1st of July 2024 and ending the 30th of June 2025. As many as in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing 1st of July 2024 and ending the 30th of June 2025.
For the second reading of bills,
Yes, Madam President. I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act for the appropriation of the sum of $344,524,525 for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for capital development for the financial year ending 30th of June 2025.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act for the appropriation of the sum of $344,524,525 for and towards defraying the expense of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for capital development for the financial year ending 30th of June 2025. As many as in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of the sum of $344,524,525 for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of Bahamas for capital development for the financial year ending the 30th of June 2025.
For the second reading,
Yes, Madam President, I now move to the bills in the compendium. I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Business License Act.
Second.
it's been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Business License Act. As many as in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Business License Act.
For the second reading,
Yes, Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act.
For the second reading,
Yes, Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Public Finance Management Act.
Second. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Public Finance Management Act. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed. For the second reading? I'm sorry.
Bill for an act to amend the Public Finance Management Act.
For the second reading?
Yes, Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Customs Management Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Customs Management Act. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Customs Management Act.
For the second reading?
Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Value Added Tax Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Value Added Tax Act. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Value Added Tax Act.
For the second reading?
Yes, Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to provide for the imposition of stamp duty, to repeal the Stamp Act 1925, and for connected matters.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and table. An act to provide for the imposition of stamp duty to repeal the Stamp Act 1925 and for connected purposes. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend, a bill for an act to provide for the imposition of stamp duty to repeal the Stamp Act 1925 and for connected matters.
For the second reading?
Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Tariff Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Tariff Act. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Tariff Act.
For the second reading?
Yes, Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Excise Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Excise Act. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Excise Act.
For the second reading?
Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Tax Appeal Commission Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Tax Appeal Commission Act 2020. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Tax Appeal Commission Act 2020.
For the second reading of bills?
Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the International Persons Landholding Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the International Persons Land Holding Act. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the International Persons Land Holding Act.
For the second reading of bills?
Yes, Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Act. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Act.
For the second reading,
Yes, Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed. For the second reading.
No, Madam. A bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act.
For the second reading,
Yes, Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the National Insurance Act to provide for protection, recovery, and additional requirements of board members.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the National Insurance Act to provide for protection, recovery, and additional requirements of board members. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the National Insurance Act to provide for protection, recovery, and additional requirements of board members.
For the second reading of bills,
Yes, Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the National Insurance Chronic Diseases Prescription Drug Fund Act.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the National Insurance Chronic Disease Prescription Drug Fund Act. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the National Insurance Chronic Disease Prescription Drug Fund Act.
For the second reading of bills,
Yes, Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Commercial Recreational Watercraft Act, Chapter 278A.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Commercial Recreational Watercraft Act. As many as in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Commercial Recreational Watercraft Act, Chapter 278A.
For the second reading of bills,
Yes, Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Port Authorities Act.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Port Authorities Act. As many as in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Port Authorities Act.
For the second reading of bills,
Yes, Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Road Traffic Act, Chapter 220.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Road Traffic Act. As many as in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Road Traffic Act, Chapter 220.
For the second reading,
Yes, Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Industries Encouragement Act.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Industries Encouragement Act. As many as in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Industries Encouragement Act.
For the second reading of bills,
Yes, Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Agricultural Manufactories Act, Chapter 243.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Agricultural Manufactories Act, Chapter 243. As many as in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Agricultural Manufactories Act, Chapter 243.
For the second reading of bills,
Yes, Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing 1st July 2023 and ending 30th of June 2024. This is the supplementary appropriation revenue account expenses 2023-2024 bill.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and tabled. A bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing the 1st of July 2023 and ending the 3rd of June 2024. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and tabled.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing 1st of July 2023 and ending the 30th of June 2024.
For the second reading of bills,
Yes, Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act for the appropriation of further diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas during the fiscal year commencing 1st July 2023 and ending 30th of June. No, sorry. Sorry. It's the title, Madam President. Oh, this is the, yes.
This is
no, it's
capital.
No, this is capital, sorry.
yeah, capital.
So, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act for the appropriation of further diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Bahamas, of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas during the fiscal year commencing 1st of July 2023 and ending 30th of June 2024. This is a supplementary appropriation capital development 2023-2024 bill, 2024.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act for the appropriation of further diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas during the fiscal year commencing the 1st of July 2023 and ending the 3rd of June 2024. This is the Supplementary Appropriation Capital Development 2023-2024 bill. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of further diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas during the fiscal year commencing 1st of July 2023 and ending the 30th of June 2024.
For the second reading,
Yes, Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act. Madam President, we have agreed with the side opposite to put this through second reading of this bill. This bill allows arriving passengers into the Bahamas to complete the declaration, the arrival card, either electronically or manually. As you know, currently it's done manually. This allows for the completion of that incoming declaration either electronically or manually. So, Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act.
For the second reading,
Yes, Madam President, I move for this other bill is a bill for an act to incorporate the agreement granting legal status to the International Development Law Organization into the laws of the Bahamas and for connected purposes. And Madam President, this bill seeks to incorporate the agreement granting legal status to the International Development Law Organization into the laws of the Bahamas. And what it does is it provides certain diplomatic status and protections to employees of that organization. And so, Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to incorporate the agreement granting legal status to the International Development Law Organization into the laws of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and for connected purposes.
Second.
it has been
Second.
moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to incorporate the agreement granting legal status to the International Development Law Organization into the laws of the Commonwealth, into the laws of the Bahamas and for connected purposes. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to incorporate the agreement granting legal status to the International Development Law Organization into the laws of the Bahamas and for connected purposes.
Yeah.
For the second reading of bills,
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, we've had a discussion earlier today with the side opposite, and at this point, there's an amendment to the automatic exchange of financial account information bill that we would like to pass. It's time sensitive, and we are requesting the consent of the opposition to go back to first readings so that we might read this for the first time and then as well go to second reading and committal. It's non-controversial and some amendments to our automatic exchange, but we can discuss it further when we get to committee. But we're just requesting consent to revert quickly to the first readings so that we might introduce this bill.
okay, let me hear from Senator Henfield.
As normal with such bills, we concur.
Thank you, Senator Henfield, for your concurrence.
Thank you, Senator Hanfield. And so we revert to
First
reading.
First reading of bills.
Madam President, I beg leave to introduce and have read for the first time the bill for an act to amend the Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information Act.
Is there
Second.
a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a first time and tabled. A bill for an act to amend the Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information Act. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a first time and tabled.
A bill for an act to amend the Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information Act.
Is that the only one for the first reading? Okay. For the second reading,
Yes, Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information Act.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information Act. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
He's always part of the staff. No matter who's in power.
No, doesn't matter. Yeah, doesn't matter.
Party in power.
No, he never did. He never did prime minister. Never done prime minister. Always everything support. You gotta respect that.
For its second reading?
No further second readings at this time, Madam President.
Okay. Committee of the Whole.
Yes, Madam President, I move that the Senate do now resolve itself into Committee of the Whole with Senator Darren Pickstock in the chair.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following. It has been moved and seconded that the Senate do now resolve itself into Committee of the Whole with the Vice President and Chair of the Committee as a whole. As many as in favor say aye. Those opposed? The motion is carried.
Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing 1st July 2024 and ending 30th of June 2025, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. The motion is agreed.
You, Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to the schedule of the bill, I move that heads 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the bill be agreed. Schedule 1. I beg your pardon. It has been moved and seconded that heads 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the schedule be agreed. As many as are in favor. As many. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michaela Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As it relates to Head 1, I have a couple of questions. The first, as it relates to item 211102, salary contract workers. I see that the estimate is almost double the previous approved estimate, but you didn't actually use all of the previous approved estimate. So what is Are there some additional contractual workers expected?
Yes. Just that one? You want to do one or one at a time?
Yeah, and then I'll go back, because the
Okay.
other two could be
Yes,
grouped.
as you know, the
And metals, how you know?
the number reflects that's provision for all the persons currently in post and new staff hired during the 2023-2024. As you know, the repairs to Government House are near completion, and so we have more staff coming on. I think there was some point when there was some time when the Government House was closed and inaccessible. Now it's back open, and we have an increase in the number of staff. So that's the provision
Okay.
for the staff complement, 177,000 on the contractual workers. Yes.
Thank you. Now, further down the page, two heads, ceremonial, or two items, ceremonial events and medals. That's 2241207 and 2241231. It seems that previously ceremonial events and medals were not part of the budget for the Governor General. Is that moved from someplace, or is that additional?
Yes, thank you, Senator. Previously, those items, the ceremonial events and as well the medals were under the Cabinet Office, head number 6.
And under fees, still under head 1, fees and other charges, the estimate for the upcoming financial year is 58,000, when previously it was 28. What explains for the expected increase in fees and other charges?
Yes, as I said, the Government House is now back occupied, and so that amount represents provision for small maintenance services during the budget year, cleaning, etc., small services.
3, yeah,
I
go
got it.
ahead.
Mr. Chairman, heads 2, 3, and 4.
As many,
2, 3, and 4.
the chair recognizes
Seems-
Senator the Honorable Darren
You have a
Hanfield.
long day, you can do that all day, that's right. It seems to me that there's along these heads for the House of Assembly, the Senate, there seems to be an amalgamation of something of sorts. There's 0,
Yes.
0, 0, and I think that's we're making this Parliament independent. And so where we put the money for this? How much money are you giving David Forbes and them?
Yes, as there is a
Cabinet Office. Cabinet Office.
That's where it is?
Cabinet Office.
Okay.
there is a
Don't trust me, right?
just point you to it. I'll point you to the exact.
Can you just tell me how much money to give David that, Michael?
It's about
Yeah,
the same.
the
How much? They just started it all.
yeah the amounts, as you know, we have a new Parliamentary Services Commission, and so the funds for the administration of the Senate and the Parliament House of Assembly have been moved to the Cabinet Office, and so when we get to head number 6, you'll see the allocation.
All right, Minister, let me just make this comment. That has been a problem historically for the Parliament. The reason why we wanted and agreed that Parliament be independent as a separate arm of the government is so that they run their own money like any other ministry. So if we can put their money in the Cabinet, then they come. Then I don't know. That's your job. Then they fall under the Cabinet Secretary in order to get things done. And in the past, I can tell you, even though as hard as the Cabinet Secretary works, that has been challenging for this part of our government. I just want to make that observation to you.
Thank you.
That's just how it works. When they need something, they go to the cabinet and they get it. But they should have control of their own monies.
They do.
Go ahead in the cabinet. You should have created a head for them or something.
Stick it in the budget.
No, let's start Robert now, man. Let's move. Let's move, man. We got a
The
long
point is taken.
Thank you.
Point is
That's
taken,
why
and
I
I
like
believe
dealing
that
with
is
those
that
here.
is a
Administrative.
that is
That's why I
a
like dealing with him.
transitory matter, I think.
All right.
until we get
This is job, you still that.
all the organizations. So,
I go see if you could draft
Mr. Chairman, if there are no further questions, I move that heads 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the schedule be agreed.
Making arguments about bills that don't get passed.
It has been moved and seconded that heads 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the schedule be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion is agreed. Heads 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the schedule is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that head 5 of the schedule be agreed.
Mr. Chairman, head 5. It is a general observation that the special employments project, right? Tell me why this has increased so much. Yeah, that's for head 5, right? It's head 5 on 50. If you look at head 211, 204, special employment projects, what is that about? It seems to be a little increase.
Yes, it was, there's a slight increase. It was budgeted $15 million this year, 2023, 2024. Yeah, there's a slight decrease of about $700,000 for this upcoming year. That is the project known as the PSPEP. It's also known in previous previous incarnation. That was the word I'm looking for, as the 52-week program. And so that is a special. We have done away with the name 52-week program because we look at this program as a program to assist individuals in employment, but as well in training, so that we can better prepare them for their careers. The progression of the item is it was just under 13 million in 22-23, and then it looks like we will come in to about that this year, and we've adjusted it down just slightly from 2020 for this year, for this upcoming year, and we believe that that allocation will be sufficient to, continue with those in the program, and as well any additional people that we identify.
Okay, Minister, stay right there for me, please, and go to line item 222. It's like 3 2s. 2221102 rents. So we've gone to 60 million now, from 43 million that we spent. That's a lot of money.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, rent. That is a lot of money, and it's gone from, like you said, 43 million that we budgeted last year to we're budgeting 60 million this year. Unfortunately, there's a couple of things happening here. Some of the accommodations that house government employees are in a state that you do not want to have your workers in, so we've had to identify new premises. There's also the issue of rent inflation, so the cost of rent has gone up. And there have been cases where we have identified new premises for departments that might have been together, and now we've given them their own premises. An example is Consumer Affairs. They're in their own premises. They previously shared some premises with Labor. We have the courts on Burnett Road that deal with the juvenile and the social aspect, and some other government agencies. So it is an issue that we're watching because we would much prefer that we don't have that escalation and we have more of government owning its buildings so we can control that expenditure. But that is a situation where the condition of some of the buildings and the health and safety of the workers made it urgent for us to move. Yeah. Yeah.
As many?
Following from that question, Is that why there suddenly appears to be a housing allowance of 12,000? 2112103.
The, as for the public service,
Previously, if you,
previously,
there was no housing allowance, and then this year, there's an estimate for a housing allowance.
yeah, I think that is to put the line there for individuals that might be due to. Previously, it might not have been
Yes.
allocated for, but I think it might be, looking at it, it is possibly for one particular or individual. So let me just, we have the officials here. I think that might be connected to a particular individual because it's not a lot, it's just one item of 12,000. So let me just get like I said, it looks like that's the provision for one person. I'll get the information for you before we
They
leave.
didn't want to move into one of your houses?
No.
Okay.
I got a clarification on that. So this is for housing for persons in the public service who are not domiciled on the islands in which they're going to work. And so you provide a housing allowance for them to go and fill a position in the Family Islands.
The consultancy services, 2251115. For the previous 9 months, you spent about 600, just over 600,000. The budget was 2 million, and now you've decreased the budget to 1.5. Is there something particular in mind?
Well, that has to do with the digitization of the public service and the digitization exercise that has gone on. That would have started mid-year last year, and so although they would have budgeted the annual amount of the contract for 2 million because of the nature of the public service, it started mid-year, so that's why it used up that amount, and so this is the forecasted amount for the digitization this year.
So when we add the 600,000 and the 1.5, that means that it's going to come in over budget at 2.1?
These are annual budgets, and this is a multi-year contract to digitization. If you would appreciate that the number of files that exist in the Ministry of the Public Service could probably fill this entire building. And so clearly it's more than a single year digitization exercise. Likely to go on for many years.
Just above that head, Mr. Chairman, we look at security services contract where we spent 67,000, and now we're looking at almost 400,000
Yes.
estimated to be spent. Can you explain why? Just above consultancy services. You could take that if you want.
And that's fine. I mean, you know, as you would
Take things.
as you would have noted, yeah, I mean, I could take things, you know. As you would have noted, the rent allocation has gone up. There are new leases being entered into. There are crossover leases and some new facilities, and therefore, naturally, you have to provide security. So this is for increased security of government buildings, including the post office, places like the Edwin Bastian building.
Post office, listen, the post office got their own security. And when you get there, you'll see that. Post office got their own security. When you get to that head, you'll see it. I see them myself when I go to the post office in Carmichael Valley. Yeah. So that answer, that doesn't fly.
That's fine. You can disagree
That doesn't fly.
That's the answer.
I'll show you where the post office has their own security.
But that's the answer.
Anyway, this is a lot of money.
You take it or leave it.
Minister, you could take a stab at this place. This is a lot of money for security services.
But across the board, all of the security services.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
same across the board, all
Yeah,
security
no.
services line items went up, and that's something you have to take note of, I mean, when you look at the budget.
Yeah. Well, this is for various government agencies, including the AG listed, 2 of them, Post Office and the Edward Bastian Building and others. I'll seek to get a list from the officials for the others because it's not just those 2, it's various buildings. And the question raised by Senator Ellis, it is the housing allowance for the permanent secretary, that $12,000. That's for the permanent secretary.
Two simple questions. Under pensions and gratuities, I don't take much issue with the figure because that's an ebb and flow kind of situation, life and death, retirement cycle. But I would like to ask another question. Do you have any information on how many of the persons who are already on pension that fit as former workers in the public service who have been again reassigned or re-engaged in the public service for whatever reason? Do you have any information on that?
We can get that information. We don't have it here. I'm thinking you mean persons who were engaged in the public service and have since been re-engaged
Yes, since retirement.
since retirement. We can get that information. We don't have that list here, but that is something we can undertake to get.
And public service. Another quick point of information again on the insurance premiums for the public service, because we would have known. It's at the end of the page on the insurance premium, the last item in heads. We would have known that many times in different cycles we would have heard complaints about government and the risk of lapses of insurance premiums or threat to insurance premiums. And I see the payment here. Are we to assume with that apart from whatever payment is due this cycle and including whatever payment is going to be done this month, that the insurances for the public service are in good stead?
Yes, the insurance for the public service is in good, or the insurances are in good stead. We have, there's a system we run where we run balances, and we have agreement with the provider where we make scheduled payments,
Yes.
and we are in constant communication. So I can say that the insurances are in good stead.
Keeping the balance.
Yes.
How many heads are we doing?
Is there any?
5.
We're on head 5. Is there any more intervention? It has been moved and seconded that head 5 of the schedule be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. Clause 5 is agreed. The motion is agreed. Clause 5 of the head of the schedule is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that head 6 of the schedule be agreed.
Second.
Cabinet Office.
It has been moved and seconded that head 6 of the schedule be agreed. As many, Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Maxine Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Head 6 of the schedule, there are 2 lines. There, housing allowance and responsibility allowance. One is 2112103, and the other is 2112115. They've both more than doubled. Housing allowance and responsibility allowance under the Cabinet Office. One has gone from $14,092 to $38,092. The other's gone from $46,000 to $98,000. What's happening there?
Yes. We recently completed a review of the benefits to permanent secretaries and senior officers, and so that included a review of the allowance and benefits due to those senior officers, particularly permanent secretaries, and so the housing allowance, rent, housing, household, etc., and housing allowance, that increase was due to housing allowance for permanent secretaries assigned to the Cabinet Office, and responsibility allowances to adequately fund responsibility allowance payment to eligible senior officers. And as I said, there was a review this recently completed about the benefits and allowances due to particularly permanent secretaries.
Thank you. Under that same head, line 2241205. 2241205. Food, ice, and drinking water from $7,087 to $62,800. Is the health minister good with that? Are we eating more? What's happening? What's happening there? That's a lot more. Food, drink, and ice. A lot more. What y'all be having? Sushi?
The drink is not very nice.
I think
No, Don Perignon.
this amount. No. No,
But it's secret.
this amount covers the cabinet office, operations of the cabinet office, inclusive
Gotta smoke it.
of meetings, et cetera.
Senators.
I think the
Calm
the,
down.
problem has been in the past.
Nothing wrong with him.
The problem has been in the past where there were challenges providing things like drinking water, et cetera, for the cabinet offices, and as well, this covers the various meetings of the cabinet, including cabinet meetings, courtesy calls, other meetings. No, I think the amount is reasonable and it's adequate. It's that the previous amount was inadequate.
I think our cabinet has to give us a food.
It has been moved.
Yeah.
It has been moved and seconded that head 6 of the schedule as many. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michaela Barnett Ellis.
Thank you. 2241222 official funeral. Previously, is this something moved from someplace else?
No.
The suddenly 700,000 for official, are y'all anticipating a lot of debt?
No, yes, no, that number, no, that is correct. As a matter of fact, we have had quite a number. I think there's one tomorrow. There's one, I think, last week, and one the week before that.
Yeah.
And so this is to make provision for, going forward. A lot of the nation builders, I hate to put it that way, but are
So was this not
elderly.
provided for before? So this is a new.
No. Yes.
So previously, how were they paid for?
I think previously they just took it from an allocation from the cabinet office. They just perhaps took it from general, and I think of recent years, you'd see that there's a widening of the scope or the range, or an acknowledgement that many Bahamians, other than politicians, have, deserve the recognition of an official funeral. So you've seen it with clergymen and some other nation builders. And so I think this is just recognition that our recent experience has been that the previous amounts allocated had you looking other places to try and get some money to do it.
Okay. The Santac maintenance contract, 2251336. You only paid $796 for the year. You'd only allocated $550, but now you're estimating $3,500.
Yes, that's the. I think that's the
Sanitation.
restrooms. Yes,
Yeah.
sanitation.
But why is it such a large?
I think it was.
or
If
were
you
you
look
not
back,
cleaning the
if you look
bathroom?
back 2 years, it was actually 2,300, and so I think it might just be some sort. It's a small amount of reallocation, and then brought back under the cabinet office. And also back to your question about the food.
So it was someplace else.
Yeah, but the food, yes, sorry, not yeah. The food contract was previously under the Ministry of Finance, and so that's why you see the rise to the 62,000. And as I said, there were cases where the cabinet might have a meeting or they might need supplies, and then there's a hassle of going to finance to get it, so we just put it directly.
BYOB. I understand.
Okay, Minister, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, Max, you wanna? The Parliamentary Service Commission went from no allocation to almost 5 million. Can you explain why?
Yes, that is the. Yeah, that is the Senate and the House of Assembly allocations. Yeah. Yeah, that's where it is. So.
Just for the record.
Yes.
The clerk don't think that's enough money. So we want them to be. We don't think that's enough money for them.
Right.
We don't think that's enough money for them.
Point
Yeah.
taken, and well, we know the clerk is a South Andrews man, and so he knows how to make make a dollar into in the 15th, whatever it is. He knows how to make much
it
of
work.
little. But we assure him, Mr. Henfield, that this is he will not be left wanting. Very well put. That this is a beginning. And we look forward to the full independence as envisaged for the Parliamentary Service Commission and fully resourced.
Point of order, they can change that juice out there.
Mr. Chair, right below Sanitac maintenance, Minister, the operation of facilities or other services, 2251337 is doubled.
Yes, that provision, that particular provision, you said 2251337, operation of other facilities or other service charges? Yeah, that is grounds and landscaping contracts for the various former residences of former governors general. Yeah. And we have several. Yeah, it was there.
That line item exists.
There's another one.
Flowers have gone up.
It has been moved and seconded that head 6 of the schedule be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that head 7, 8, 9, and 10 of the schedule be agreed. That's Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs, Office of the Judiciary, the Court of Appeal, and the Registrar General's Department.
Second.
7, 8, 9, and 10.
It has been moved and seconded that heads 7, 8, 9, and 10 of the schedule be agreed. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michaela Barnett Ellis.
I have two questions with relation to head 7. I noticed that maintenance and support has gone up to 1 million, and I was wondering whether there was a particular project envisioned.
Which line is that again?
225130.
Yes, that you would have noted that I spoke in my contribution about the launch and the development of the online civil registry program. This is specifically for the purposes of the development costs of the online civil registry platform, as well as the internal case management system within the Office of the Attorney General. You would have noted last budget communication, I spoke about the launch of integrating a case management system inside the Office of the Attorney General for our attorneys and our DPP and the public defenders, where they could have electronic case management to make it more efficient in their matters. And that is part of the development cost of the rollout of the case management system.
Item 2531001, subsidies. 2531001.
Bottom of the page.
Yeah, his page is different than ours.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Subsidies, 2.4.
That subsidy line item is always for the Eugene DePuch Law School.
So
we pay their subsidy to the Council for Legal Education every year, and that's calculated based upon number of students and the programs in which they participate in. And so this is part of the government subsidy for both the Council Legal Education fees for the school, as well as a tuition for Bahamian students.
that's it for me. sorry, just to,
Stop causing problem, man. We moving good.
I noticed for Office of the Judiciary and the Court of Appeal, there's nothing budgeted for them for the upcoming year and future years. And is that with relation to Court Services Council?
Yeah, if you would go back to head 7, line item 2821431, you would see the total amount of $19,257,000 as an amalgamation of heads 8 and 9 for the purposes of the Court Services Council.
That's money.
Mr. AG, on the under special financial transaction, others 229. Yeah, 2291017, which is establishment of land registry, and I see $300,000. Now, in light and compounding that with the increase of contract workers in the Department of Lands and Survey, I presume that's also to contribute to that work. And it's a straightforward one, because in light of not only the importance but the voluminous task of creating this registry, I was wondering about the $300,000. Is that representing stages? Because that in itself cannot be what it would take to pull this thing together, in my mind's view. You want to elucidate us a bit?
So that $300,000 is for the purpose of the development cost for the online registry portal. There is also in the Ministry of Finance capital costs associated with this as well for the capital expenditure to set up the registry, which would include items, computers, and the necessary furniture and everything else to set the registry up. That's in the Ministry of Finance's capital budget. This is for the development costs associated with that. We're hoping that for the most part, we would be able to populate the registry with those existing persons in the civil service. To the extent they can't be, that line item will come out of the Ministry of Finance. What do you call that line item for new hires? The Global Provisioning Fund in the Ministry of Finance. And so between all of the related expenditures, those are three different heads. When we get to the land adjudication panels and having to hire or give a stipend for those who are serving on the panels, we hope that the Bar Association will be gracious enough to encourage their members to do this as a part of the national interest. But we know sometimes that's not the case. Those would be reflected in the consultancy line item of head 7 as well. So it's spread out between about 4 different line items.
Just within that context, but not to go back into the previous heads, but in lands and surveys also, I noticed in the contractual workers, it is safe to assume that we're having some success with the surveyors that we need, et cetera, as part of the hire, apart from the other type of service skills related to.
So land registry is different from lands and surveys, but to the extent, but to your point, we have on staff, I think 6 new surveyors that we've had to bring in from other countries. Considering how hard it was and the number of surveys we had in there to begin with. And we have an ongoing recruiting effort to have more surveyors. We don't have enough surveyors to bring the efficiencies we need into lands and surveys to deal with some of the issues of land and the use of land in the country. So it's a continual rolling recruitment exercise. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, line item 287 still. 2821631, legal orders. Are those judgment that you have to settle?
Judgment, settlements, claims that we have to pay, yeah.
So in 23 you spend 19 million.
Yeah.
You still won't tell us where you spent it.
Yeah.
You're still holding on to that. And now you estimate you can spend 4 million.
No, we don't estimate we're going to spend $4 million. $4 million is the amount Ministry of Finance gave us as the line item. We fully anticipate that we will spend a lot more than $4 million on legal orders. One thing about the Ministry of Finance is they have been very cooperative in being able to assist with legal orders that do not fall within the $4 million through their line items with respect to cabinet-approved judgments and settlements. So you can fully expect that number to be much higher.
Yeah, this is a little bit personal and dear to me on that same line item which I had highlighted, and I agree and understand with what you just said perfectly well. So this one is a little bit tad more personal, especially in light of us not having knowledge of how the judgments are prioritized. But we do know, as I would have stated over and repeatedly, that there are some people who this has become a generational issue. Are you in a position to at least say that you will be making, the government will be making a stronger effort? The stronger effort. Because I try to get something for the people who really get hard. I got to be nice. I don't want. There are just too many families who parents have died and the government owed them so much monies. There have been so many people who have gone through the judgments and their jobs and have won their cases, and it's been years and decades. And I keep saying it. It's a crime against their own people for the government, their own people. It's financial genocide. Are you able to satisfy my request, which is hoping that we will go to the bottom of the line and be able to address those persons who had those long outstanding judgments?
So we have to divide the judgments that you refer to in two categories. One are general civil claims against the government, and the other are property acquisition matters. So we deal with them in two different scenarios.
Yes.
We have effectively extinguished most of the civil judgments and claims that have been settled against the government that are in the Office of the Attorney General. That primarily is where you see that big $19 million figure that's in the budget when we tried to clean all that up, because we inherited about $18 million in historical judgments against the government that were unpaid, going back multiple administrations. On the property side, those that have had judgments against the government on property acquisitions, who went and were not getting paid and decided to sue, we have satisfied the vast majority of those judgments. Now, there's an entire other category of land acquisition matters where they have not sued, they have just made demand, right? Which is a different subset of that. And what we've done, because those lie in a number of different agencies. Those lie in OPM, they lie in OAG, they lie in Ministry of Works when there's road improvement projects, for example. Usually Ministry of Works coordinates those acquisitions. And they even lie in agencies such as BPL. And so we have appointed a multi-agency task force amongst all those different agencies to help collate and provide a proper inventory list of those who have had property acquisitions but have not sued. They've just made requests. And so we can take that laundry list then to Cabinet to be approved, and once we get a Cabinet conclusion on that, then we work with the Ministry of Finance to allocate the funds to be able to pay off those persons who have claims but have not sued the government. So that's the process we're in. The first two we have cleaned up pretty well. The last one's another major project for this fiscal year, which we're going to have that multi-agency committee and try to satisfy those acquisition matters that have made requests but have not sued the government. I know it's not perfect, but
No, it's not perfect, but it's satisfactory. You know, it's a yield not the temptation, but I got to ask this one, because when you said that, which I'm satisfied with, at least I'm seeing effort. All right, and I'm appreciating that. And, you know, I supported that 17 million for the very same reasons. So, in light of the disbursement of which you so clearly articulated, it would seem reasonable to assume that the individuals such as owing $10 million in judgment, who on the same end owe tens of millions of dollars in resolve, it would automatically seem that that may not have been addressed because that's such a large sum. But I have to still, in all of this, be grateful for those persons. I thought the court had already ruled on that extension because the AG didn't show up and do what he had supposed to do. But you're the AG, you know better than me. Yeah. But I still have to show gratitude because that was hurting a lot of people, man. You know, hurting a lot of our people. We can move on.
Yeah, but I just need to, for the record, clarify one. The one matter that you just referred to is still before the courts. There are countervailing claims in that matter, and it's still being worked out in the courts.
Thank you, AG.
That's why I asked. Every position I take.
It has been moved and seconded that heads 7, 8, 9, and 10 of the schedule be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that heads 11 and 12 of the schedule be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that heads 11 and 12 of the schedule be agreed.
I think, Mr. Chairman, is self-explanatory in head 11, global provision, new appointments. So we've set aside $1 million to hire people.
That is for the recruitment of new correctional officers.
I figured as much, but I just want to let the Bahamian people know that you're all hiring.
Yes.
So everybody can come.
Everybody.
Not just that crew.
Everybody
One
from
thing,
throughout
gotta
the
go get a
Bahamas.
letter from the FBA.
As long as you're qualified.
Everybody from throughout the Bahamas.
Thank you.
Yes.
In light of what was raised in our debate, and I'm referencing line item 2281-19-4, 2281-194, which is a license plate program. The information came out that the program was no longer conducted at the prison. Yet we see the $50,000 being allotted in that program, which I think would be probably funds that would be used to pay or compensate those persons. Could you explain that? Is it totally gone out to source, as was stated, or is there some residue, or is that back money paid, or is it scaled down where just a certain volume or class of plates is still in production?
Yeah, that number is for payment for inmates for the production of the license plates, and as you see, it's a number that's being repeated into the next 3 years, up to 2026, 2027. So we anticipate that that program of production of license plates at the Department of Corrections and the payment of the inmates will continue. As to the details of, I guess your question was the volume, how much of it is still going on at the prison? That's something we'll have to get from the ministry, the actual operation of it. But that number is provision to pay the inmates who are involved and are involved in the program.
Thank you. I just close on that point because what made it so significant, because in the contribution when I spoke to it and the delays and lack of license plates available on the road, it was stated that that was outsourced in that regard. But if we're doing it, the material of any component of it is outsourced, which I divided, because we know that's a serious problem and a national security issue as well. And so whatever you can provide afterward, you've always provided information when we ask afterward, would be of some relief. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes.
It has been moved and seconded that heads 11 and 12 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that head 13, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, of the schedule be agreed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we won't move. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be disrespectful. You want me to call you my name? No. Okay. Minister, we notice a steady decrease in the salary for permanent and pensionable, and an even more steady increase for contract workers in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You like to speak to that for me? Is this because we've opened so many missions and we have so many ambassadors? Huh?
No, I mean, you would note that in the past year and going forward, we have, we have the new mission in the UAE. We have converted the Jamaica from an honorary consul to a consul position. We anticipate converting Trinidad from an honorary consul to a full consul position, because we now have Bahamians in the diaspora all through the Caribbean as well. We are also, I mean, I don't know. But this is the answer to your question. If you got an issue with it, you can have your issue with it, right? We also have Los Angeles consulate office that we're setting up as well. So yes, the answer to the question is there are more consulate offices and embassies open throughout the world.
Let me just ask this other one, because I think this is very important to me. Personally, I got all my education in the public service and in the government. And so line item educational allowance for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I think it's moved to $1 million, right? It looked like we may have spent 350,000. We move it to 1 million, or we anticipate that we're going to have a lot of in-service awards, or.
So
Yeah, man. I all for that. I all for that. But you have to explain.
No, but education allowance is one for in-service awards, also for those who are foreign service officers, but also eligible dependents of foreign services officers are also entitled to educational allowances.
Yeah. That's true. That's true.
It has been moved and seconded that heads 13 of the schedule be agreed. As many,
I think the Attorney General, Mr. Chairman, answered this. Right? Rent of offices. We're going from 1 million, 1.7 million to 3.7 million. You know where it is. You ain't answering. You know where it is. Come to the top of page 70. I think that's the same answer.
Yeah, it's the same answer. It's the allocation for existing missions for new office spaces, but also we got new office spaces for the Washington consulate, as well as for the OAS representative in Washington, as well as the consulate in Los Angeles. So yeah.
So you extended the annex?
Yes, we extended the annex.
I tell you. God, spend money.
Deficit's down to 1% of GDP.
Live like a first world country on a third world budget.
Yeah, we're reducing our deficit.
it has been moved and seconded that heads 13 of the schedule be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say nay. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that heads 14, 16, and 17 of the schedule be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that heads 14, 16, and 17 be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that heads 18, 19, and 20 of the heads 18, 19, and 20 of the schedule be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that heads 18, 19, and 20 be agreed. Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Darren Henfield.
Mr. Chairman, as a Family Island man, I always look to see what we're doing in Family Islands and miscellaneous Family Island capital projects. 2261199. I always feel like local government should have more money. And if local government is given more money, it relieves the pressure from capital expenditure, because they right there, they could fix the roads, they could do the drains. And it seems we've allocated 750,000. We anticipated that in 26, 27 we can move them to $1 million, but I believe they could use $2 million now. So tell us how to fix it. What you can do to fix it.
So we're very lucky to now have local government as part of the Ministry of Works, because the Ministry of Works carries a significant capital budget, but also the Ministry of Works itself is led by a Family Islander who can certainly appreciate what you speak to, and you can feel comfortable that the Family Islands on capital works projects will not be wanting. I have full faith and confidence from the member for Central and South Eleuthera that he will be able to utilize his more substantial budget in the Ministry of Works to help supplement what's required from the Department of Local Government.
Similarly, Mr. Chair, I look at contribution to Family Island Regattas 2821268, which is 1.4. It looks like to me. These, of course, we appreciate that these are big events in the islands. And when I was in the Ministry of Finance, need to hear this. When I passed through the regatta in Long Island, the government had, and we used to have it too, these booths where dignitaries go and eat. I wish that you would stop that. They asked me to ask you to stop that because it prevents the sales of their stuff in these Family Island regattas when the government goes and set up a sort of concession stand for dignitaries. I understand the point, but they asked that we stop that, and so they can make more money locally in these regattas. Yeah, they want us to buy the food from them, not bring our food. I don't think you understand what they said. You think if a government concession stand set up, people ain't going to agree to food?
He's agreeing with you. He's just saying that.
Sometimes he's confused me because he said something today that he lied on me. you know I love you, Brother Russell. You know I love you, right? and so I wish the government, I wish Minister that you would reconsider this position for local Family Island regattas so that more money could remain in the community. Right? Thank you.
With relation to Head 17, we had briefly mentioned earlier Security Services Contract 2251111. Government printing is still there off of Bay Street.
17.
It's off of Bay Street by the. Oh, sorry. Old Trail Road. Okay. Does it have another location?
Government rent? No.
Because the budget for security has increased significantly, but there's no additional premises. I mean,
Everywhere you look in this budget, security increase.
Yeah.
right. So why is the security contract?
I think a part of it is,
Is it a crime problem?
No, we raised the minimum wage. The minimum wage was raised, and I believe the part of the explanation of the rise in the contracts is that the individuals are paid to be on the job, and as their wages go up, that amount would go up. So and I think too, quite likely, I know for example, we have to have 24-hour coverage.
Right.
So I can get some details to see if there was additional hours of coverage, but I know for sure one element of it is the when you have the minimum wage increasing and then you see the national insurance contribution increasing, that adds to the expenses of the securities firms.
So are you saying that the contract is increased because the cost of doing business has increased?
18, 19, 20.
It's
Still more coverage. It's the same building. It's the same premises.
the right. but
Cost of doing business has therefore increased.
in this case, in a good way, in that increasing the wages, the minimum wage, and I think that is the main factor in that, is that with the increase in the minimum wage, you have to pay security staff more. I'm certain that's what it is. I'll get any additional details from the finance staff who's here, but I'm confident that that represents the explanation as you renegotiate the contract.
He wanted more money.
Yes.
Contract renewals go up, they don't go down.
Friends and lovers.
Yeah. No.
All right,
No, madam. No.
Sorry,
no.
let me clarify.
No.
The premise that's the amount that the premises that's being secured has not changed.
No.
They're providing 24-hour
It's
coverage.
same 24
It's
hours
the
in
same
one day.
24 hours.
No.
But the contract has increased significantly. Y'all budgeted, you haven't even hit that yet, but y'all budgeted $160,000, and now you're budgeting an additional $80,000 at $240,000.
Yes.
What has changed?
Yes. We're doing additional hours now. We're having 24-hour coverage, I think previously it was not 24 hours. I'll get the exact numbers because I know in some cases it was up to 8 o'clock. Now we're going 24-hour service. And as well, as I said, we increased the
Cost of
minimum
doing
wage.
business has increased.
The national insurance contribution rate was adjusted to secure the viability of the system.
Cost
All the
of doing business
all the
has-
hardworking Bahamians and
cost of
retirees
doing
who over the
business
years
has
have contributed.
increased.
And so you're doing the right thing by making sure that those individuals who work those long hours are properly compensated.
Go ahead.
No, you finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Like I said, the interest, something I looked at in OPM that sort of sparked my thought, and I think I can address it across the board, because it fits in the category of any aspect of any one of these as relate to domestic travel and subsistence. And if you drop the subsistence and just focus on the domestic travel, it's interesting. And let's drop the OPM because they say they ain't involved with the matter with the $2.5 million with the plane name for the Prime Minister. But when you look at everything, when you look at domestic travel in and of itself, and you see everything, foreign affairs itself, local domestic travel is around 21,000, lands and surveys probably around under 20,000. Local government is 10, the Treasury is 6,000, public services is 30,000 for the Ministry of Public Service, and these are government officials who got to travel to the family island according to the budget. When you add up all of that for a plane that could have 17 seats, you got to make that logical. And especially in the context of a Bahamas Air who you're subsidizing $25 million to, where you can get your value for your money from, and help by providing that same source. It's sort of just looking at even the numbers in the budget across all the ministries in there, with a jet that only could provide 17 seats, and whatever is used, it's going to take about 2 hours. How does that explanation make any sense to get a, we bring in the wreck cars to fix it, we get a wreck plane, we can fix it, and then that ain't the cost of operation and everything else, but it's for government officials in these ministry. How does that make sense when every budget line item that speak to domestic travel, even for a place like foreign affairs, a place like foreign affairs, because the mission go around, a place like the public service is only going to be $30,000 a year for domestic travel. That ain't subsistence, because the plane ain't got nothing to do with per diem and housing. We're talking about traveling across the board.
Spends that within the first 3 months.
It's in your budget.
I was a,
But that doesn't mean it's enough to cover it.
It's not in your budget.
I'll just make.
And one plane with 17 seats can't do it. So when he's in Grand Bahama, what happened to the ones who got to go to Anagua?
He knows how this works.
Could you just
He's
help?
been a
Could you
minister
just help
before.
a humble Fox
He knows
Indian
how this
understand that?
He knows how this works.
Help me understand that.
Darren knows how this works.
Help me understand that.
Darren knows how this works.
Help me understand. Help the public understand that.
I think, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I think that was. I'll just make the point that when you're talking about those aircraft, when you're talking about aircraft, we're talking about an asset that has a lifespan, a useful life of 20 years.
Yep.
And so we're talking about an asset that has a useful life
Senators.
of 10, 20, 25 years. So we're not talking about trying to recoup the entire investment in 1 year. But we are confident that it's having assessed the situation, confiscated the asset, made the assessment, we think it's an investment. Bear in mind, this is not $2 million or $2.5 million. Yeah, we're looking at an asset that we'll have use of 20, 25 years into the future.
And I understand that and I get that. Still, even if it was the ideal silver bullet jumbo flying in the sky, 17-seater, it will not meet the standard of benefiting everybody. And then not only 21 years. If you add 21 years of maintenance, service, fuel, pilot, and everything else, then we know but true cost. You guys are the number persons. And then when we know as government, especially the value of government, the reason why we pay Bahamas Air to fly so much in the family island and pay the subsidies because we know it benefits the economy, and to help them by putting that airline there, even though we don't make money, is important. So if that's the case, why don't we keep benefiting from the ones that we put money into than providing something that could only cater to 17 people at any particular point in time, and still it doesn't justify the efficiency and the use of it explained. It would be safer and more acceptable for me just to simply say this is an office for the airplane for the Prime Minister, because I believe he deserved one. if you have guests and people you got to travel down with to the family islands, heads of government, whatever else, so on and so forth, I consider that acceptable. I consider it a reasonable expense. It could be I'll be him in F-01. But for the use as articulated for public service, it is not sufficient at all. And the cost isn't justified.
I think they misspoke when they said they didn't really mean that.
No, governments are perfect, so they don't ever misspeak.
Another press release, someone to tell you they didn't mean that. Something else
It has been moved and
If I may, Mr. Chairman, under head 20, yeah, I think we on 20, right? Okay. Yeah, just for the record, under head 20, lands and surveys also had a 30,000 plus increase for their security services. I in the wrong business, Ruben. I'm in the wrong business. I'll just make that observation. They also had a $30-some thousand increase in their contract. But what I really want to know, Minister, is about the survey campaign. Line item 2251144, survey campaign. We're estimating that it's going to cost us $250,000. Can you tell me what that is about? You see it?
So that has to specifically do with surveyors and chainmen in New Providence and the Family Islands to properly survey Crown land. As you may know, we haven't had a proper inventory and surveyed inventory of Crown land in this country for quite some time. And as part of the land reform project that we're doing, the land registry project that we're doing, we're going to likewise have to understand surveyed boundaries of Crown land, because Crown land ultimately likewise should be on a register, right? And so that is part of that entire exercise.
it has been moved and
Sorry, I had a general question, but sorry, I had a general question that I've noticed in the budget, and it's apparent in head 20, so I'd like to ask it here. I noticed under supplies and materials, cleaning and toilet supplies, in a number of the heads, the cost to date is zero.
which item?
Right. Even though there was even though there was a budget allocation for it.
I could deal with that. So colleagues would recall when we came to office, we mobilized the Central Purchasing Unit. And the Central Purchasing Unit was responsible for buying and acquiring day-to-day budgeted items. However, feedback from ministries and departments to the Ministry of Finance was that at times there is a need for emergency items. And so there's a small allocation in these heads to deal with emergency items. And you'll see that it's small allocation. But the bulk of the purchasing is still through the Central Purchasing Unit.
So when we see zero, does that mean that means they didn't tap their emergency fund?
Well, they didn't have an allocation.
No, they did.
For that year.
No, look at cleaning and toilet supplies. They had an allocation of 8,000, and they didn't use.
Well, then they didn't have an emergency. But I can tell you, the Office of the Attorney General uses all of it. We have plenty of emergencies.
It has been moved and seconded that heads 18, 19, and 20 of the schedule be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that heads 21, 22, 23, and 28 of the schedule be agreed.
20.
21, 22, 23, and 28.
Okay,
We'll
no
take
problem.
our time. It's for all the financial stuff.
No problem.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michaela Barnett Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As it relates to salary contract workers, item 211102, I think that's enough ones there. The estimate is 3.2 million, and last year the estimate was 2.6, and you actually only spent 1.9. Are there additional contract workers provided for?
Yes, there are additional contract workers provided for to properly resource the Ministry of Finance in areas like research and the economics department. We have had some attrition with individuals leaving to go to other government agencies, quasi-government agencies and the private sector. So this is to assist us in recruiting new personnel in the Ministry of Finance.
And right below that, for global appointments, there was global provision for new appointments, monthly employees. The budget estimate was 10.9 million, and the actual spend was 0.
No, they want 11 million.
Well, it's the same thing, but if you didn't spend it last year, what's that provision
It
for?
was in the Ministry of Public Service, and so we're now moving it to the Ministry of Finance.
But it was in the Ministry of Finance last year.
What did you say
2023,
last year?
2024, 10.951.
Oh, yeah, well, but, yeah, but it was actually executed through the Ministry of Public Service. So if we look at the Ministry of Public Service, you'll see
Same thing with salary adjustments.
that amount being expended.
I lost.
Salary review, 10 million,
We're making no
20
assumptions.
million. Huh?
We're not making assumptions.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
So with the salary adjustments, 20 million?
Yes.
Previously, there were no allocations. Well, it was allocated last year for 20 million. It wasn't spent.
Again, we will see at the end of the quarter, at the end of this year, when we do the final report, you will see the allocations, but that amount was for public officers, promotions, increments, and compensation, et cetera, across the entire public service, including reassessments and reclassifications.
So I need a little more clarification, Minister. When I look back at the Ministry of the Public Service, wages and salaries, the global provision, new appointments monthly, that provisional expenditure was 0. So according to that head,
Yeah,
it
sorry.
wasn't spent this
sorry,
financial year either.
Yeah, sorry, I corrected myself. What I meant was for the global provision, new appointments monthly, and for the provisional salary increases reassessments, the 10.9 and the 20 million, we will see those at the end of this quarter. So they have, my apologies, they have been expended through the Ministry of Finance, but we'll see the full amounts at the end of the fourth quarter.
Okay. With relation to the housing allowance in the Ministry of Finance, it is increased to 92,000 from 500,000. Are there from 50,000? Sorry. Are there additional employees, public servants being housed? What's going on?
What's happened is within the ministry and in some of our agencies, a couple of things. As I mentioned earlier, we had the reassessment of the benefits of the senior officers, and as well from time to time the Ministry of Finance will deploy individuals to the Family Islands. A part of our revenue thrust is to ensure that we have coverage in the Family Islands, and so that is for that purpose. Increases for existing senior people and anyone we deploy to the Family Islands.
Okay. Rent office. We rented a space for 85,000, and now we're making provision for 239. Are there additional spaces being rented?
What's the number, please? Sorry, I'm trying.
Sorry, 222-1102.
I'm sorry,
Rent office?
223
No,
223-1101.
no,
No.
222-1102.
I'm sorry.
Rent dash
Okay.
office.
Okay, yeah, that is for the office space for the IDB and energy restoration consultants. You know, we have this IDB facility to promote renewable energies. We have a working committee, and we have some consultants, and that is for, we're renting space in a building into the Balmoral building, which is in Sanford Drive, office space for those consultants.
Very expensive office space. Item 2231-202, street lighting.
Sorry, let me just say not strictly for the energy consultants. We also have individuals that are still working on the public financial management as well. So we have quite a bit of space there.
2231-202, street lighting.
They put it there.
But they
Since last year.
right, but they didn't spend it. So
And fix no street lights.
I wanted him to say that though.
Something wrong with the contract, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, this is a matter. We centralize it in the Ministry of Finance in order for it to get paid. I imagine what will happen is before the end of this budget year, payment will be made. So you see, we haven't paid the bill yet. What that says, but that is the amount that the government of Bahamas pays to BPL for street lighting. So what that means is, you see, back in 22-23, we spent 10 million. We haven't paid the bill as yet for this year. So all that means is when we presented the bill before the end of this budget year, hopefully, then we'll pay it.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Consultancy service.
Hopefully we'll pay. Hopefully they'll give us the bill.
I think it's the former, not the latter. 225-1115, consultancy services. You're budgeting an additional 7 million. Is that for anything in particular?
That is for, say the number again, 225.
1115, consultancy services.
Yes, that is. Yeah, this is provision for ongoing and new consultancy services. This includes for IT consulting and as well cybersecurity services. So it's a lot of IT consulting software, etc.
Right for.
And as you know, sorry, we recently established the Computer Incident Response Team,
I
the
did
CERT.
one before that, then get up.
The Computer Incident Response Team, which causes, again, increase in our cybersecurity operations, which will cause some of the increase.
So now going on to sort of cyber, 225-1143, support for digital currency implementation. So the allocation for it in the last budget year was 1 million, but you only spent 330,000. Are we still supporting digital currency?
Well, we certainly are supporting the digital currency. We are very, very proud, and we say it everywhere we go, that our central bank issued the first digital currency in the world. We all acknowledge. Yeah. And,
Is that the digital currency that the F&M administration launched?
The Central Bank of the Bahamas
Whilst the F&M was in government? Go ahead.
We also very proudly say, everywhere we go, we brag about the strength of our institutions, particularly the independence of our central bank. So that is for that. And yes, I think we all acknowledge that we would like to have more widespread acceptance. I was present at a recent a function at the central bank where they sort of relaunched their public relations and promotion program for the Sand Dollar. And so we look forward to, we all recognize that we need, being first was a tremendous achievement, but we need to have more widespread adoption, and we've allocated funds to assist them with that. I also wanted to say that, we've had, back to the issue of the consultancy services for the IT, we've had some well-documented and regrettable issues at DIR in terms of payment and application and renewal of business licenses.
Yes.
And we've also made provision to acquire some new IT systems to assist in solving that problem.
So just
Ease of doing business.
ease of, fingers crossed. But a question about this, so is this is the Ministry?
$100?
Yep, is
Yeah.
Ministry of Finance funding the marketing for Sand Dollar? Is that what that is?
I think it's we put some money there so that when we're called upon to assist the central bank, it's marketing, and as well, basically anything we can do to support the central bank in its effort, mostly marketing, and perhaps just assisting people in adopting the usage of it.
The line item right under that is
Related. Quick question related to that, Minister.
Sorry, yeah.
Are you able to tell us like what percentage of the government's payments to vendors
Dollar?
are made in Sand Dollars?
I can't say the exact number, but I can confess that it's probably a very small amount. It's something that we need to do more of in order to support them. And so, as we go forward into this, I'll seek to provide that information for you. But I know it's not as what it should be. It should be more.
the 225-11165 upskill program, lifelong learning. We've allocated $1 million. I was wondering if you could give us a little information about that program.
Yes, I think we mentioned this last year. This is a program for continuing education and training for public servants. So this is funding allocated for the continuation of training of mid-level and senior public officers through the University of the Bahamas, and the full implementation of the Public Service Scholars Program, where we want to provide scholarships to individuals who want to get into public service to go to the University of the Bahamas to study public administration. And as well, funding has been earmarked for a project aimed at enhancing the skill set of individuals within the public service workforce. So scholarship for people who want to get in, and as well continued training for existing public servants.
With relation to item 227-1017, Public Procurement Department, $500,000 was allocated, but only 82,000 was spent. Is the Public Procurement Department fully functioning? Why such
Yes,
a little?
we're very happy to say the Public Procurement Department is fully functioning. We have a acting chief procurement officer in the person of Mr. Carl Oliver, a long-standing public servant and Olympian, but a very, very dedicated public servant who has worked on this project from the inception. He has assisted, and his team has, he has assisted in assembling the team, also in assisting with the procurement of the online portal, the training across the public service. And so we expect, as I mentioned in my contribution, we've had several thousand opportunities posted on the Go Bonfire portal, over 4,000 awarded. We can now go and see the contracts that have been awarded and to whom they've been awarded. We continue to roll out the program. We're hopeful that during this upcoming year, we can see more of the major government enterprises come onto the portal. And so I can say that we are, if not 100% fully functional, we've also have the Public Procurement Committee, which has been appointed. And so, yes, we're very, very happy with the state of the public procurement portal.
Mr. Chairman, we want to congratulate you as well for.
Why are you stealing my thunder?
Are you standing up too?
Yes.
Well, go ahead, Ben.
Sorry. I wanted to apologize to Minister Halkitis for talking over him, but Senator Pickstock's son just got a bronze medal at nationals, and so I was congratulating him. He did. Yeah, yeah.
So can I now?
Can you do, sorry.
No, you do what you want, because I want this one specific I want to look at.
Oh, okay. My question is 229-3001, Ministry of Tourism Heads of Agreement.
Yes.
Why? Sorry, are they paying money to sign heads of agreement? What is that line item?
229-3001.
Yeah, Ministry of Tourism heads of agreement.
Yeah.
Or is that for the ceremonies, or what's that
No,
for?
what happens is that when the government, in the past, the government has negotiated heads of agreement with various investors and make certain commitments in terms of, for example, things like marketing support or some other concession that's granted to investors. And this is in an effort to make sure that we centralize the allocation so that we can pay them in a timely manner. So, for example, you would recall that when we had in place the rebate system for the cruise ships on the departure tax, we would run, before that came to an end under Minister Diagla, you know, sometimes we would have significant arrears because, so this is an effort to make sure that we concentrate those obligations in one place and satisfy them.
I understand. 272-11114, contribution arrears, BAIC, and I think that's Broadcasting Corporation?
Yes. Unfortunately, yeah, that, done?
Yeah.
Yes, unfortunately, those two corporations, I think it's Bahamas, Broadcasting Corporation Bahamas and BAIC, over the years had accrued some arrears in their national insurance contribution. So the government has undertaken to pay the arrears, and we're doing so. We have an agreement with the National Insurance Board where we are paying it off $1 million a quarter. And so we expect, so far we've paid $1 million, and the remaining balance we expect to be paid $1 million a quarter through the rest of this year.
The Fiscal Responsibility Council,
Yes.
2821261. I noticed for the previous 2 years that the allocation has been zero. Has that council been constituted? I know that's a statutory body.
We have, Cabinet has agreed to constitute the council, and so we'll be making a public announcement very shortly in short order as to the composition of the council.
Are you able to say when last the council was constituted?
Never. Never.
No, I think there was a council when Mr. Bowe was the chairman of the council, and I think he served in our term of office.
Can I just take you back to personal emoluments, Minister? There's a line item in here, 2111205. It's under personal emoluments.
Sorry, finance?
Yeah, finance, 21, head 21, sorry.
Okay.
It's under personal emoluments. It says,
Salary review?
no, it says employer pension contributions. Who's that for?
Yes.
NIB or?
No, that's for the government of the Bahamas. As you know, we are contemplating and we hope to bring a public pension bill to the Parliament. What we intend to do is migrate to a contributory pension for new entrants into the public service. And that would represent, we've made an allocation because what would happen is new entrants would begin to make a contribution and government would make a matching contribution. That represents the government's contribution for any time during this fiscal year if we are able to get the law enacted.
I think it's a wonderful idea. I know we can't continue on the path that we are going, right? But how does this work for people who have their legitimate expectation
Oh, yeah.
that they have gone so far in the public
Yeah.
service or, you
Good
know?
question. Yeah, we've done that. I know there's a principle, and I'm not an attorney, but there's a principle called vesting. And so we understand that. And so our proposal is that new entrants and perhaps
Okay, excellent. Okay, I understand.
almost exclusively new entrants and perhaps a fixed term, short period of time being in the service would make some level of contribution. But those who have been in the service and, as you say, have that vested interest, that can't be taken away from them. And we expect this to be able to help to solve the problem of those certain workers who have one foot in and one foot out, so to speak, in terms of they may work for a local government or we've heard about school boards, etc., who might work for years for those departments, so to speak. They think they work for government, but at the end,
Local government,
they retire without
thing.
anything. And so
Yeah.
this, we anticipate that we'll be able to solve some of that problem with this pension reform.
I wish you all the best with that.
Thank you.
Same under head 21, CLECO obligations.
Yes.
I have to ask this question because my mother-in-law, she cooks good stew fish for me when I go to Sandy Point, and she wants her monies, and I see we budgeted zero.
Yeah, that's because we have, as the PM said in the House, we have certain information that there's a possibility, or there is a settlement that was agreed to in Trinidad, and so we believe that we will be able to get some funds from this settlement and be able to settle anything remaining for individuals who are remaining, and hopefully there's some money left over that can, go to the government to make up for some of the money that the government has expended in the past. So what we intend to do, this is an issue that has been going on for I think about 20 years.
Yes.
And so it's our intention to sort of, within this year, have the issue resolved, have those remaining individuals who are owed monies satisfied, and hopefully we can realize something from the judgment, and the government can be able to recoup something from those funds.
Okay. Yes, thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Maxine Seymour.
Thank you. 2821402. Would you be able to contextualize for us the provisions for resolve interest payment Bank of the Bahamas bond? I see that nothing was spent in the first 3 quarters, and of course, the approved estimates have stayed the same as at $4 million. So I just wanted to know if you could contextualize it for us a little bit. 1.5 million was spent in 2022, 2023.
Yes, as you would recall, back some years ago under a previous administration, I think PLP administration, Christie administration, the Bank of the Bahamas was experiencing severe difficulties. A decision was made to take out some of the bad loans and put it into a special purpose vehicle called Resolve, and then Resolve would be able to collect and or restructure and give assistance to those loans within Resolve, things that the banks couldn't do under their regulatory framework. There's only so much they can do in terms of extension, et cetera. And so a bond was created. I think it's $100 million, and the government is responsible for the payment of the interest on the bond, a promissory note, and so that amount represents the interest. And what that means is that sometime before the end of the year, we will make that payment. We did $1.5 million in the previous year. I'm happy to report. I think it's about. I don't want to say what the number is, but I think it's about $3-4 million. But I'm happy to say that Bank of the Bahamas is on the rebound. I think they've reported some quarters of profit. I think they even. I hope I'm not talking out of school, so I wouldn't say anything about paying dividends, but their performance is much better, and we will soon be in a position where the Bank of the Bahamas can either fully pay that interest, or the government's responsibility for paying would be lessened. Or simple. So that's what that is. We're responsible for paying the interest, and it has been paid and it's current. We haven't had any difficulty in terms of not being able to pay it. It's not reflected yet, but it will be paid when it comes due, before the end of the year, I think. But what I'm saying is, we haven't had any difficulty in terms of it not being paid.
Yeah, that's very, very important. We understand that the government is paying interest on it, and yes, the Bank of the Bahamas. I agree with it because it saved Bank of the Bahamas. I think I can't say we all know, but those who know that Bank of the Bahamas has the potential of being the most efficient bank in the country, with unique abilities, and has always been underperforming. And it's pretty sad because there are other Bahamian banks that have been doing pretty well. So we don't lack the talent. We all know that Resolve came about as a result of blatant abuse that has been politically related and accredited across both spectrum of the aisles. And so the funds that was placed in a special payment vehicle was supposed to have basically a collection regime set up to recoup that funds. I have a number in my head. It came back from research, but could you advise what, first of all, what the original amount was that was secured under this special purpose vehicle, what the current balance is, and what has been the rate of collection thus far? And you could see that's still public but an obligation, and we are still, because we are safeguarding the bank, paying other people's problem and other people's interest that they should be accruing. And as long as that balance, whatever it is, which you, if you have the information, will acknowledge, we are still in the hook. We've been crying about a $2.5 million investment in a plane, which I do think the OPN should have a plane. Just all that stuff unnecessary. And we have $4 million annually going towards something with ain't none of our fault, but we have the fix to save an asset and the reputation of the country. Could you advise us at the time, right now, what was the original amount transferred to the special purpose vehicle? What is the current balance as related to that? And also, what is the rate of collection, either monthly or annually, so we can have an idea when, in God's name, this thing is going to be resolved?
I think the original amount was 100 million. I think the original amount was $100 million. I don't have all the details as to, you know, the latest report. That is something that we can get, and I undertake to get that for you. There has been a, you know, there's a committee. They've been working for all of these years, collecting, selling, restructuring, and doing all of that. I'm sure I'll be able to get a report and share it with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can correct me in absence of that, but I feel like the numbers being bad. I've been hearing from sources that if we do 1 million sometimes, that's good. I just hope this don't tarry, because again, it accrues back to the Bahamian people. And actually, maybe it is a fair question that the interest that we pay, rightly so, to Bank of the Bahamas should also be reflected in those balances that we hold for people whose problem that is. Because those loans were not properly collateralized as they should have been, et cetera, because we obviously know how it was used to secure those loans. And still, I have a problem when the Bahamian people pays for the error of other people, and we just let it vanish away. But yet we complain about low-cost housing, $150,000, $400,000. I'd rather sit here and give free houses to Bahamian than see money thrown away, especially when other people make mistakes. But thank you for your information. I look forward to what you discover.
Thank you. Before you continue, Senator Ellis, Mr. Chairman, I would like to move the resolution that the resolve that the business of the Senate do sit beyond the 7 p.m. hour today, Thursday, 20th of June, 2024.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the Senate do sit beyond the 7 o'clock hour. As many as are in favor say aye. Those who oppose say nay. The ayes have it. The Senate will sit beyond the 7 o'clock hour.
Okay.
The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Darren Henfield.
Head 22, right at the top, personal emoluments, the 102, right? You've allocated 1.3 million for salary contract workers in Treasury. What does this mean? You hired 1.2 million dollars worth of people
No.
on contract.
The provision remains the same. Well, the provision was that
You didn't spend it.
no, we didn't spend all of it, but that is for all contracted workers in post. I can probably undertake to get the exact numbers for you. You didn't ask about the top line, right?
No, I didn't.
Just contractual workers. Yeah, that was the That provides for all the contracted workers
Need some
in the
educated,
post.
there's some technical.
Yeah. The, well, you know, the Treasury Department,
Accountants and-
the accountants, very, very important for throughout the government. So we're constantly recruiting, and we're constantly short. And so that represents the manpower that we need to bring us up to the strength that we need to be at.
Yeah, this minister, if I may, right?
Mm-hmm.
This was a troublesome initiative for us.
Yeah.
You have permanent pensions with people
Yes.
who've been there all their lives working and struggling,
Yes.
and these people come in. I know better. Peter know better than Paul. We couldn't figure out how to solve this conundrum, right? And in some cases, the people who've been there so long end up training these people, right? Because you know experiences, that counts for something. And I don't know how we can fix it, but please keep it in the back of your mind that these public servants who've been there toiling for so long, some have qualified themselves whilst working.
Yes.
Some have gained tremendous experience over the years. It's a naughty problem, right? And then you have young people come, and I have nothing against young people, right? I think this is a good thing because we need our young people to come back home when they finish university. But it's something we need to consider. How do we ameliorate these public servants who've been there for so long, doing so well, keeping us?
Yeah, I think the solution is for a review of the salaries throughout the system.
Yes.
Because as you speak about that, we have a similar issue with health professionals, dentists, doctors, pharmacists, the whole, and throughout IT professionals. We have this situation, people in the Department of Finance and where the Ministry of Finance, where, you know, we must review the salary structure to bring it up, to make it more competitive. Make it more competitive with the private sector, but, you know, make it so that individuals who have spent a lot of time, got training, you know, experience, adequately compensated.
I believe we can get away with that because of their technical expertise. Right? I think we can get away with that. I want to look at line item in the same head, 2731103, war veterans and widows pension. I don't know how many of them remain. Yeah. Right? But $14,600. That seems a paltry offering for these individuals, and I don't know how far this goes. You know, I think on Remembrance Day, I remember saying like one or two, maybe. Only one left? And all the spouses and thing. Okay, so I just wanted to put that in your hearing.
Yes. 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 Point taken.
You don't have to answer that.
Yeah,
I
you-
understand that.
I have a question with relation to underhead 22, with relation to the gratuities 2731201, public officials and staff gratuities, as well as the item under that, parliamentary officials gratuities. As I said in my debate, police officers and defense force officers, retired ones, are looking for their gratuities as well.
Mostly the pension.
And their pension.
Proper.
So my question is there a line item? How are we dealing with that? Because I see we have a line item for public officials and parliamentary officials.
No, ain't no eligibility issue with that. No, I could help you with that. You can handle it, because see what you're talking?
So the question is I think what we have to do is, as I undertook it during the debate, is I know there has been a long discussion about it. So we just have to find a way to bring it to a conclusion. There is not a line here for it. The public official staff, that is $3 million. That's, you know, slightly up from last year. That's what we think the gratuities will be. And then the
Who are parliamentary officials?
parliamentary officials are parliamentarians, ministers, etc.
And you come back next time, you can get a pension too. You contribute now.
But we don't have any.
You come back next time.
You know, that item, for that particular item raised by Senator Enfield, we undertook to look at it. It's a it's a matter I undertook that I will take it up. I know it has been discussed at
Both-
the Ministry of Finance and see how we can progress it.
Both police officers and defense.
And
officers.
retired Defense Force officers, yes. I think the Minister of National Security has had a keen interest in advancing it as well.
Oh, man, no, he made a very, give me a
Tell
second.
him, tell him, tell him, tell
He
him.
made a very snide remark in the parliament the other day that I didn't appreciate.
Yeah.
Because he suggested that the person who is seeking to have this done will benefit the most. And that to me is distasteful.
Yeah.
Right? Very distasteful. Now, the problem with the public service did was they recommended on our pension scale on the base salary. But in the defense force, you and all uniform branches, you get ADQUILs, added qualifications, you get uniform allowances. And the law says in the Defense Force Act and regulations that is your full pay. Normal public servants don't get these things, uniform allowances. They get ADQUILs, but they just did it on the base salary, my understanding. Right? And so some people are owed some monies that they ought to have every month that they lose. Some have died. And I really appreciate you looking at this thing sensibly and saying that you're undertaking to look at it, because I am bombarded. I'm sorry they didn't bring this to me when I was in the cabinet. I heard after we lost. And I was very disappointed when they came to me and said this, because I sat at the table. All right? And so now I put the burden on you.
To that, while we're on that, and in light of the fact that I did raise an issue before as related to persons who are re-engaged, and in the context of pension, and in the context of what we had spoken about before, because it has been the process, especially on the matter of bridging, to have to go through the tedious process of bringing persons to name, not necessarily the business, but the business and the name, and come to the house to get approval to bridge the service of someone who would have been serving in the public service for whatever reason. They're out, they came back in, and so they could qualify for pension. And I had raised that before, and I was promised that you would look into it, because there are many persons who would have, with their cumulative years, would have worked in the public service sufficiently to be able to qualify for a pension, but there was a break in the time of service. And you know, we brought some bills, I think it was earlier this year, to do it to some persons. The effect of having to do it like that individually makes it seem, and I'm not accusing of it, as if you're cherry picking for some special piece. There should be simply a straightforward legislation that once somebody, and when I spoke to you about it, you said it's something you were going to bring, and if there was, then there wouldn't have been necessarily a need to bring it to the House. I'm saying one that will make it be done, whether by committee or something else, so we don't have to say Ryan Pender here, we're doing this bill with Ryan Pender named to bridge his salary so he can get what is due to him. So we need to do that and make it seamless, because, I mean, it's all about justice for the people. That's why we're here. And guess what, we the people too. So if we can't give them justice, we're gobbing us. We don't get justice either. So if there's any progress on it, if not, we can talk about it later. You don't have to necessarily answer it, but you know, I'll be nagging at it in somewhere else. We have to fix that issue.
With relation to Head 23, Global Provision, new appointments, monthly employees, $1 million. Are you hiring new employees?
23?
23.
Which line item, Senator?
Global Provision, new appointments, monthly employees.
To recruitment of customs officers, new customs officers.
So they're called monthly employees. Does this mean that they'll be temporary workers?
No, that's just a term used in the public service. Everybody who's hired is called temporary month to month.
Before you get your PMP, you're always,
Yeah.
even lawyers.
That's just a term used in the public service.
I mentioned this in my contribution with relation to health, but I also see it in customs. Line item 2251107, workshops, conferences, seminars, meetings, exhibits, as well as tuition, training, and service awards and subsistence. Money is allotted, but it isn't being spent. And I would have thought that members of the Customs Department, ongoing training is important and exposure is important.
Yeah, that's very, very important. As a matter of fact, we have budgeted we budgeted 35,000 and we spent just under 10,000 as of the 9 months, and we're raising it to 53,000 for the upcoming year. We had a class in this year, a recruitment class, and so I think that attracted a lot of our attention. And so, but we hear you and we agree that ongoing training is extremely important. The same applies for the tuition training and the in-service awards. We are about on track to spend the amount we allocated for this closing fiscal year.
With relation to Head 28, salary and contract workers. So this item, the provisional expenditure for the first 9 months is tracking to be over what was approved. And I see that it's increased for the upcoming financial year. Is it the intention that these persons will remain contract workers, or will they become permanent and pensionable?
We are doing an we have some, a lot of these contract workers came on when we did the introduction of VAT back in 2015. And unfortunately, many of them remain contractual workers. We are in the process now of regularizing the majority of them. We unfortunately have had a lot of attrition with some very qualified individuals leaving the department. So we're tracking, I think, just about to spend the amount that we budgeted this year, maybe slightly over. And the fact of the matter is, it is our intention to recruit more persons to assist with customer service and just manning the department. We've all heard the complaints about from the public about the time it takes to do certain things. We are understaffed, and we have provisioned here to provide additional staff so we can better serve the public.
I think you can ask a question. Thank you.
Can I ask a question on 26?
Sure.
I just, sorry,
26 is
Public debt servicing? Do we normally do that, or?
no.
No.
But I mean, if you have
I'm interested in this right here, though, if you'll indulge me, right? And I'll appreciate it if you don't want to answer. Or
no problem.
it's at the top here, use of goods and services, hedging gains and losses. What is that?
The
It's a line item 229 2011.
229-2011.
Yeah.
In certain financial operations, the government might do a hedging operation, whether they're hedging across currencies. For example, let's say if they borrow in one foreign currency,
Forgive my ignorance.
and they might want to, let's say if they borrow in euro, and in order to sort of guard against the appreciation of the euro when it's time to pay the loan, they might buy it they might sort of offset it by buying ahead, so buy the currency in advance. And so it's like to provide protection, particularly when you're borrowing in different foreign currencies.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
And sometimes you get a gain, and sometimes you get a loss.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Minister. You're always most gracious.
Yeah, no problem.
So we're on 28?
Yes.
All right, under here, 28, Department of Inland Revenue, we have consultancy services. It's only $25,000. I reckon the amount of work that they do. They might need more money than that. 225-1115, consultancy services. Huh?
Yeah.
I don't know how they can make it with what they're required to do. For $25,000.
There is, that is a number, and there is a, one second, there is another line here.
You can always find it. You always find it.
Sorry. Yeah, that is what, there is also, that is what, that is directly related to inland revenue. And then if you look at, if you go back to 21, there's an item there called, let me just make sure I get the right number. I think it's called tax reform, where there's a line where we,
I saw that earlier.
yeah, we provide a lot of assistance to the Department of Inland Revenue in terms of the work that they need to do. There's a lot, yeah,
No problem. So
Mhm.
you have them from somewhere else?
yes.
No problem. I think that's it for us, 28. Yeah, I'm good. Mr. Chairman.
Chairman,
Beg your pardon.
21 to 28.
Yep. It has been moved and seconded that heads 21, 22, 23, and 28 of the schedule of the heads of the schedule be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, and I just wanted to, just to close out that point, Mr. Senator Henfield, yeah, there is an item in head number 21, 228-1104. Yeah, where it deals with our real property tax, tax administrative consultant services in Bahamas Customs electronic single window project, where they can draw on that. Okay, Mr. Chairman, I move that heads 29, 30, 31, and 32 be agreed.
Second.
That's the defense, that's Ministry of National Security, Immigration and National Insurance, Royal Bahamas Police Force, and the Royal Bahamas Defense Force.
Yeah, Minister, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The security services contracts are doing very well. Even the police and defense force need them at the tune of $5 million almost. I mean, where are these people? Where are these people? I'm sorry, I'm in head 29, 25. Yeah, that's it. That's almost $5 million for security, for national security.
So, so that's for the electronic monitoring of offenders?
Okay.
That's that contract?
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Why you call it security? Man, it's.
It's just a line item. Well, there was a new
I
contract.
think they got a better contractor
Yeah.
who can talk to them on the monitor now and ask them who it is, why you not be you are. All right, I spoke about this today in my intervention. 225, still in head 29. 225-1345 closed circuit television. This is $7.6 million. This is only for New Providence.
Yeah, that's. I think that's for nationwide. It's for the Astro 25 digital radio system for the police force, as well as the CCTV maintenance and expansion project. You would know that there's a multifaceted closed circuit TV expansion project underway that incorporates both proprietary cameras of the police as well as cameras of those businesses who have voluntarily entered the program through their security services to be able to provide wide coverage, and so that's what that coverage is. And I don't think this is Nassau-centric.
I hope it's not. I hope it's not really, because some of our family islands like mine really need it as well. Still in head 29, I'm looking at the maintenance for Marco's alert system, 225-1352. And we budgeted, seems like 610,000. Now, I know they used the boards for advertisements. So does that not help for the maintenance costs of this board? I mean, how many boards we have in Nassau? Only one that I know about. I see one every day I pass down Blue Hill Road by Fergie's old food store. Is more? Yeah? One by the mall too? So, but they use some for advertisements. I see advertisements on them. So we're making something from them. So can they not maintain themselves almost?
Well, I think you have a Yeah, a technical maintenance contract for the text messages and the like. Now, the income element of advertising on those bulletin boards will come in through a different revenue line item. It's not going to be an offset against the contract
Go to
price.
capital, go to
We go to
consolidated
Treasury,
fund.
right? Go to Treasury and the Consolidated Fund. So you won't see an offset in that here, because this is a particular contract expense for the management of that.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. I'm very concerned about this citizen security thing here. We've defunded it, basically. Its line item looks like 2271018. I thought it was an important thing when we were in office to help with crime watch and other activities, citizen security. Yeah, all these things. We used to win awards for those things. And at the rate of crime in this country, you need all the help you can get. And I don't know what we've done with the money, so why it's defunded. In 2022, 2023, it had 2.5 million. It's now zero. Zero.
I'll have to get you the answer to that.
Okay, right below that, the K9 looks like C19. That should be enforcement unit. What is that? Is that the dogs? That's also been defunded. It's an enforcement unit, C19. Okay, I believe you. It probably has to been. All right, let's look at the.
Oh, C19 is COVID-19 enforcement unit,
Oh, we
and
glad
so that's gone.
Be glad that's gone.
That's gone.
Where you all putting them people away? He's undertaking to find out. You can stand up, and
Um, in terms of the National Neighborhood Watch Council, right? I'm being proactive because we know prevention is better than cure. Are you able to say exactly how much funds are being earmarked to them in this budgetary period? I can't seem to find them here. The National Neighborhood Watch Council.
So that's allocated in the consultancy line item for $100,000.
$100,000 for the National Neighborhood Watch Council?
No, that's some crime interrupters and other people they hire.
Wow, I don't feel safe at all.
They're probably getting 50 grand a piece or a little more. And crime just escalating. Crime just escalating. I wanna ask about right in head 29, line item 28211246. Help young people exceed. Right? We budgeted $150,000 for that. I think that's for the issues that we have with young people. I don't know what it's for specifically. 'Cause I know you got the youth guard. I know we have the Defense Force Rangers. I think the police still have the Cadet Corps. And I hope at one point we're gonna give Ronnie some money for Next Gen at some point, because all of these interventions help young people. Right? All of these interventions help young people. So can you please tell me what this is about? $150, help young people exceed.
This is a new program being rolled out by the Ministry of National Security. So this is the expenditure budget to sponsor that HYPE program. So it's a specific program. It's not for all. It's a program geared at the primary school level. To the senator's point, prevention. This is a primary school initiative to help for prevention at a very young age on conflict resolution and those types of matters. Help young people exceed.
I have a question about head 30. 2251302, building maintenance. We only spent about 30% of what was allocated, but we're allocating even more.
Well, these are usually prescribed contracts, and that I'm sure that number will go up for the fourth quarter on a periodic payment.
Let me take you back to head 29, Bahamas National Youth Guard, which I commend. I think it's a wonderful thing. It's just a national effort. It says national.
Yes.
So this is all across the country. So when we have hurricanes and different things, these young people be prepared to come and help.
Absolutely, it's all across the country. If you would recall, it launched in Grand Bahama, actually.
I don't know when it launched. It's good. It's a good thing. All right. I see we paying immigration. No, this national insurance. It's immigration national insurance. So I hope this is. I don't know. We're paying a lot of money in overtime. Should we be hiring more people, or if you look at monthly employee general overtime, 2112102. I mean, I don't knock overtime. People do good with overtime. We're paying 2.5 million.
Yeah, I mean, it speaks for itself, right? Sometimes you just have overtime expenses related to exigencies and the like. So
That's a good answer. That's a lawyer answer. It's a very good answer. All right, we stop at 31?
32.
32.
$1 million global provision for the police. That's new hiring.
yeah, that's for recruitment exercise for this fiscal year.
That's good. Make sure everybody get a part. Same thing. Another global provision for the Defense Force, $1 million. And just head 32. Same thing hiring.
Same thing for recruitment exercise.
Let's
Recruitment exercise for this
Let's
fiscal
send
year.
some people, some recruiters into the Family Islands, man. We always make the best. We come to the Defense Force, we know how to swim. You ain't got to teach us that. And how to handle boats, right? So we're going all the way to 32. But what is this? I know what it is. The Rangers are getting $200,000. The Rangers have been around a very long time. We've tried. This is head 32, 281113, Royal Bahamas Defense Force Rangers. Forgive me, because I still, I grew up there, so I still feel a part of the organization. Even though I know I can't pass the physical right now, mile and a half in the time that I should. Yeah, Ronnie, you got to work on that with me. They're getting $200,000. Line item 281113, Royal Bahamas Defense Force Rangers Program. This is page 115. They've been around. I'm advocating for more money for the Rangers.
Yeah, well, we're
they're all
doubling
across the
it.
country.
We're doubling it. We're increasing it by 100% this year, and it's specifically for New Providence, and the Family Islands. So I suspect they're increasing their activities throughout the Family Islands on this.
Thank you very much. Forgive my snipe with this, but I'm going to snipe anyway. In most countries, people who serve in government at high levels are veterans, right? One point it used to be mandatory that an American president before Bush, who was in the National Guard or something. Remember Kennedy? Kennedy was on a P.T. Bowden, got shut down in Vietnam and all the rest of it. So veterans should be treated right. That's maybe I'm a veteran, so I speak for myself as well. So this line item here, RBDF Association, Vets Association, $8,500. What you expect us to do with that? You can't even send flowers or fruits. I mean, come on, man. I said I was going to snipe, right? Minister, let's revisit that. Let's revisit that, please. Thank you. I'm sorry for getting personal.
It has been moved and seconded that heads 29, 30, 31, and 32 be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those who oppose, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that heads 33 and 34 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 33 and 34 be agreed. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michaela Barnett Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With relation to Ministry of Head 33, Unregulated Communities Actions Task Force, 22551314.
33, 34.
We we budgeted 600,000 last year. We only spent 156,000. This seems like we underused it. And next year we're reducing it to 368,955.
So last year we did a lot of work on unregulated communities. We took a strategic approach in how we established and rolled out the actions of the task force. We established a multi-agency task force. We provided dedicated legal assistance because we know the challenges that your administration had with respect to this activity and having to be on all 4 points of compliance with the law. And so it did take probably at least the first half of the fiscal year to get the planning and the strategy and the proper legal compliance and everything put together in order to actually roll out activities of the task force. So that's why I'm sure there's some expenditures in the final quarter because we've had some activity in the final quarter that will be part of this, but that's why they might not have utilized the full 600,000. And certainly there was a lot of activity in the second half of this fiscal year. And so the adjustment to the amount allocated we think is sufficient for the upcoming fiscal year.
So this is for what part of the task force?
This has to do with the demolition of buildings, the prevention, monitoring, and assessment related to the actual mandate of the task force. So this includes demolition expenses and includes operational expenses.
Removal of debris.
And removal of the debris. I know their point.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's what I was going to ask.
Okay, sorry. Abaco, North Abaco? Just say North
They
Abaco.
said it too.
Speak it on me. No, not on you. Okay. So in head 33,
They
in
said
head
it.
33.
They said it too.
In head 33, right? Maintenance for Family Island main roads. 11,000, is that right? 11,500. It's head 225, 1319 maintenance.
Yeah, that's that's for minor repairs to the main road. Certainly, we anticipate that not to be enough, and therefore there's allocation in the capital expenditure of the Ministry of Works.
You could spend that in Spanish Wells.
I could spend I spend more than that in Spanish Wells.
Come on, man.
And there's major road works under the capital expenditure going on in multiple family islands as well. So we believe we can get it from other line items.
No, Minister, I wanted to let you off the hook with this, right? But this, right in Dunderstown, where you from, this can't pass no votes. This can't do nothing. This can't buy, you won't help me, but you can talk to, Long Island Road, bad boy. I just been there on the weekend, a couple of weekends ago, bad. And this says maintenance of Family Island main roads. You know what I mean? Come on, man. Come on, we need a better answer than that, Capital Works.
Ministry of Works is a big
No, y'all do a lot of capital works in Nassau. But Bahamians all over this country pay for licenses to drive. And they deserve the same amount of attention. They don't make much noise. I want to move from this anyway.
Yeah, Department of Education.
Yeah, let's go. Let's move.
Darren.
Huh?
It has been moved and seconded that heads 33 and 34 of the schedule be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that heads 35, 37, and 38 of the schedule be agreed.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that clauses 35, 37, and that heads 35, 37, and 38 be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
No.
As many. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michael Barnett Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With relation to the salary, permanent and pensionable, when we look at what's been spent from July to March, if we assume that you pay the same thing every month, you're trending to be over about 164,000 at the end of the year. But I see that the estimate is only 152, and I don't think that's enough. The teachers need more.
Sorry, which line is that?
Salary, permanent and pensionable, the first line under this head.
2111. Okay, 152 million.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. So the question is,
So when I look at the provisional expenditure, assuming that,
123 million, yeah,
right, assuming that that is
3/4.
3/4, and when we extrapolate that out, it comes up to 164 million, about. And so my question is, I don't think 152 is enough. I think the teachers need more.
Do we think that on the issue of the 100 and
No. Well,
123 for the first 3 quarters, you know, as you know, most of the hiring will be done in the first part of the year when the school starts, like around, which will be like the
But this isn't.
what I'm saying is the 9 months, the 123,
Uh-huh.
that shows how much has already been spent in this fiscal year.
Correct.
Much of that would have been expended early in the school year.
Correct.
So we don't expect it to be an even, straight sort of extrapolation in the fourth quarter. So most of it has already been expended, particularly when it comes to the new teachers. Okay? Yeah. Right. So I'm addressing the point of the actual so far. So we
Okay.
think it'll be adequate because it's heavily weighted up to the front. New teachers are hired at the
Right.
beginning of the school year, so
Right.
most of that new hiring is already in.
But you pay them for 12 months, right?
We paid them for 12. So what I'm saying is, for the remaining 3, it wouldn't be a sort of even 25%. It'll be less. So we wouldn't expect it to be an additional 40 million we have to pay, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
So because it would have been front-loaded, you know, most of your new expenses would have been in the early part of the year, in terms of new hires. Yeah.
So you're saying you think the 152 million?
Yeah, we think the 46 will be adequate for this year, and for next year, the 152 will be adequate, and that includes provisions for normal increment, promotional exercises, and the like.
So given your explanation for P&P, when we look down at the contract workers though,
Mhm.
if it was front heavy, then you would be underperforming because you allocated 14 million.
We allocated 14 million, yeah.
And you're reducing it to 12.
Mhm.
So less hires, less.
I think, you move some of those people who have originally engaged on contract, then they migrated into the permanent and pensionable. So you see a lot of that, the Minister of the Public Service would have spoken to that during her debate.
Okay.
Yeah.
My next question is with relation to security services contract.
Tell you I'm the wrong business.
Yeah, we could start our security.
Then we start a security
D&M,
firm, man. I qualify.
D&M Securities.
I have a master's in security studies. Oh.
You qualify.
Sorry, security services contracts.
Right, it's now 3.6 million.
Yes. Yeah. What the Ministry of Education undertook to do, you'd have heard, unfortunately, there was some incidents of late, violence against security officers late at night in the on some of the campuses, where you had, in some instances, you had one security officer on duty. And so what the Ministry of Education decided to do was to engage additional private security services to deal with that overnight and what they call that graveyard shift. between 12 and 8.
$3 million.
Yeah, this is throughout the Bahamas. This is throughout the Bahamas.
All across the country.
All across the country.
Yeah, yeah.
They're increasing the time frame for security.
Yeah, so they're increasing the time frame. And so we have, we're covering the late shifts 4 to 12, and from 12 and from midnight to 8 a.m. So it's just increasing the coverage. Because particularly Ministry of Education made a decision that they didn't want to have female security officers, particularly working alone at night at these schools. Yeah.
Scholarships, the last item for Department of Education. Scholarships, Family Island students, only $72,000. And I see it was allocated last year but not spent.
It was allocated last year. I have to, yeah, this looks like a new one, or it was allocated last year and not spent. I imagine, this is some particular program. Let me undertake to find out about this for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, we've under Head 35, the National Lunch Program, we've allocated 5.2. What does this cover? This covers the entire country, or I don't know that they serve lunch in Albuquerque, or is this the national expansion of the breakfast?
What's the number?
It's for New Providence and families.
It's a national lunch program. I've heard about a breakfast program, but I've not heard about a national lunch program.
Yeah, we do have a national. Yeah. Yeah, we do have, that is a national lunch program.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
and it's for the increased,
No problem. That's good if you
Yeah.
buy lunch. That's
Yeah,
good.
we do.
That's good. I ain't got no problem with that. All right.
Yeah. May I ask in education, two sections under one, the contract workers, and then we have another dimensional line. Then we under janitorial services, which is 2251339, and that's janitorial services contract. Now, normally, historically, the janitors handle the cleaning in the school, and a lot of them were contract workers. First question is, as related to contract workers themselves and PMP, how have we been progressing in making some of those janitors permanent and pensionable? And are we moving towards increasingly outsourcing the janitorial service? Because I would assume that this does not reflect contract workers as janitorial workers. It's just outsourcing of janitorial service. All right, so we'd like to know how you've been working, not just with the janitors, but also the teachers' aides over the years. How have you been progressing, or is there a plan to make those ones who've been over there a long time permanent and pensionable?
yes, there is an ongoing program with the Ministry of Public Service to move individuals from contractual or to weekly or whatever to permanent and pensionable. They have many thousands of individuals to deal with. It's a, we would like the progress to be quicker, but it's ongoing. The government is committed to it because we know of the hardship experienced by individuals who find themselves on contracts, able to make investments, et cetera. We know all of that. So the Minister of Public Service spoke to it. We're making steady progress. It's something that we want to accelerate and continue to do. I think we've formed a particular task force within the Ministry of the Public Service to deal with the issue, and so it's something that we're giving a lot of attention to. I don't think these janitorial services contracts has to do with the actual, I want to say persons. I think that I have to do more with like deep cleaning and that sort of thing. Yes. Yes.
Also, the historical problem that we always have, I think it's safe to say you're probably buying the school maintenance repair, under the back to school, under the Ministry of Works. So I expect that to have that under there. Have we actually given consideration to itself of actually having at each school an in-house maintenance person to help to address these problems, remediate that. And I think at the end, it will create more cost savings at the end of the day for the school, greater safety for the children, and a greater environment all around. And it will show us being proactive. And have we actually got to the point of considering budgeting in one instances 2 years in advance, so that ahead of every budget, monies is already allotted for school repairs, so that it could actually begin once school is closed. And in order to do that, you literally have to probably put in 2 years worth of projected maintenance with some avenue for supplementary in the event there was a hurricane or something, you have to pump it up, but budgets could flex. But we need to do that because all of us have been dismal failures. And quite frankly, it makes us look real backwards that after all this time, none of us have gotten it right while we're running like hen hard with egg trying to get these schools fixed. And it results in shoddy workmanship across the board because people just rush in there to try to do things and there's structural issue. Have you considered that? I think we need to, and we need to bite the bullet to it. I think it'll go a long way for you guys.
I know there's merit in being able to particularly do the assessments earlier, so that contractors can hit the ground running, as soon as
they need the money because most of the time that's
they
the
have
biggest
to
problem.
they have to mobilize.
Contractors who have
Yeah.
money could get started. They start with their own money.
Right,
But the
and
guys
some
who
can't. Some of the smaller ones. I think it's one of those things that Ministry of Education and Works will have to look at.
Now we being at this
Yeah, I know.
all us been at this too long.
Yeah.
That's one of the biggest things that make us look less than.
Minister, I want to make a general observation on Head 37. I won't even take you through these paltry sums.
All right.
In a country where we have so many historical buildings, we got a post office in Grandhill Key that we can't break down because we can't get nobody to look at it and say, from Antiquities and Monuments, to say, move it. No, it's a post office. You and I can talk about it, right? The Antiquities and Monuments Department, I think, archives, is very important, right? I don't know if this is the right one I'm thinking about. This is the one who's supposed to look at these historical stuff, right? And we're giving them $741,000 total.
I think that's antiquities.
That's just antiquities.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
I stand corrected. I stand corrected.
The history books and stuff.
I stand corrected. I read that wrong. Getting late. You can put archives in there.
As many. Chair recognizes. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question, of course, more money to education is good in my eyes. I just want to understand 2241-220. 2241-220 under Head 35, educational supplies. So I'm actually happy that this is increased by more than 100%, but I just wanted to understand, what this includes.
Yes, this includes educational supplies.
In terms of actual
Yeah.
expenditure,
Yeah, this includes educational supplies for all schools, New Providence and the Family Islands.
Supplies as in books, as in.
Yes.
Okay, just.
And includes supplies required for the ongoing learning loss special summer programs. So we've been trying to do some catch up as a result of the learning loss, inclusive of some summer programs, and so that is why we're trying to catch up some of the learning loss as a result of the schools being closed.
And the consultancy services for Head 38, Ministry of Education. 225-1115. Just wanted to know if it was a special project or something in particular.
Yes, again, the whole issue of learning loss with the students because of the COVID-19 pandemic being out of school. The average, we lost about 2 years of schooling. And so that's related to that, consultancy service for ongoing learning loss initiatives and specific programs, areas for coaching and supporting students that are underachievers. So just additional support services for students.
I think the last good point.
Any facility upgrades on tap for the schools, nothing here indicate that there's going to be any new schools built, but we do have needed facility upgrades. I'll give an example. Especially do you have any idea? We hadn't reached the capital yet, but you know we have R.M. Bailey, Go Pacers, and their gym and certain other things that is very critical to some of these schools. Any plans for that? I know we're not at capital.
Well, when we get to capital, but there are provisions within the Ministry of Education, and I don't want to jump ahead. But when we get there, I'll talk about it. Yeah. It won't slip.
It has been moved and seconded that heads 35, 37, and 38 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I moved that head 40 of the bill be agreed. Energy and transport.
It's very short. This is very short.
As many. Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Darren
I'm looking
Henfield.
on the head 40 at removal of oil spill. Was this a special project because it's defunded now? Or was it, or should this have been a contingency for oil spills? There's one in the middle of Marsh Harbor that seeped out of a gas station. And nobody seemed to be able to get the proprietor to come and move it. And before somebody gets sick, it's 225-1357.
So these now generally fall under DEP because they're environmental violations. And so what happens there is that we issue an order through DEP to have these things either cleaned up, moved, or whatever the remediation efforts are. To the extent they're not done, we have to do it, and then we turn around and fine, sue, or settle, or otherwise with the person.
Environmental Health has money for this?
Yeah.
That's all. That's good.
Department of Environmental Planning and Protection.
Okay, excellent, excellent. I just want to know somebody got the money. Because these things incur litigation, which could take.
As many. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michaela Barnett Ellis.
Right above the removal of the oil spill, mailboat service contracts. I see an increase. Are there additional services, more mailboats running more often? $2251,209.
So there's two consequences to the increase. One is there are 4 additional mailboat routes that we're putting in place to help service the Family Islands more effectively, and we're giving a 15% increase to the existing contracts to help the subsidies. We all know that fuel costs and costs of doing business, cost of sailing, it goes up, never comes down. And so we're giving a 15% increase across the board on those contracts.
Would you happen to know those 4 additional routes?
I don't. I'll get it for you though.
So this is 40 by itself, right?
Yes. It has been moved and seconded that heads 40 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that heads 43, 44, and 45 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has. As many.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Maxine Seymour.
Thank you, sir. A few questions. The salary,
A lot of stickies on that.
the 2111101, and right below it, 2111102, the salary permanent pensionable salary contract workers, particularly the contract workers that jumped. I wanted to know whether or not the social workers have been sorted out in terms of their career path, increases, permanent nature, along in this particular line, as well as the salary contract workers if you could speak to the increase there and exactly who's included in that?
Remember, this is at the ministry level, and so with respect to permanent and pensionable, the increase has to do with increments, promotions, and salary adjustments during the year. They're going through the
The
exercise.
social workers themselves were impacted?
I don't know if I could find out. And with respect to contractual workers, those represents employment of new officers that are be coming on. And you want to know about social workers?
Correct.
Okay.
Just to confirm, the line 2251107, 2251107, workshops, conferences, seminars, meetings, and exhibits. Okay, so I know that it was $1 million, and now it's gone down to around 200,000. I'm thinking the $1 million was because of an international event that was hosted, but you can clarify.
Yeah.
And then perhaps you could speak to specifically the 200,000.
Sure. So yes, you're correct. It was due to an international event that was handled this past fiscal year. Generally, the reduction to 200 and some thousand is to cover expenses associated with workshops domestically in Nassau and the Family Islands. So I don't think there are any budgeted major conferences for this year.
Let me give you a break right there. Let me ask you under head 43, clothing allowance. This ain't to help school children, eh? Huh? What is for? Okay. It says.
No, that's for eligible officers who get like
What's this for?
like janitors and stuff. Some
okay.
get clothing allowances on in their posts.
Okay, I understand that.
Yeah, yeah,
People who got to wear uniforms.
yeah.
Okay, right. So under 44,
Yeah, this department. Yeah.
2251111, 2251111. Could we really get some clarity on this security services contract line that's estimated at, $1 million plus, please?
Yeah. So I'm advised the additional funds for that line item are for security services at the DOS office at the Sun Plaza. So they're specifically as to a certain location, and the increase would reflect the contract that was entered into for that. Yeah.
Under head 43, I rise to commend the government. After Dorian and the likes, it's the money given to the Red Cross, 500,000 from a paltry 66,000. I commend the government for that, and I think as life goes on, we should be able to do a little bit better for them. They've proven their worth and value.
Yes.
To this country and elsewhere. National Commission for Persons with Disabilities. That's line item on the same head, line item 28211618. Before we come to these conclusions with how much money we can give these individuals, differently abled people, right? Do we do any kind of assessment to see how the population is either growing in that category or not growing in that category? Because this seems to me a paltry sum, 267,000. That's what it looks like to me. Same thing. I don't know if you can answer.
Only that we've measurably increased it from 149,000.
Yeah, okay.
Question for you, under head 44, 2821260, Nazareth Center. Now I know that the contract with I think it's the Methodist.
Catholic.
Pardon? Oh, sorry, it was the Catholics. Okay. So I know that the Nazareth Center, that I guess that contract expired. I'll use that word. And I assume now that it's being run by the government. So if it is being run by the government, could you point us to where, because this was just some like funds they were being given, this was just some. Could you point us to exactly where this Nazareth Center is budgeted for?
Yes, I can. So if you look at line item 2251337, operation of facilities, you'll see the notable increase in the budget to 1.5 million.
Okay, I'm not looking at the same one. 225.
1337.
I don't see. No, I have it. But
It is increased to 1.5 million. That's
yeah. 225.
head 44.
Yes. Oh, uh-huh. Right.
2251337. It's 1.5 million.
Oh, okay. I see
So that's
that.
reflected.
Right, okay.
And also, I want to give you a little bit more elaboration on the security services contract line item. That also has to deal with security for Poinciana Inn, where we house certain people. So it's a few different additions of the security services.
$1 million you're giving them. That's all right. That's all right. Huh? Okay, 44 line item. I found what I was looking for, the assistance for uniforms for $432,000. And that's nationwide. $432,000. I see the increase, but times are tough. Times are tough,
We think that that's adequately funded.
If you say so. I have the same observation for children with special needs. These are very difficult for parents in trying times. I think we should consider improving these subventions.
We have improved the subvention. You'll know it went from 139,000 to 330,000, and we'll see how that subvention goes. We're certainly open to further increases down the line.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Great Commission Ministries on the next page, on the same head. Bishop Hunchel, his wife retired the other day. God bless her heart. Does a tremendous amount of work. I think he even has a hostel of sorts where people live. And $100,000 is not sufficient for what he needs to do. People come to him every day. And I'll say all this in the same breath. The minister explained to me what Old Bight Mission is, and I accept his explanation. I saw in here somewhere, I think Bishop Lawrence Roll is here somewhere. Where it is?
National Singing Bishop 2821.
That's right. And we giving him 75,000. He needs more money. He needs more money because he's there and he's doing good work, and they've proven themselves they've proven themselves. And I also see, well, it looks like we have an improvement to reach $150,000. And I think as we continue these assessments, because REACH deals with children on the spectrum, and it seems that we're having more and more kids identified to be on the spectrum. So we ought to always have an assessment done, I think, in the country, to see how we can best help with these things. It's just a comment.
Let me just ask in that same vein. First of all, what has been the consideration of FOAM in this regard? I think she has proven herself and the work that she offers over time and consistency, and I think that's worthy of recognition of the government and assistance. And what she deals with is a very niche market, especially with persons dealing with murderous victims and family. And I think we all sympathize with that. Is there any consideration to adding that FOAM into,
Especially given the proliferation of
yes, adding into that, or
So just this year, actually, we've added FOAM into the list of subventions. You would see it at 2821248. 20 to cover her operational expenses, but clearly that amount has been as a result of communication, because it's for the coverage of operational expenses of FOAM. So I'm certain that there is space for further subventions as she makes it known what it's for, you know. And so I think for the first time this was done as saying, what are your operational expenses? Oh, I think my operational expenses are about $20,000 a year, so that's why the $20,000 was put in. But as the relationship grows, the understanding of what the expenditures and how they're used and what the need for subvention will increase, and I'm sure there's room, a glide path for that.
Yeah, thank you for that. One thing I've learned, and many times with persons who start organizations like that, it is like a divine calling or a gift. That's just where their heart is. They can be very intelligent people, but then dealing with bureaucracy tends to be a problem for some of them. And I hope we provide assistance to them and helping them to be able to communicate with the government through the bureaucracy in order for them to be able to maximize their benefit. The other concern in this regard is also the transportation assistance for persons of disability. I've seen even the one bus, I think, that was moving around that I know of is not really operational. And that is very, very critical to this subset of our society who we need to assist with their level of mobility. Anything that is out there, any plans, and just in a simple quick note, I know of Bahamians now who are doing their best to offer that kind of service, but definitely to offer that at an affordable rate would need assistance and subventions. I've actually know persons who invested in vans that can cater to people with disability. I've heard their stories on how persons call sometime in the middle of the night saying, man, I only got $8, but I need to go this way. And, you know, to operate, you're in the transportation business, to bring a whole van to do it, and he does it. This should be something that we should latch on to.
That would be part of the Ministry of Transport, and the plans for that are for a disability transportation line. And what the Ministry of Transport has in mind is to issue an RFP for the entire service to try to get the best rate, because right now, as you say, it's very expensive. And I just met with the Disabilities Commission not too long ago. This was one of the items they brought up to me to follow up on. And so the plans of the Ministry of Transport is to issue a general RFP for the service, a government-sponsored service for to move disabled people around, and especially when they have to go to doctor's appointments and other types of appointments, to be able to provide that. And we think through an RFP process that the pricing will come to a reasonable level on a bulk RFP rather than a subvention on a piece-by-piece basis, because of the expenditure gap that there is in this disabled transportation service that's done. So that's in process. Ministry of Transport's looking at an RFP process for that as we speak. And I want to just follow up to the question on the mailboats, if I can, colleagues, because I said I would. So there was 4 additional routes in the increase. Those would be the Bella Lachon, which is Grand Bahama to Abaco Keys, the Long Island Sun, which is South Long Island, Evadale, which is an additional route to Inagua, and the Berry Islands Express, which is Berry Islands and Abaco.
Just one more. If someone could tell me what this building maintenance is, on line item 2251-302. This look like housing and urban renewal, 600,000. Can you say what that is?
That's for all maintenance contracts for public rental buildings, government apartments and the like, yeah.
Under head 45, line item 2251-350, garbage collection. I see we've moved from $0 to 83,000. So perhaps you could tell us.
So that's akin to the maintenance we just said. That's for garbage collection for the public rentals that's provided by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Renewal.
So what happened prior?
I think this is a new program, right?
Yeah.
The public rental program, I think, is a new program.
No? Before I think they just
there's a private contract for the garbage collection now because we need more routine collection.
You get no pushback from us for that.
It has been moved and seconded that heads 43, 44, and 45 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that heads 47, 48, 49, 50, 53, 54, and 55 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
Small departments.
Yeah. It has been moved and seconded that heads 47, 48, 49, 51, 53, 54, and 55 be agreed. As many? The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michael Barnett Ellis.
With relation to head 49, economic affairs, I see that we are suddenly doing a housing allowance. Is that for somebody in particular?
Yes, I think the housing allowances for the permanent secretary, as I mentioned earlier, we did a review of the benefits and allowances due to permanent secretaries, and these adjustments were made, and so that's for the $1,000 per month for the permanent secretary.
Sorry, so is it that all permanent secretaries
Yes.
are getting a housing allowance? Okay.
Yes. Oh,
You Bahamians who got house in the Bahamas?
Bahamians, yeah, it's part of a review of the
Rebalancing of the
Yeah.
permanent secretary remunerations.
So you can give them once you bring back on pension, you can give them that too. Come on. You know. Anyway,
So,
let me hush for you guys.
sorry, I forgot. I forgot to turn it on. Sorry.
It's difficult. It's difficult.
With relation to when we talked about the public serv,
Yes, sorry.
I was gonna let you finish.
No, it's
Okay.
private.
When we talked about, but this is for the minister. When we talked about security, well, maybe you can answer. We talked about the security contracts for public service, and when he read the blurb, it said that the security services contract was with relation to the post office, amongst other things. And now at head 51, when we look at the post office department, head 2251111, security services contract,
1.3.
it's, well, they have a security services contract. So why not, if that contract was for security services for the post office, why wouldn't it be here? So I'd ask,
We asked this question earlier.
Yeah, this is for security services at the General Post Office and the New Providence sub-offices. Now, your question was from the
from the
Public Service Head number 5.
when we asked about the security services contract,
Mm-hmm.
the answer was that that was for post office.
Yeah, and that is what my information says. Hold on one second. Now, one moment. We also know, and let me just make the point with the public service, is that the public service is the government ministry, the government department that is responsible for accommodation. So they would, I'm trying to find it here, they would be responsible for the rental and to secure the premises as well, eh? But
Where people live, oh,
I'm trying.
But the government offices are rental buildings.
Mhm.
Service. It's after that.
Yeah, so one second, yeah. Yeah, that's my information. It's for the various government agencies, including post office and the Bastion building, but I'll get some more information for you.
Thank you.
Alright.
Just to clarify that, because it
Yes.
looks like they have two.
Can I look at head 47? The Grifter Games, we spent way over the 5 million, right? The first time around. We had some issues with the Grifter Games accounting. And huh? No, I'm looking at 2821,272. And we giving them $1 million. This for the, I suppose this for the athletes to travel or
Sorry.
l-
Carifta Games?
head 47 line item. I don't know if we saw their accounting yet. I can't remember. They spent a lot of money over budget.
Say the Carifta Games?
Yeah, when we had them here, you remember the other day? Yeah, they spent a lot of money over budget. Not reflected here.
Games. Okay.
And we're giving them $1,668,000. So this is for the athletes to, I assume, to travel to the next games.
That is for the preparation for Carifta. So I imagine that includes.
We just had Grifter here. You having it back again?
No, preparation for the games. So I imagine, they have to go to meets to train and, be in shape and practice or whatever.
I never heard that before.
It says preparation for the Carifta Games. Carifta 2025, which I don't think we're going to have here. I think what involves is you have qualifying meets and those sorts of things that people have to go to.
You qualify nationally, man.
But there's a cost to that as well, for the meets and stuff. Minister,
These people spending plenty money.
bite my tongue.
Me.
Yes,
Oh.
Speak it on her.
Yes, Minister.
He said he bit his tongue.
Senator Barnett Ellis, the security item under public service is for the extension. They cover the parking lot area of the post office, I'm told.
Okay.
All right? During the daytime hours. So that's what their
So
small
parking.
provision is for, and then the post office has the bulk of it.
Okay.
But I believe, Mr. Senator Henfield, that is, that my information says, preparation for the upcoming Carifta Games 2025, and I think that must be anything involved in getting
travel
the
and
athletes ready
yeah,
to
and
to
uniforms.
compete.
Maybe Family Island.
Yeah.
Coming to the big stadium. And I don't know.
Under that same head, Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, 2821219, contributions, sports, civic, and youth organizations. I was hoping in your book there would be a list of the organizations, because when I look at the list of organizations that receive something, I don't see Bahamas Aquatics.
Contributions to sports?
Sports, civic, I was hoping there would be a list, because I don't see Bahamas Aquatics here. And I'm a sports crony, a swim crony.
That actually is for the summer youth program of the Ministry of the Department of Youth, Sports and Culture.
So is there another area in this budget where we would see where the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture gives a grant, subvention, whatever you want to call it, to Bahamas Aquatics?
I guess there is a list of subventions right immediately following. As you can see, Bahamas Football Association, National Endowment for Sport, Performing Arts, National Youth Orchestra, Children's Choir, Dance, etc.
No swimming.
Boys Club, National Guard, Cultural Committee, Carifta Games.
If you could
I don't
look
see
into
the
that.
dance. I don't see the
Swimming. If
and
you could look
previously-
into that, I would be greatly appreciative.
Okay, do they receive one currently?
They used to.
Okay. All right. It's called Aquatics.
Bahamas Aquatics, yes.
As many. The Chair recognizes Senator the Honourable Maxine Seymour.
Thank you. Under head 47, Minister, 2291015, Bahamas Games. Are you able to?
I'm sorry, say that again. We were.
2291015, head 47. 2291015, Bahamas Games. So, see the expenditure in 2022, 2023, and 2023, 2024, and then it's significantly reduced, and then of course it peaks in 2026, 2027. What's the frequency of the games again? And perhaps you could speak to the way it fluctuates over the years.
Yeah, the next game is in 2026. Yeah. So in the next budget cycle, you'll see, as you will see, it's 1.2 million in 2026, 2027.
Okay. And perhaps the minister could give guidance on same head, 282, 1253, 282, 1253. I don't know if the minister could give guidance on it. It's similar to social services and what I mentioned about the first 3 quarters. Perhaps you could give guidance on how organizations actually access funding that's been allocated for them in the budget, because I think often things are allocated and maybe in misunderstanding, because some organizations say that they don't get it, and then some, I don't know on the government side if you might say they didn't apply for it or write for it. So could you give, for the purpose of the public, specific guidance on how funds are accessed when they're budgeted? Because I don't think everyone knows.
Well, so in some instances, the frequency of payments are quarterly, right? And those usually are generally the larger grants that are quarterly allocations. This one's a $22,000 allocation, which is probably a once a year grant. Well, okay, well, I mean, so there's responsibility on the organization as well to be a vendor of the government in order for payments to be processed. And some of the organizations may not be going through the vendor verification process as they should, because they may not know, to your point, right? And so I'm sure the Ministry of Finance has a procedure in which they help vendors go through a vendor application. So if you're familiar with the organizations, you should ask them if they're an authorized vendor of the government, so the payments can be properly processed. Yeah, they'll get guidance and response, absolutely. On your question on social workers, if you'd allow me to address that, I'm advised that the majority of the social workers have been dealt with respect to their remuneration and their postings this past fiscal year, 2023, 2024. There are some that are still in process, and they have been budgeted in the budget to reflect bringing them on in the career path and in the proper postings. Yeah.
I want to ask Minister of Economic Affairs on your head 49, line item 28214, 21 Consumer Protection. You've greatly expanded the list. From my estimation, you added something like 5,000 items. I stand corrected. And you budgeted yourself $230,000 to protect consumers in the Bahamas. I don't know how you can do that. So please, pray tell us how you expect to protect Bahamians with $230,000 with all these stores all across this country.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yes. The I just wanted to get the correct head here.
It's head 49.
Yeah, the consumer protection. Yeah, of course, yes. We need more money, but there's 2 elements here. There's the Consumer Protection Commission, which deals with complaints. Right. Right, and then there are the price control inspectors, which we have some more of, and we're expanding that to the Family Islands. and I think they come up under the regular salary contractual workers, because we brought several on. We need more. We're trying to expand into the family islands, and I agree with you. And the idea is to get more. We have a 1.1 million budgeted for this year to assist with that expansion, and we hope we spend all of that and even get some more, because you're right, it's a yeoman's task.
EJ Bo dead, man. We need more EJ Bo's.
Did he die? Did he die?
I'm not sure. I'm sorry if he did. If I'm misspeaking.
Yeah.
I don't think he's alive, is he? I'm sorry if I'm
No,
misspeaking.
but we want to use things like
He was a great Bahamian.
yeah.
It's
Yes.
a great Bahamian.
So we agree. The point is taken. We got a slight in a little bit more money in terms of the total amount for staff, and we're gonna just work with that.
Okay, on the head 53, Port Department, we're estimating we're going to pay nearly $5 million for consultancy services. What are they?
That's the tugboat service contract.
I understand that. I get that.
Sorry, not to go backwards. Head 49, Economic Affairs. 225 1162 1163. Blue economy, orange economy. If you could just explain what pray tell that is.
Yeah, it's to assist in promoting local goods in the Bahamas, and orange is to promote and market local talent. The orange economy has to deal with creatives. So what we're trying to do is promote entrepreneurship in those areas by putting on workshops, assisting them with marketing, etc. Education, assisting them to access some resources through organizations like the Caribbean Export Development Agency, and basically giving them information and putting them in a way to succeed.
So if they just call the Ministry of Economic Affairs and say, I would like some information on,
Yes,
they can get.
they can. Yes.
And right below that, the strategic planning and innovation.
Yes. Well, what has happened is this is, and I think research should be in there as well. Because as you know, the Ministry of Economic Affairs is responsible for the administration of the price control. And so you'll see us bring, lay price control and regulations here in the House. And what happens is businesses, when they want to amend price control items, they apply to the ministry to do so. The same thing with, for example, gas prices. They apply to the ministry. And what we wanted to do was have the ability to not just accept what is given to us as justification for price increases, but to have the ability to look at trends, to do research, and to see that these requests are actually justified. Not that we're saying anybody is dishonest, but we wanted to be able to verify information that's given to us. And so that's to develop the capability to do that kind of research.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, head 54, road traffic, line item 2241209, vehicle license supplies. I thought we are. I thought we were going to elevate that.
We up to 55.
Right, so we budgeted 450,000, and every time I go home I see people driving around with cars with no license plate. Some that have license plate got white paint on them. Yeah, right, Navigo. And I know. I mean, we long past Dorian now. So, huh? And it is a problem. You recognize the problem too. It is a problem for us. And so I need to know how we can address this problem. Right? This is a problem, huh?
Well,
Oh no, there ain't no plates sticker left.
no, there are plates.
One time they was giving people paper,
No, there are plates. There's
So you
plates.
license?
There's plates. There's plates. This line item is for the consumable assets for the vehicles, license plates, such as the ink, the boxes, the packaging, and the like, for those plates. There are plates on the ground, and to the extent that you see people driving around without plates, that's an enforcement issue, and we have to do better.
That's a lot. I thought we give everybody a blind, the amount of people on the road.
Ain't no blind.
Me too.
No, seriously, that's that
Me too.
many.
Yeah.
And now you hear it in Navigo.
I thought it was a shortage.
Think it was a system problem?
Also, with relation to road traffic, item number 2221102, rent office, 148,000. Is that the property on Howard Road? 1102.
No, that's actually rent charges for various family islands. So we have Long Island, Cooperstown, Abaco, Eleuthera, Exuma, Central Andros, and North Andros.
So where would the rent for Howard Road be?
That would likely be under the public service.
Let's go back to the public
The public service has a gross allocation for government rent.
So how much it is?
And so that's how it's going.
So y'all hit it. Hit it. Hit it. They hit it. They hit it.
Every number in this book to be tracked to a single name or a single line item. It's all about accounting. How much is it? You know?
It has been moved and seconded that heads 47, 48, 49, 51, and 53, 54, and 55 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that heads 56, 57, and 58 of the schedule be agreed. Agriculture and marine resources.
It has been moved and seconded that heads 56, 57, and 58 of the bill be agreed. As many? The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Darren Henfield.
See, we have a consultancy for 220,000. I wouldn't even bother with that. What I want to know is line item. We're on head 56, right? This Golden Yoke program. 2251150. You know, I remember when you all rolled this out. There was a big thing going on. Big thing going on. And now we budgeted where it is now? I lost my space here. Is this $2 million? Yeah. We budgeted $2 million for this Golden Yoke program. This Golden Yoke program is a challenge for me personally because we have people in the Bahamas trying to stand up an egg business. Some in Abaco. How does this help them? How does this help them? This is almost like Broadcasting Corporation, who we give all the money to, competing with the other media stations. Who we are. That's how it appears to me. So you set me straight. Just set my mind straight on it. Tell me how this works. Because we should be encouraging private business. If that's what this is doing, I'm all for it.
Let me answer.
Yeah.
So
Senators,
let me answer this for the good senator. So this allocation comes out of capital and reoccurrent because the Golden Yoke program is now going to be a reoccurrent process. Now, what the Golden Yoke program is there is government assistance to private egg layers, private businesses in egg laying.
Okay. Yes.
And they help provide the hatcheries and the infrastructure. In turn, what happens is the government becomes a central buying agency
Don't try to steal the businessman.
to be able to buy and distribute the eggs, because we found historically, and you would have known, egg layers have gone in and out of business in this country for 25, 30 years. And part of the problem is the actual distribution contracts of the eggs. And so what this does is this puts a centralized framework for the egg laying business where we subsidize the infrastructure, modern infrastructure. The government buys a feed mill to help ensure that there's clean and reliable feed for the layers, the businesses that are in the layer business. And then it helps them with the distribution of their product because they are buying from multiple layers and have higher volume and can get a better arrangement with the food stores, the restaurants, the hotels, and the other buyers of the eggs. So this is a private industry facilitation mechanism because for decades we have been unable to properly have an egg-laying business in this country because of unreliable feed, poisoning of chickens and layers, and inability to distribute the eggs to the end consumer, whether that be food stores, hotels, or otherwise. So this is an empowerment mechanism for private business in the egg-laying
You
business.
give this money to private egg growers. That's what you're saying?
The money is used for the infrastructure to have egg layers.
So the government manages this money.
The government
You don't-
distributes
you
this
don't-
money.
You don't give it to the private egg growers and say, yep.
This money is used for the infrastructure of the business.
Well, that means you don't give it to them. Government don't run nothing with sense, man. You see the parking also there on the dock? Huh? That ain't run with sense when I was a child. That parking also done. Government should stay with the business. Facilitate business for people who want to be in business. And that brings me to this next line item here. Fish and Farm Store. What is this? Same head, 56. 225-1149. And we giving them $500,000. What is this? What is this for?
So this is funding to provide support for farmers in this fiscal year. So what the Fish and Farm Store does is they provide fertilizer and other and compost and hay and other components of being a farmer, and they help provide that directly to the farms. And in fact, you point out to Potter's Key and you said, what are we doing with that? That actually is subject now to a private public partnership proposal in which that Fish and Farm Store there will be completely demolished and rebuilt in a modern environment to help facilitate the buying and selling, the provisioning, as well as the distribution of product from both farmers and fishers in the Family Islands on Potter's Key. And so there's a lot of effort and infrastructure efforts and modernization efforts to assist our fishermen and our farmers for food sustainability process. You would have seen that we had tax decreases and concessions in the budget specifically for agriculturalists, whether that be duty concessions on imports, whether that be lower business license. And these are other elements that we're here to help promote food sustainability, both on the growing as well as the distribution.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Max.
Give me another agricultural one.
I can give you another one right now. Scholarships and grants for BAMSI.
Yeah.
282, on the same head, 56. 282-1127. I think we determined that we want to move toward food security, right? I don't know that we have enough young people getting involved in agronomy. I think we need to do more to encourage them. This is a very good business to get into. On 757, what's going on at BAMSI? Are they teaching students there to farm? And tell me about it.
Absolutely. So BAMSI is teaching students to farm. BAMSI has had a number of graduates that have come through the program in recent years. This number is for grants for tertiary education level degrees now at BAMSI, which is taking it from a technical education to a tertiary education. And you would have noted in the budget, we've also added to duty-free concessions for hydroponics and aquaculture facilities. So what BAMSI is doing is they're taking the vocational training into not only pothole farming, but also to modern commercial hydroponics and aquaponics. How am I doing, Long Island? Great? Thanks.
The same head had 56. Line 225-1139, 225-1139, food security. Now that's a big catchphrase of this administration and should be for all of us more than a catchphrase because it's important. So here it is now, $5.8 million is budgeted this cycle and last cycle, but up for the first 3 quarters, $348,000 is all that was spent. So could we understand clearly what's the plan for this $5.8 million and for us in terms of food security as a nation, because that's important.
Well, this is only for the first 3 quarters. There were some supply chain issues in the acquisition of both the feed mill as well as some of the layer facilities for the Golden Yoke program. Those, some of those are now on island, so I assume that some of this will actually hit in the fourth quarter reconciliation numbers. Pardon me?
Golden Yoke is captured in food security and Golden Yoke.
That's correct. That's correct. Because the Golden Yoke is a recurrent expenditure that you see. the 2 million. This is for the acquisition of the layer hand pens.
5.8 million?
Not just golden yolk. So let me
gonna say-
let me finish. You raised the golden yolk. You,
can put money someplace else.
6 million for the golden.
it's two line items in the it's two line items in the same ministry. You know how this goes, man. You've been a minister. You know how this goes. And so in the food security, we also have the layers program, which is the golden yolk. I told you we had some delays in the acquisition due to supply chains that are on the ground now. This number will go up. Engaged in consultancies for the planning of the research unit. There's a greenhouse technician and a agronomist, Good to Grow program, which is a new program, and the continuation of the BAMSI greenhouse project, which is going to go in line with the hydroponics operation and training that we said we were doing in BAMSI. This line item helps buy some of the greenhouses to help facilitate that training at BAMSI.
Once we purchase them, so the 5.8 million is
And then-
projected straight to 2027.
And then the establishment of a citrus tropical orchid at GRAC. So there's a GRAC facility there for the citrus with a school associated with that. So this is not only a one-time expense. This is a year-on-year capital and acquisition expense that's part of this food security program. And there are additional food security programs that will come about in the future as a result of strategic planning at the Ministry of Agriculture and marine resources to be able to advance other types of food security. For example, I know that they're working on aquaculture for fisheries, to bring up new modern fisheries. They're also working on a program to help facilitate live lobster in the country. You have both the Bahamas Development Bank has a special financing arm, as well as the Ministry of Marine Resources trying to promote live lobster as an industry and food sustainability issue.
Spending the money?
Yeah, we're gonna start. We'll spend the money. Don't worry about it. We have big plans, as you can see.
So said, not done, sound like.
It has been moved and seconded that heads 56, 57, and 58 of the schedule be agreed. As many as in favor say aye. Those who oppose say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that heads 60, 65, and 66 of the schedule be agreed.
It is. Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that heads 60,
Oh, this your shadow? Go ahead.
65, and 66 be agreed. As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michaela Barnett Ellis.
Okay, salary, the first question I have is related to contract workers. This year, we are budgeting an additional $3.4 million for contract workers to 1111102. Is that so we can get more nurses?
Yeah, so a lot of recruiting in the Ministry of Health is via contract, especially when you have to go and solicit professionals from abroad to come and fill some of those posts. So part of it's nurses. I spoke about pathologists being hired. That would come in here as a function of a contractual service. And so the more recruitment we do, and unfortunately, we have, especially in the management of healthcare, we have areas where Bahamians, frankly, aren't available for the hire, whether that be doctors, whether that be nurses, whether that be pathologists, or whether that be other specialties. And so the contractual line item is intended to cover that type of recruitment. You would note that, we have to bring these new healthcare professionals in, especially as we do the Family Island clinics and we do the 2 new hospitals that we're building in the Bahamas.
Item 2241-203, drugs and vaccines. We budgeted 1.5 million. We've only budgeted we've only spent 804, and there are lots of cries from the public that clinics don't have medicines and whatnot. So why are we not spending the money?
Well, I think the Minister of Health would have addressed the issue of drugs in clinics in the Family Islands, which is where the cry was. Those have been fully stocked, and there's been some reorganization in the clinics in the Family Islands with respect to that issue. This allocation is to procure authorized therapeutics and medications locally from PAHO, and so we believe that is adequate. Given the communication by the Minister of Health in the House, that 804,000 is certainly going to go up in the final quarter, because he has stated that both vaccines as well as some medical supplies have been procured this quarter for the Family Islands.
So, speaking of the Family Islands, when persons from Abaco and other Family Islands have to fly to Nassau to get an X-ray, and Abaco has a very nice medical facility. Why can't we get a imaging technician so that we can fully use the Abaco medical facility?
Well, there's no reason we can't get it. We have to recruit it, and we have to recruit it internationally. As you would know, medical professionals are in high demand in multiple countries around the world. And so we're not only in competition with ourselves, we're in competition throughout the world, more than the region. So we actually have to look to other countries on far Asia to recruit some medical professionals. Your concern is noted, and I will express that to the Minister of Health.
Thank you. Head item number 224.
You notice how nice he is when his energy levels.
Yes.
224412999. 22412999. Other supplies and materials. We're jumping from 455,000 to 816,000, and we only really spent 161. So why is there such a large jump?
There are additional items in here for funding. So there's now funding to support health education training, national cancer initiatives, National Drug Council, family planning program, and health and wellness programs. So there are more programs being part of this funding mechanism, and that's why you've seen the increase in the budgeted amount.
Okay, because that's interesting, because when I look down at 2251,103, tuition, training, in-service awards, and subsistence.
1103, that's marketing, eh? 225110.
Sorry, 108.
Okay.
Right, tuition, training, service, and the things that you mentioned up there and other supplies and materials seem to be training related. I noticed that the budget for this line item is actually going down. Yeah. And shouldn't that be going up, and shouldn't we be spending more than 200,000?
Well, the first one are for national programs and training and national programs in health. I named them. This one has to do with training support staff, providing tuition and training under both Head 60, which is the ministry, and 66, which is the department. So this is an assessment of staff training needs vis-a-vis the prior one is kind of more public awareness, public training and education programs, and so that's a differentiation. But I didn't speak in the mic.
228, fees and other charges, that is going up by 2251128. Fees and other charges, it's going up by 1.3 million. How come?
So this is an allocation to settle the elder care and borders fees and subscriptions. This has been under budgeted, and arrears have built up on this line item, and so this is to satisfy the elder care subscriptions and border fees that the Ministry of Health is responsible for.
This one, Minister, under the same Head 60, catastrophic health care services. We budgeted another 10 million. It seems like in the 7-month period we spent 2.1 million or so. I told you all when you all came here with this is not a good idea to put this in the cabinet. The same catastrophic health care. You know why I told you all that? You know why I told you all that? Because it lends to political interference, right? And I don't know how many Bahamians even know how to access this fund. I saw the minister here earlier. I wish he was still here. Bahamians don't know how to get this money, you know. You know, and this should be advertised. This should be advertised. This should be advertised so the Bahamians could know. Look here, the government got millions of dollars available for you if you have a catastrophic event that you can access. But the way it is now, it's a bureaucratic process, right? The minister, the cabinet, why we can't just put up a group of people, technical people, doctors, nurses, or whomever, and say who qualifies for this? And they make the recommendation to the cabinet, since the cabinet will have something to do with it. This should be independent of the executive. This should be independent of the executive. That's the point I make. A lot of people don't even know about this, and that's why I talk about the young man today who is a swimmer. I got to go GoFundMe for $40,000, and all this money sitting down here. We got to do better with this fund, man.
I second everything that Senator Henfield said, and in fact, I have recommended to them that they do apply for the catastrophic health care, so I will be following up on that. Item 22811115, mental health program, National Mental Health Program. This seems to be a new program, and so my question is, tell me about the program and when will the new act come into force?
So, with respect to the new act, we're in the process of working with the Ministry of Health to formulate the regulations required to put a proper framework around the new form of treatment that is now legislated, which is mental health. Those regulations should be done shortly, and we anticipate that the new act will come into force certainly this fiscal year, if not this calendar year. We are also looking at sourcing the proper facilities necessary for mental health. Mental health is a specific type of ailment, as we know, and needs a specific type of facility as well as professionals who are working with persons with mental health illnesses. With respect to the actual funding of the program, I've lost it. Okay, this is for funding to create innovative approaches to improve administration of mental health services and programs. So this funding will be used to help formulate the programs that will be within the mental health facility and mental health treatment under the Mental Health Act.
Thank you, and I wanted to thank Senator Raming for reminding me. I had a question about the HIV/AIDS, STI, and TB treatment and testing. That is 2241221. I 700,000 is budgeted, but we only spent 231. You know, these are important issues, and more money needs to be spent. But maybe you can give some explanation as to what that is.
Well, I don't have an explanation. I'll try to get you more specific in that explanation. But usually with line items with specificity like this one, with HIV, SEI, and TB, and for the treatment of those items, you allocate what you think is going to be appropriate, and then you satisfy the expenses that come in on the treatment. Sometimes the treatments for the year may not be as much as budgeted, but you want to ensure you have a budgeted amount that you can satisfy treatments as they're requested. So this is a treatment-specific line item, and it is allocated based upon the treatments requested.
Head 60, line item 2271020, climate change policy. I hope you got an explanation for that, because I don't know why the Ministry of Health and Wellness involved in climate change. Okay. $300,000.
Yeah. So this is a there was a climate change policy established in 2005. Now this policy has evolved to where we want to see how climate change affects health. And so you have a climate change and health policy. So for example, we know that the temperatures in the country are rising. So how does now living in a hotter environment affect people's health as a result of climate change? No. Actually, I think this is
You used to waking in
well, if you know, I should probably ask for an appropriate study under this because I have vitiligo, which means I don't have pigmentation. So when I go out into a hotter environment with more sun, there should be an understanding from a health point of view how the increased heat and sun exposure from climate change affects somebody like me who has vitiligo, who doesn't have pigments on their hands. And how does it burn and what are the cancer implications on that? So that's an example of how climate change and health policy go together, and how we need to develop a national policy because we are so susceptible to climate change in this country.
But what they call that thing when you trace your family history, ancestry? You better check. You may be.
No, it is definitely hereditary.
You might be. You
my
might be.
grandmother had
Some
it,
us
my
may
aunt
be in
has
you.
it.
Some us may be in you. The darkest shade.
Yeah.
Check ancestry.
My teeth might pigment it.
Yeah, maybe right. I want to ask this one here, but same here at 60.
No.
282122 Bahamas Cancer Society. We all know the cancer is a big problem in the Bahamas, right? And we're giving them $7,500. I don't know if be serious. Yeah. 28122, and I think people come in from the family island and they help them. They have a place up in Centerville someplace. Last I went there to visit someone. I think they run that. And you know, in the world, $7,500 to help them. So we should revisit this. I don't know if this is a typo. Must be. It makes no sense to me.
They have a huge endowment.
There it is. From the government?
No, they have a private endowment, Cancer Society.
With
significant.
relation to Head 65, Department of Environmental Health Services, item number 211215, acting allowance 116. This looks like an acting allowance for one person. Are they anticipating that somebody's going to hold an acting post?
I'm sure people hold acting posts from
No,
as
but I
a
mean,
matter of
like
norm.
a specific person, it's not a group.
It's likely for at that number. It's likely for a director.
In that same head, vector control, aka spraying for mosquitoes. I see that it looks like that has gone up to 360,000. Are we anticipating an increase in mosquito
Frequency. I think there's an increase in frequency on the vector control program. I don't know about you, but I've had to get one of those.
a bug zapper?
Well, it's not a zapper because I do it in a humane way. So I have one of them attraction mechanisms that attract the mosquitoes.
That humanizes the
And so yes, there's no, in a very humane way. And so yes, the frequency of vector control is going to be increased as a part of this.
So, okay, 66, Department of Public Health.
Yeah.
The transport and mileage allowance. We only spent 14,000, and I know this is probably one of those items where they speculate how much, but this seems like a lot. It seems not to match what is spent. Out of whack.
I'll get further clarity on you, but this is looks like it's a new benefit for employees using their personal vehicles in the performance of their duties.
Okay.
And so I think in this context, you have a lot of employees using their personal vehicles in the context of their duties. So this is a transportation allowance to make up for that.
The disturbance allowance, geographical, 2112125. Again, there seems to be a significant difference between what we expect to spend and what we actually spend.
The purpose of this is for medical staff assigned to the Family Islands. The likely reasoning for the disparity between budgeted and spent is that we have a shortage of medical personnel that we're trying to recruit for. And so we allocate for what we think is sufficient for the Family Island and having the health professionals there. And as we recruit, we will fill those posts.
Okay. 2241204, medical and surgical supplies.
Okay, I see. 204?
Right. So the estimate is 300,000,
Yeah.
but we're only spending 86, and surely the more supplies, the better.
Yes, certainly the more supplies, the better. I think you'll see a jump in the fourth quarter based upon the communication by the Minister of Health in the other place. But this also covers medical supplies for New Providence clinics and Family Island clinics. And you would know there's a number of Family Island clinics being either constructed or renovated this fiscal year. And certainly that would entail that line item being completely utilized, I would assume.
So with that additional information, I would also like to say that doesn't seem like nearly enough money.
Well, we will see. But also note, I've just been advised on these medical supplies, the billings are usually submitted in the month of June and satisfied, so you'll see that come up.
Okay, let's go back to head 65, line item 2251115, consultancy services. We're averaging 18 point. It's consultancy services under head 65.
2251115.
So we're spending like $18.5 million on this, and I don't remember what this is for. Can you remind me, please?
So this is for the maintenance of the landfill in New Providence and the various Family Islands under this fiscal year. And so that's the outsourced landfill contracts in different Family Islands and in Nassau. Senator Ellis, with respect to your question on the acting allowance, it is for the acting director of environmental health.
Sorry. It has been moved and seconded that heads 60, 65, and 66 of the schedule be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that heads 67 and 70 of the schedule be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that heads 67 and 70 of the bill be agreed. As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michaela Ellis, Barnett Ellis.
Thank you, Chair. You call me a different name every time. The housing allowance under head 67, the housing allowance 2112103. There seems to be a jump. Is that
Sure. So this allocation is required to facilitate rental charges for staff assigned overseas. The increase reflects new accommodations required in Los Angeles and Atlanta. So tourism is expanding its presence in certainly Los Angeles. We have direct flights from the West Coast, from California, and I think from Seattle, right? And so there's an active tourism push out of the West Coast, based out of Los Angeles, to be able to fill those flights and get more tourists from the West Coast. And then they're expanding their office in Atlanta.
with relation to air transport of persons outside the Bahamas and subsistence for travelers outside the Bahamas? So the budget estimate, sorry, that's 2211201 and 2211210. So the air transport budget is going up, but the subsistence for those travelers is going down. Doesn't seem to match.
Well, I suspect it is for the category or the posting and classification of the persons actually doing the travel. And so if you have more people at a lower scale traveling, you will have lower subsistence, but you will have the higher travel expenditure.
With relation to 223-1103 internet service, which seems to be increasing, is that internet service for the Bahamas, or is that internet service for the offices around the world, or?
I don't know. I have to get that for you, but I suspect that's for the Bahamas.
But okay, do you know whether tourism is acquiring additional buildings in the Bahamas, and that's why there's a jump? You don't know. Okay. Building maintenance inflation. 225-1302. There seems to be, well, it has increased by 100,000. Is there a particular expense with relation to that?
So there has been a need for maintenance of the facilities that are based in the Family Islands, and tourism is looking to expand their contact in the Family Islands. You would have seen just recently they had a very significant program they did in Harbor Island and North Eleuthera, and so this is maintenance increases related to maintenance specifically on Family Island offices.
225-1356 tourism downtown beautification.
The mayor wouldn't like that.
Y'all took all the money and it is certainly not beautified.
Well, the program is under review. I know that they have some new areas they're looking to expand in, and you know, with tourism, they got plenty of money. They could always find the money when they have a program to do.
I noticed that Department of Aviation now seems to appear in Ministry of Tourism and Aviation. Right, but it wasn't there before, so where is this item moving from?
Which one is the department?
Department of Aviation, 227-1026.
This line item was previously under 227-1001, which is operational expenses. So they've created a new line item and kind of taken it out of the catch-all of operational expenses.
That's a question on subsidiaries to the public corporation. Right under Bahamas here, 2511 219 operation of.
Give me that line number again, please. I'm sorry.
2511 219 Grand Bahama International Airport. Nothing is allotted, nothing is there. Contextually, it has always been known and said that the Grand Ukiah sale is hinged upon the success of or the restoration and or the opening of the airport in that regard. And in light of the signals given by the Prime Minister, and I do believe also the Minister of Tourism, that they expect to have a sale or positive news of a sale by the end of the year, and in light of what we see here with the airport, there's no confidence that anything is going to happen with that airport. How do those two things reconcile each other, and what is your intent for the airport?
So this is for operational expenses, and so the airport being in FADCO, now we will retain all of the operational revenues within FADCO to offset the operational expenditures. So that's why you see this zero out, because you have FADCO, just like NAD, maintains its revenues for the purposes of operating Lynden Pinling International Airport. We had FADCO, which is also the special purpose vehicle that will now maintain the operational revenues to go against the expenses. With respect to the funding of the development of the airport, that has been referenced as part of the Saudi Development Fund facility that the Minister of Tourism had secured with the Saudis.
As related to that, has that yet passed through the House of Assembly? I don't recall. Has that been approved in the House as yet?
Yes,
I don't
that
recall.
resolution was passed through the House of Assembly.
Was that passed before or after the signing?
That was passed through the House of Assembly.
Was it passed before or after the signing?
Passed through the House of Assembly.
He won't answer that.
Because in the event that it was passed in the House of Assembly after the signing, then if we are lawmakers in a bias of the law, it means that we should seek another agreement unless you openly put some retroactive clause in it, because you can't agree to something that has not been passed in Parliament or obligate the government to any sum of money is that approved by Parliament. Is that same attitude that demotivate our people to be law-abiding when we see ourselves not holding to the letter of the laws would be passed?
Then people going for votes. I had fellas like you around me.
We got to do better.
Right, let me turn this off for you. Don't knock on the door, right? So that's why you all got such a nonchalant attitude about everything. Sue the government.
Yeah, so.
Yeah. Not them other fellas over there.
Don't worry about that, you're connected.
They got a
Senators.
door. Yeah, Professor, I can ask my question right now.
As many,
I want to know.
the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Darren Henfield.
Head 67, right? Salary and contract workers in the Ministry of Tourism and Investment, we estimate we're going to spend 15, almost $16 million on them. Who these people are and what they coming to do? This is 21110. Man, you all know how you know Bahamian? You all? No, contract workers. Contract workers. You know, it is incredible that the permanent and pensionable workers we only budgeted $3.5 million for them. But you have some special project going on or something? 15.7.
Okay, so on that one, so in the permanent pensionable category, you have seen that go down. They've had some retirements out of the permanent pensionable categories that they are filling those posts through contractual arrangements. And so that's really the reason for the increase there, but you see a corresponding decrease in the P&P line item. With respect to Senator Ellis's question on the downtown beautification, I've been advised that that is now in the Tourism Development Corporation for the downtown beautification efforts.
So funny you should say that. When we look at line item 2821429, Tourism Development Corporation, there's actually no provision for any money on that item.
Ain't there nothing done.
Well, that's because the Tourism Development Corporation is a corporate sole, and it is given an allocation, or it generates its revenue on its own, both through levies as well as through other activities. And so the revenue, Tourism Development Company is a corporation sole, right? And so corporation soles collect their own money, and they make their own expenditures. And so the project is in the Tourism Development Corporation that is funded through special levies that are allocated to the Tourism Development Corporation.
So I noticed that last year, right, but last year I understand that, but last year we gave the Tourism Development Corporation $432.
Well, that was because that was subsidized by the government until we passed the law in the last budget cycle that would have created a special levy that goes to the Tourism Development Corporation. So that is done just currently in this fiscal year. Before, it had to be subsidized by the central government because the law wasn't in place for the levy allocation.
Okay, Head 70, Labor and Public Service. I just have one question, and that's with relation to the National Apprenticeship Program. That is 2281111. We budgeted 500,000, but we've only spent 161,000. Is the program undersubscribed? How can we get more people to sign up?
So So remember, the National Apprenticeship Program was just passed by the Apprenticeship Act. Now, there was an ad hoc program that this was funded, but now that there's a legislative regime around the apprenticeship program, that is the efforts that we're undertaking to ensure that there's more subscription to apprenticeship through that program because of the legislative framework that was passed in this place not too long. It may not be enough, but this is the first year of allocation. And the fact of the matter is, on something as important as apprenticeship, if it gets oversubscribed from the budget, trust me, the government will find an allocation somewhere else to help fund it to ensure that more apprentices are trained for employment opportunities in the country. And you might see a supplemental budget coming at the midterm if that's the case.
So how do persons sign up for the National Apprenticeship Program?
So the National Apprenticeship Act was just gazetted recently. And so they're now constituting the council and constituting all of the necessary programs within the apprenticeship program to be able to go out and attract and publicize the opportunity to be part of this more structured program. So that we're at the takeoff point on that now, and I'm sure over the next 6 months you'll see a very aggressive. In fact, the minister just texted me about an hour ago asking if I can confirm it was gazetted so they can get off and running on this. And so she's very enthusiastic, and I assure you, Minister Pierre Glover Roll will champion this program like you've never seen a program championed in this country.
All right, Ed 72. Sorry. Oh, not 72.
Yeah. No, not yet.
I guess sometimes it really does take a woman, eh? In 28-21-61-9, 28-21-61-9, the Kayan Renewal Holdings, I see, despite the lament of the Minister of Tourism from then opposition to now, we're still paying almost about $17 million a year in upkeep of that. And just in light, even though I know that these are projections, I have to ask, even with the continued projection, really how strong your faith is in the fact that this additional burden will be off our hands at the end of the year, saying that there is, from the figures, the anticipation that you may have to brace this going forward. The question also is, the more substantive question is, at the time of this sale, which you all may be in active agreement or negotiation for, if it is to come by the end of the year, will the value also include all the expenditure that we had made since the time that the hotel was purchased, or even since the time of your administration? Because that was one of the biggest complaints of your administration while in opposition, despite not supporting the purchase of the Grand Lucaya for the sake of bringing stability to Grand Bahama. And then canceling whatever the deal was because you didn't like it, which caused it to drag on for another 2.5 years plus. And so now, where are we? And will the purchase price you're agreeing to will recoup some of this funds? I don't want to hear the best there, that part. Just answer the other part.
I don't know what question you asked.
You should have been listening every year. So we need to go back to heads one, just to make sure you listen to everything else. Because something as boisterous in your opinion as Grand Lucaya, and so critical to Grand Bahama and all of your boasts, I find it rather surprising you're not listening to it. You know? So the question simply is, again, from the purchase price to Grand Lucaya, after canceling the deal and complaining about the monies we kept in queue to keep it functional and operational until such time, you have yourself since coming in and been paying that money. You projected the $17 million to possibly be up to 2026 or more, despite your statements that you intend to have it sold again by the end of the year. Will you be selling, or are you seeking a purchase price that will recoup some of the investment that we would have had to pay to sustain it, especially in light of the fact that whatever deal that was on the table, you guys squashed?
Maybe in here to answer the question, man, we asked the people.
That's true.
You know,
So
Be strong, Leo the Lion.
the acquisition, the decision to acquire that hotel by the former administration that Pintard, Mr. Pintard was part of,
Yes.
and Mr. Henfield was part of,
And me.
and that you were part of,
Yes, amen.
may have been the worst acquisition that the government has made in the last
Now
30
what you
years.
gonna do about it?
May have been the worst decision because what did they do? They said they needed to acquire it
Amen.
to save people's jobs, and then they turned around and made them redundant anyway. So you wasted the money to buy it, you wasted the money then to make the employees redundant, and then you've caused the government of the Bahamas to waste $17 million a year to keep this facility ongoing and operational.
Okay.
Ongoing and operational.
Now what?
Now we are doing everything in our best endeavors to dispose of the property
That's it.
at the best rate and the best price we could possibly get. That's what we're doing.
And will it be more than what was on the table for it to be sold for?
Well, nobody can answer that question until the deal is consummated.
Oh, okay. So,
The worst job that your government, what do you mean making noise? He just done made noise for 15, 20 minutes on this. I should answer and be able to make as much noise as I want to make.
Yes, he can.
As much noise as I want to make.
Yes, he can, Mr. Leader of opposition business.
You take a good deal off the table.
It has been
The
moved.
deal was not a good deal. The deal was in default.
Senators,
The deal was in default. That deal wasn't a deal.
It was-
That deal wasn't a
Senators.
deal.
And you ain't got none.
You know,
Senators,
You ain't got none. Stand up in there making noise and carry on.
I,
Fake deal, just
you
like
know,
all of Dionisios deals.
in good faith, in good
The
faith,
water's fake too.
Just like all of
as many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable
yeah.
Ruben Ramming.
And good, and
Senators,
These are fake.
Oh,
They are fake.
oh.
order.
You see, they are fake.
The chair recognizes
Yeah.
Senator the Honorable Ruben Ramming.
in good faith, I accept. Oh my, oh my.
Everything is a failed deal.
Lucaya's giving you a stroke.
Something that don't materialize.
Order, Senators.
Got voted out.
Yeah, they get, oh my God. Oh,
Order,
Lord.
Senators. Order, order.
Do a thing right.
Ain't you love Grand Bahama?
You know what I
Can't do a
did.
thing
You know,
right.
Ain't you
you know
love
what I
Grand Bahama?
did.
Waste everybody's money. You throw it all over the
You know
place.
just what
Lucaya,
I
Lucaya, Lucaya,
You know
Lucaya,
just what I
Lucaya.
tell you about that. Some of us is wait to get voted. You just run out.
Senators,
Yeah, I know. And you remind me of the ones who have to call for their mama.
Senators,
Yeah, that's what you do.
I got you.
That's why you're carrying on
I
like
got
that now.
you. I know.
You're carrying on like that now.
I love you, sir. I love you.
Skates?
You want a hug? You want a hug?
Better job. Better
Get
job.
along.
chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Ruben Ramming.
Apologize.
Looking for one
I
now.
apologize for hurting you even though I wasn't speaking to you. I love you. I love you. I love you. And I really want to respect you. With all my heart, I want to. Can I finish the question,
The
please?
chair recognizes Senator
Yeah.
the Honorable Ruben Ramming.
Thank you. I've been called that before. Yeah.
What you talking about?
Yeah. All right. So here we are. The question is about the Grand Lucaya. And I don't raise no objections to the Attorney General's criticism of it being the worst deal, going forward, I don't even question his integrity. For the sake of Grand Bahama, I'm letting him know that I am holding faith in his integrity, that he can provide proof of a sale, which was to substantiate the deal being worse, rather than despite their grandiose promise within 100 days they could have had it sold and done. After 2.5 years, we are still accruing money and costs and no sign of hope. So I don't argue about it. I just want to reinstate my hope, the fact that after 2.5 years of your brilliant administration and thoughtfulness and the $8 billion worth of investment on the ground, that somewhere around all that work you've been doing and the love you express for Grand Bahama, that you can find it in your heart to go beyond your emotion and bring the deal to fruition. That's all I'm saying. And it would be good at least to hear that you're hoping and trying and seeking to get more than we paid for and recoup some of the money which you don't seem to want to even acknowledge, which clearly says to us, you just want to have a fire sale. And then if that does happen, then you're going to have to come back and collect the ribbon of being the worst deal associated with the Grand Lucaya, because there was something on the board which this matter could have been settled with a long time ago. But with that, We all want to go home. We all want to go home, and once again, Grand Bahama see exactly what the new day is cooking.
It has been moved and seconded that heads 67 and 70 of the schedule is agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that heads 72, 73, 74, 75, and 76 of the schedule be agreed.
Second.
Minister, you're going the whole way.
It has been moved and seconded
You're going the whole way, Minister.
that heads 72, 73, 74, 75, and 76 of the bill be agreed. As many?
Okay, I'm in head 72. Line item 2251111, security services. We never had none before. Boy, security people doing good. We never had one before in this head, and we can spend now. Looks like 200. Looks like 200, a quarter million. We can spend a quarter million for that.
Yes, this is for security services for.
Order, senators, please.
This is for security services for the botanical gardens for the upcoming budget year. The intention is to begin operations, turn it into a revenue-making facility, and as they improve and improve the facility, they're putting in security services.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much. So it's so good dealing with a reasonable minister. A reasonable minister. A reasonable minister, man, who just seeks to answer questions.
He stops the violence.
And stop grandstanding.
Violence.
Yeah, violence interrupted.
True violence interrupted.
Same head.
Stops the violence.
Same head 72. 2271037.
Simon said,
Now,
stop the violence.
now I understand planning for climate resilience. I appreciate that, right? But Russell, you know, I trying to figure out why only Grand Bahama getting $80,000 for climate resilience master planning. That's what they're trying to figure out. And why is this not extended all across the archipelago? Russell, you can tell me?
This is a pilot.
Pilot? Okay.
Yeah, this is a pilot project we're starting there with the intent to expand it.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
I have two questions with relation. Sorry, I have two questions with relation to the Ministry of Grand Bahama. The first question relates to the sister city promotion. It was budget, sorry, 2521309. It was budgeted 100,000, but you only spent 1,000.
Yeah.
Is that program still existing?
It still exists. If you look to the prior year, we spent just under 100,000 and 91,000. I think, I believe this year was spent in doing a lot of promotion and, doing some of the groundwork. I know, yes, the program is still in existence, and we can expect this coming year to see some more engagement with that program with cities in the U.S. and as well in Africa. Yeah.
With relation to 2H21427, the collab, I think that's the coming home. Well, apparently they didn't do anything because they allocated $3 million, but they only spent 178,000. So why didn't they do anything?
Again, you would see that if we look to the prior year, where actually I think
see that.
it's
So what
for-
happened this year?
Collab is short for collaboration.
Yeah,
And
it's
so the effort is
comes
to bring,
bringing Grand Bahamians back to Grand Bahama.
Yeah,
Familiar
and
with-
having the government and private sector work together.
Yeah,
And
but-
so I'm thinking they had a good year, when I say good year, they spent their budget in 22, 23,
But they didn't.
They spent less in 23-24. I think they were. My mic is on. And I think they were sort of reviewing the program, assessing it, and I think they did a lot of work last year under the
That's in
beautiful
2026.
Grand Bahama program, I think. But that again, there is a
Yeah, 3.5, sorry.
yeah, there is a the program is still alive, yes.
But they're not doing.
They did a lot of even if you look at even if you look at, for example, the line item immediately following the Grand Bahama Beautification Initiative, I think part of it was that
So yeah, but
Yeah.
look at that one. Last year they spent 5 million, 5.8
5.8,
million.
yeah,
This year they only spent 100,000,
100,000, yeah.
even though they had allocated more. So are we not beautifying Grand
No,
Bahama?
we're
I thought
beautifying Grand Bahama, and you know, we did a lot in the previous year. I think this year was just sort of reassessing and see how much we've done, and planning the way forward.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, on the head 70.
Oh.
As many?
On the head 75, please, Mr. Chairman. We look at line item 2251348, debris management. 2251348, disaster risk management. I know we have this big landfill stuff outside the Treasure Key. And I know we have a landfill site in Spring City. Yeah, and so I'm hoping that this money, the $7 million that we projected, is to finally get removed that debris, because in the hurricane season that could be quite a problem, and then we start having some fires, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, no, these are actually specifically earmarked for Abaco and the removal of debris in Abaco.
Thank you. Grand Bahama don't have much debris like that. They
Underhead 73. Underhead
Chair
7.
recognizes Senator
Thank you.
Maxine Seymour.
Thank you, sir. Underhead 73, line item 2251127, 2251127, enterprise licenses. Just would like to get an understanding of what's happening here. In 2023-2024, it's around 1.2 million. And in the first 3 quarters, around 240,000 was spent. And then we're jumping in this budget to $3.3 million for enterprise licenses. Would you contextualize that increase for us, please?
Yes, we're looking at updating our email system, and enterprise licenses allows the government ministries to use software services with limited restrictions during 2024. So when you have to subscribe to like Microsoft and those things, that's the enterprise licenses. No, we're projecting that we're upgrading this year. We mean in terms of only
but
2.
no spend
Yeah,
within
it's
the first
a
three
billing
quarters.
it's a billing issue. So we'll get the bills we get it in June. So it'll be reflected by the time we get to the end of the year. But the additional jump that you see going up to 3 million is because we're doing some upgrades and expanding the
This
licenses
is
to more
across the
users
government
across the
services.
government services.
With relation to item head 76, I noticed that. Sorry, head 76. That's the office of the DPP, which is an independent body, relatively. Head 76, the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, which is supposed to be an independent body. I noticed that their salary estimates for the permanent and pensionable staff is zero going forward. Can you explain where that went?
I can explain that. So, what we've had in the Office of the Attorney General and in the DPP Very frequently, we've had attorneys cross over, meaning that they may be hired initially in the Office of the Attorney General, for example, but then go over to be prosecutors in the DPP, but they would stay on the books in OAG. And vice versa. You may have the DPP hired lawyers. They realize they don't want to be prosecutors and ask to be transferred into OAG. The problem with that is that it causes an imbalance in the books between the two heads, but also with the upgrade to the Oracle system that is being now used for the public service management of human resources issues. They have to be attached to one head, and they can't float between two heads and have the allocations float between two heads. So really, this is an administrative function on why they're in the OAG head and not split. If you would look at the utilization, for example, between OAG and DPP over the years, you would note that the OAG is generally overutilized and the DPP is generally underutilized. This is an example of what happens when, because all the attorneys are generally hired through OAG and then they move into DPP. And so this is really an administrative bookkeeping function, both on the new Oracle system and really the procedural functions of how the attorneys move between the two departments.
22511110, postage, postal machine and services. Is the DPP mailing things?
Well, sometimes you have to mail things out of the country as well.
Oh, so this includes courier charges. This would include courier.
I mean, I assume so. I mean, you know, these
Hope so.
these line items just sit here sometimes.
So legal aid. I know we talked about legal aid last year. 2721108. 25,000 was allocated for legal aid, but only $990 was spent on legal aid. Any reason?
Well, because the majority of the legal aid runs through the Eugene DePuch Law School, who has an entire department for legal aid functions, and that's financed through our allocation of the EDLS. You also have on the criminal defense side, you have the Office of the Public Defender that operates effectively as a legal aid function in criminal defense matters. This legal aid in public prosecutions has to do with, for example, if a witness needs some sort of independent counsel in a prosecution or something like that. And so that's what really the usage of this legal aid function is for in the context of prosecutions and criminal prosecutions.
Let me just, before you put the question, Mr. Chairman, I just want to confirm to Senator Seymour that yes, the enterprise licenses, they're paid in the fourth quarter, the fees, and so you'll see that number will go up in this fourth quarter. And to Senator Barnett Ellis, the beautiful Grand Bahama, you saw the decrease in that expenditure. They were paid last year through the Special Employment Project, so you see that number go up from just under 900,000 to 2.6, so that expenditure was shifted between those two items.
Anything on
No. Thanks. Yes.
Let's just take a quick look at 2251,
Which head?
76.
76?
2251, 13.1. That's the witness expenses. Is that associated with the witness protection program in any which way? Or if not, could you explain exactly how that is considered? And notwithstanding, if it's not associated with the witness protection, could you give us an update on that? Because we know that is one of the greatest impediment to justice being dispensed because of the need to protect and safeguard our witnesses from intimidation.
No, that line item is for the travel of witnesses from the Family Islands to Nassau for criminal prosecution. Witness protection is budgeted through the police. And so the police carry the responsibility for funding witness protection. in criminal trials. And that's coordinated closely between the DPP and the police with respect to which witnesses are part of the trial and which witnesses qualify for witness protection and where in fact they go. Now, to your point, currently the witness protection program may utilize, for example, hotels, right? Which is a very expensive way to have a witness protection program. And so I know that the DPP and the police are working together to see what other vehicles or accommodations are applicable and appropriate for witness protection, so we can be able to have a greater offering of witness protection services because you have to operate within the budget that's allocated for you. So we're looking at different options as opposed to strictly using hotel rooms, which can run you rather expensive when you have, say, a witness that has to be in a protection program for 2 and 3 and 4 weeks. They're in a hotel for 4 weeks. You have to feed them. They're usually eating at the hotel, which is likewise very expensive. And so we're looking at different options to be able to provide greater services for the budgeted amount that's given to us.
No, I want to sincerely thank you for that, and I do understand you expressed as well the costs associated. But I think we all know the importance of justice, especially at the rate of not only prison recidivism, but repeat offenders. You know, the getaway, kill one person, kill another. And so even to the point, I think I had said it before in this place, that even if we have to house our witnesses in other jurisdiction, because the Bahamas is so tight, and even with the hotel, I can imagine they got to be switching hotels, because you can't keep no place in Nassau that long and be undiscovered. So in that regard, for the sake and the significance of justice to the function of our society, I would support even any kind of budget increase as it relates to that. It's that important. It can save lives. So it's nice to know the understanding, and thank you. Yeah, I agree.
It has been moved. It has been moved and seconded that heads 72, 73, 74, 75, and 76 of the schedule be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act for the appropriation of the sum of $344,524,525 for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for capital development for the financial year ending 30th of June 2025. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is agreed. Clause 2 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that Clause 3 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that Clause 3 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clause 3 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that heads 13, 21, 29, 32, 33, 38, 40, 56, 60, 72, 73, and 74 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that heads 13, 21, 29, 32, 33, 38, 40, 56, 60, 72, 73, and 74 be agreed. As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michaela Barnett Ellis.
Thank you, Chair. With relation to head number 13, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I see that there is an estimate of $7 million for building maintenance. That would be an increase of $5 million. And can they give us guidance as to what that is?
Absolutely. As you know, that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would own a number of buildings. $5.2 million is allocated for repairs to the Chancery Building in Washington. $1.6 million is allocated for repairs to Bahamas House in London. And $200,000 is allocated for repairs to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs headquarters. Almost like you know the ministry.
Thank you. With relation to head 21, the Ministry of Finance, line item 3112109, acquisition of aircraft. We talked about this a lot, but I noticed this says acquisition and not repurpose. So is the Ministry of Finance acquiring the aircraft from whoever confiscated it? The police, customs, immigration?
They didn't know this then.
No, I think it's a matter of nomenclature and labeling. In the budget, it's presented as acquisition, which includes confiscation. So it's just a matter of the number matching that particular title. It's nomenclature acquisition.
So is the aircraft being acquired, or has it already been acquired?
The aircraft was confiscated. It's in the possession of the government, I think, and it has been disclosed that the amount quoted here is for the
Repurpose.
putting in place whatever is necessary in terms of refitting, etc., to make it worthy and fit for purpose.
And if the the aircraft was confiscated as a result of a crime?
I can find out that, but I believe it was confiscated under the proceeds of crime legislation.
So the government is getting the proceeds of crime?
Yeah.
The Proceeds of Crime Act allows the government to forfeit to itself, proceeds.
You can understand my confusion because the nomenclature says
Yeah.
acquisition.
Yeah, and that is a budget nomenclature. I mean, you would, and
But-
it's a particular number that matches it. It's, I would say, similar to when you look at customs classifications, etc. It's a nomenclature, but the fact of the matter is, it was an aircraft that was confiscated.
Okay, Ministry of National Security,
Yes.
3111117, virtual courts. Are you building courts?
You prepare, right?
So they are constructing a building at BDOCS for the purpose of hosting a virtual court, and this can be constructed purpose-built for this specific purpose, incorporating the necessary technology and everything else.
But isn't there already a building at BDOC for court?
I don't think for the purposes of this specific virtual court.
So this virtual court is for Supreme Court, Court of Appeal, magistrates? Because I know that they attend definitely the Court of Appeal and remand virtually. Okay. Can you find out the answer for that for me, please? 31112209, that's still under national security. Military, police, and prison equipment. We allocated $6.1 million for that, but we've only spent 1.3, and I think we can all agree that the police, prison, and military need as much equipment as possible.
So, I mean, I would assume that a lot of these invoices come at the end of the fiscal year, because I can give you the exact amount allocations with respect to this. They're for contractual obligations on different programs that the police and the defense force utilize. For example, SWIFT is 1.5 million. Support package for the drones is 250,000. Shot spotter, for example, is 835,000. Marco's alert, 351,000. BDOC's weapons is 125,000, and software platforms is 1.9 million dollars. Yeah.
The CC.
Yeah, because some of them, like the 38s and stuff, they can't use them. You can't take them on the street. No, they high capacity. Yeah.
Thank you. You have a budget estimate for CCTV of $5 million. If you could explain what program that is.
CCTV?
Are we putting up more CCTV cameras?
So this is also for some contractual obligations on the CCTV programs. So the real-time crime lab, for example, is $160,000. Body cameras and storage are $675,000. The contract with SSI, which is to bring private sector cameras to facilitate monitoring for the police, is $3 million. And the CCTV on the parks and other locations is $1.1 million.
Thank you.
Then, sorry. The next question I have, and then this question is the same for all of these items, namely this is under Royal Bahamas Defense Force Head 32, Coral Harbor Base Development, Anagua Base Development, medical equipment. We've significantly, we haven't even touched the allocation for those. They seem to be undersubscribed, but all of those would seem to be items that we need more money and not less.
Well, I can't speak to the prior allocations, but I can give you what the allocations are anticipated for this fiscal year. And so for the Coral Harbor Base, we're looking to construct a 15,000 square foot supply warehouse on the northern side of the Coral Harbor Base, with the electrification of the Coral Harbor Base on the north side and the remediation work in the south gate. I think the Minister of National Security went through this in detail in the other place. With respect to the Anagua allocations, the construction of a residence for the commanding officer and additional accommodations for juniors to be deployed there. And with respect to the medical equipment, that's for the purchase of an ambulance.
Upkeep of navigation aids and light. I see money allocated for it, but there was no money spent. Does this mean that we did not upkeep the navigation aids and light?
There just may not have been a need this particular year because the lights were working. But they're for maintenance of the navigation aids on the channels, for example, into the Coral Harbor and also into Gun Point, Ragged Island.
Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Maxine Seymour.
Thank you. Ministry of Finance Head 21. First, with line item 2822031. 2822031, small and medium-sized business support. So I can't overemphasize the importance of small and medium-sized businesses to our economy. And I noticed two things. One is that of the $5.5 million allocated within the last budget cycle, only $500,000 was spent within the first 3 quarters. And unlike the enterprise licenses, we don't have to wait until the last quarter to help small and medium-sized businesses. In addition to that, I noticed that the allocation for the 2024-2025 budget period has been reduced. So would you be able to speak to whether or not small and medium-sized businesses are a priority for this administration?
Oh, yes, absolutely absolutely a priority. If you look in the previous year, 22-23, we spent $5.7 million. We're allocating 3.5 here, which is down from the 5.5, but we've also expended considerable effort, and along with Senator Lightburn, who had done a yeoman's job in securing the $30 million facility from the Afra-Exim Bank that will enable the Bahamas Development Bank to give significant support to small businesses. During this year, the SBDC in particular was able to do a lot of work in terms of guarantees and support with small businesses. And we all realize we can always do more, but yes, we are committed to small business development.
Okay, similarly, oh, sorry, Senator. Similarly, under Ministry of Finance as well, and that's 3111116, rent-to-own housing program.
Yes.
So similarly, I'd like to know about the government's commitment to getting Bahamians in their own homes through this program, because first of all, there was $3.5 million allocated in 2023-2024. We only spent a little over $260,000. And then in this budget cycle, we've reduced it from 3.5 to 2 million. So what's happening with rent to own and your commitment to that?
Yeah, again, committed to it. This past year, I think that the program was announced last year, and this past year was spent just developing the program, trying to put the operating procedures together, etc. Going forward, we expect this year people to take advantage of it. We've allocated $2 million for support.
You take advantage, you reduced it?
Well, they didn't take. We're launching, so we're building. It's yeah.
Following year, still 2,000 as well. So
Yeah, and no, we think
26, 27,
yeah,
goes to
and
3.
you know, as we come next year, we expect to the program to gain momentum this year. Now, bear in mind, we also have to build the houses, but we believe that this program will allow tenants, you know, who can't afford to come up with all of the closing costs, etc., to be able to own a home. It's a new program. It just took us some time to sort of develop it and be ready to go.
Minister, I only have 2 and 33, Ministry of Works and Family Island Affairs. Line 3111268, construction of gymnasium. You say, where does gymnasium? 268. It ain't Albuquerque.
Well, I thought that was your question.
We put one in Andres. We put one in Andres. I don't know if this the one. Yeah, where's
I don't have a specific location listed, but I'll get that for
That'd
you.
be Albuquerque, man. Then you come back. Okay, right below that. Give it to Jeremy. Jeremy Sweeting, you listening? so line item 3111302, ports and docks. Can we say we'll be repairing or building docks?
This is actually a maintenance program and upgrades to various dock infrastructure throughout the Family Islands. I don't have specific locations.
Yeah, I need to know though. I got some docks. Yeah.
In Ministry of Works and Family Island Affairs, road repairs and maintenance, or maybe New Providence Roadworks. But I was wondering if you can tell us how much is allocated for the potholes in Freetown.
The gym is in Albuquerque. I'm sorry, I can't tell you exactly where the potholes will be, but I can tell you.
I want the potholes in Freetown repaired.
Are you looking at running there?
I was asked to answer the question.
Just checking if that's the new constituency.
I was asked
or
to
not,
answer the question.
right? Just
How
checking.
much is allocated for the potholes?
But I will
in Freetown?
find out. But I assure you that the potholes in Freetown will be addressed.
While you were speaking about gymnasium, will Orem Bailey get a gymnasium?
You know, yeah, earn billion here though. All right then.
Order.
Earn billion here. All right. So, could you get back to me on the earn billion question?
I will get back to you on
Or unless I promise to be a nag for the rest of the sitting. Now, yeah, you know I will. You know I will, especially when it's close to that. Specifically international security, I'm going to ask specific line items because of my experience of working with the police over 18 years of my time donated to them. And even now in just recent conversation. We know about the allocation of weapons and guns, and we see certain allocations. But I want to ask specifically, especially the concern with the insufficient body armor for police. Are we going to be? Is that also a lot of an increase in those body armor for our police officers in the field? You can take time to look into that and answer that. That's a specific question because that's a raging concern. And with the money allotted for the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, I don't need to go into specific heads. Based upon your response, can we be satisfied that the past issues of electrification, specifically relating to the boats, which we would have had reports had to constantly run their generators while in port, that matter would have been sufficiently resolved in whatever scope of electrification that you would have been doing for the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. You want me to pause for that or just keep running on for a sec?
I'll address the two. Yes, the electrification is intended to address the issues that you speak to with respect to the vessels having to run their generators in port. And the body armor would be included in the in the overall category of procurement of police weapons and ammunition. With respect to the docks issue, Andros is one island. North Andros is where we're going to see substantial dock infrastructure work.
Yeah, and as it relates to the improvements for the cemetery and their upkeeps, and there's a reduction in that. Obviously, that doesn't include any new investment in cemeteries, and we definitely know that cemeteries are sacred ground to people. Is there? Yeah, sometimes we only love people when they're dead. So with that reduction, are we satisfied that we still will be able to maintain the public cemeteries at accessible levels as far as that is concerned? And as related to the traffic study 3111320, which is right under that, and the funds allotted and allocated for the traffic studies and the systems that is involved, would that include ensuring that our traffic light systems are sufficiently upgraded to also assist in the turn on left turn on green, on red, and the proper signage that associated with that? I think we all can appreciate how that benefits the traffic flow within our country, and we don't want persons to be getting ticketed for something that's confusing. And 311403, the improvement of parks and grounds. It's a small amount. I don't know if that's just Nassau-centric, because the Bahamas Beaches and Park Authority, if that is associated with that, doesn't extend all out to the family islands. If not, if it's just a line item under works, then maybe it can. So the questions is, would that now means that, well, that ain't much money, that the West End parks that was requested or the issue that came up will finally be made available for the people in West End, the promises that was made towards them. And most importantly, Works is also responsible for not only drain management and cleaning, et cetera, but these things related to flood remediation. And this is very specific because ground zero for flooding, a number of places to our flooding is Pinewood. Is there anything allotted specifically to aid that legacy issue in Pinewood for their flooding? The last time their MP spoke about it in House Assembly, he took 2 seconds to say, okay, I'm going to talk to the Minister of Work about it, Then the very next day on the news, the Minister of Work came on TV with 2 water pumps, a generator, and something else, and say, this is our flood remediation equipment. Is there anything that's going to be done to really help those persons in Pinewood specifically as it relates to that?
Well, the items that you identify are all with respect to routine maintenance. Let me get to that. And the routine maintenance of different provisions. With respect to the parks, that would be primarily allocable to Family Islands because, as you note, Parks and Beaches takes care of Nassau, and the Ministry of the Family Islands take part with respect to the Family Island ones. With respect to Pinewood, I'm going to have to seek to get you that information because this line item specifically only deals with maintenance and upkeep. So what you're talking about is a major capital investment. If you would remember, the former Member of Parliament for Pinewood, Kalis Roll, had a full comprehensive review and evaluation of the flood plans in Pinewood, and there were significant capital commitments that would have to be made to do it according to the plan that he came up with, that I think was the proper remediation plan that they're looking at. So I'll follow up with the Minister of Works to see what's in the budget to deal with that and get back to you.
And do you remember the former Member of Parliament for Pinewood, Reuben Ramming, took 2 years working with the Ministry of Public Works and their engineers to ensure that they have a plan that they professionally agreed with, and also hold the government to an account by pledging not to support the government budget, which you know is either here or there. If they didn't put money in the budget specifically for Pinewood, which they did for the pilot project to start, $2 million. Going into an election, the budget had already been passed, the plan had already been agreed on, and it was just a simple matter of just pulling the trigger. Had election not been called, that was scheduled to begin in September. So there was money already there. There was a plan that was agreed on, not Reuben, not PLP, not F&M, but the same people in Public Works who comes up with these plans, that this is something they deemed workable, and Cabinet approved the first tranche to begin the pilot project. Now, I need to know what happened because really, honestly, these people are victims of a serious issue from land fraud. Even the government failed them with approving those type of houses which are falling apart. Now with concrete roofs, there have been failure after failure, and in some instances they fail themselves for being frustrated but not being as aggressive as they need. We need to help these persons in this fight one way or another, because we could spend money for everything else. And I said this in my own government. We could be bridges all over the place for everybody else. We could do all kinds of things, and that's good. But you can't sit there and let this legacy issue continue to go on. And I do appreciate it. My last question is as related to construction of schools, 31, 11, 21. Constructions of schools. My question would be how many, and if you can, it would be good to know the zone and the area. Let me express this, why that is also critical, and why it also reflects an urgency in national security, health and safety, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Because our current system in education, what it does is how they select the schools and the school zones which children need to go to. They are feeder schools. And many times that is disadvantageous to the parents, who many times their children are literally forced by the system to attend school that is not in a convenient or safe placement for them. So you find it difficult, because I've tried, that if a child is in a school that's being molested with gangs and so on and so forth, and then there's at the feeder school, he doesn't have a choice to go to another school where he can find a safe way and be out of that zone. Or parents who it's more convenient because of where they live to have a child sometime in a school that's literally across the street from them, literally. But that school won't accept it because the feeder school from that school is way across town. And sometimes it really, truthfully, to be honest, for the people in the education, is because the school may be already full. And so we got to always be honest with all the circumstances. But still, we still have to address it, because I've known children to have been harassed and assaulted in many, many ways. when they could have been in a safe place at a school right next to Grammy. You know, and so this is very important to know, and hopefully you can provide an answer to that.
So on the Ministry of Education, there are a number of line items that deal with construction of schools. You have the construction of schools, one that you reference, which is funding for structural repairs and construction of administration and classroom buildings. But you also look at Bahamas Vocational Technical Institute, his capital works at BTVI. You have government buildings, which is allocation for the funding of annual summer repairs to the schools in Nassau and the Family Islands. For those Family Island MPs, you have a line item of $13 million for funding that's required for works at the San Salvador School, High School, Low Sound Primary in Andros, Holmes Rock, Grand Bahama, Stanley Key, Exuma, and Inagua schools. So all of those schools will get comprehensive work done to them. You have a line item for rehabilitation of Grand Bahama schools, and you have school ground improvements. So you have a number of line items in here for the purposes of rehabilitation or building new schools or building new classroom blocks within schools.
I'm grateful for the comprehensive understanding, and I really appreciate it. The line item says construction of school. If you could just zoom in on that for me. Will there be, because with all the other stuff, whatever it says is going to be eaten up, will there be any additional schools constructed, whether in New Providence or elsewhere?
Or is that nomenclature like the acquisition of land?
Nomenclature.
Oh, okay.
Nomenclature.
Yeah. I stand to make a motion that we tighten up on our nomenclature.
Yeah.
That's the Ministry of Finance.
Yeah, because I don't want to go into the hospital for tonsillitis and come up with an attempted hysterectomy. I don't qualify for that, but somebody may try, and then you say it's nomenclature.
The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michaela Barnett Ellis.
I've seen worse. I've heard worse.
Senators, order please.
You notice I said I don't think it's retrying that.
Yeah. Senators, we have quite a bit to get through tonight.
My last question relates to the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Item 2822029, program to support health system. I see where $7 million was allocated, but for the first 9 months, nothing was spent, and now it's being reduced to $2 million. If you could just explain what that is.
Yeah, and for those who have been involved in these types of programs, they would appreciate this. That's for an IDB loan for the infrastructure for isolation center sites. Sometimes actually affecting these procurement exercises under IDB loan programs proves difficult for a country like the Bahamas in a variety of different ministries and a variety of different activities. So if you see that it was underutilized in any particular year, it's probably most likely because of the difficulty in actually accessing IDB funds to do these projects. You can't spend IDB money.
Very quickly, and me saying this is not being facetious or sarcastic, but I hope it's not nomenclature because I'm reading construction of farm roads. And it could be in head 56, 31, 11, 11, 14. Yeah, with this nomenclature thing, that could be anything. That could be a side road in a particular government farm area, or it could be what I'm about to speak to, because there have been a number of farmers, even long-standing ones, who would have been granted parcels of land by the government, and they have had difficulty getting access. It's in heads 56. Yeah, and access. Now, looking at the amount, is very, very small, but it's still brought to my remembrance concerns from speaking with farmers who've been trying hard to get assistance with even just cutting roads. You could help.
So you would know that on Gladstone Road at GRAC, at the Gladstone Road Agricultural Center, there are a number of parceled 1 acre farm lots that are available for lease that the Ministry of Agriculture oversees. This is for the ongoing construction of the access road through the GRAC facility. I think it's what you're speaking about.
Yes,
and others, but this one is allocated for the access road into the GRAC facility, so farmers can access the parcels that they need to.
But will there be any
did the
assistance of any
revenue one,
kind,
right?
possibly for those other ones who would have been allocated land outside that. So you did answer that because I know of that problem there as well. But any other possible assistance?
Well, a lot of the other agricultural land that I'm aware of in Nassau is actually along Cowpen Road and down by Bacardi Road and those parcels down there, which are accessible by road. So if there's another area which you're speaking
No,
of,
I do know
I'm
you
happy
are.
to bring it up to the minister to address it.
Thank you. Thank you, and I feel your sincerity. But deeper into Calpin Road, so you're right, Calpin Road have reasonable access from the main road.
Yeah.
But deeper in there are a number of farms have
That need
cross-border
access.
issue that when you go deep, they totem things like chirpers on their back to get through.
Oh yeah, I'll
side
bring it
roads.
up with the minister
Yeah.
and have him take a look at that. All right, put the question.
It has been moved and seconded that heads 13, 21, 29, 32, 33, 38, 40, 56, 60, 72, 73, and 74 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, before they go, I'd just like to thank the staff from the Ministry of Finance who were with us here all evening as they make their departure. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act to amend the Business License Act, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The motion is agreed. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 2 through 9 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 9 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 through 9 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act, I move that the long title of the bill is agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. The motion is agreed. The long title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is carried. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that clauses 2 through 9 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 9 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 through 9 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act to amend the Public Finance Management Act, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The long title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that clauses 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 and 3 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
It
Second.
has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act to amend the Customs Management Act, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The long title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clause 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move, and with respect to a bill for an act to amend the Value Added Tax Act, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The long title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you. Yes, we're dealing with a bill for an act to amend the Value Added Tax Act. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 2 through 16 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 16 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 through 16 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act to provide for the imposition of stamp duty, to repeal the Stamp Act 1925, and for connected matters, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The long title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that clauses 2 through 69 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 69 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 through 69 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the first, second, third, and fourth schedule of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses, that schedules 1 through 4 be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The first, second, third, and fourth schedules are agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety
Second.
with the schedules.
It has been moved and seconded that the bills and schedules in their entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. The bills and schedule is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act to amend the Tariff Act, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. The long title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clause 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. Clause 2 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move now to the excise for a bill. I move now to a bill for an act to amend the Excise Act, and I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It has
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. The long title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clause 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. Clause 2 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move to a bill for an act to amend the Tax Appeal Commission Act 2020. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. The motion is agreed. The long title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clause 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clause 2 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be now agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now turn to a bill for an act to amend the International Persons Landholding Act, and I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The long title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that clauses 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 and 3 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now turn to a bill for an act to amend the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Act. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The long title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clause 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clause 2 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now turn to a bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, and I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The long title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clause 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clause 2 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill in its entirety be now agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I now turn my attention to a bill for an act to amend the National Insurance Act to provide for protection, recovery, and additional requirements of board members. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The long title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that clauses 2 through 8 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 8 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 through 8 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
It has been moved
Second.
and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I now move to the National Insurance Chronic Diseases Prescription Drug Fund Amendment Bill 2024. And I move that the long title, a bill for an act to amend the National Insurance Chronic Diseases Prescription Drug Act. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. The long title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that clauses 2 through 6 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 6 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 through 6 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act to amend the commercial water,
In its entirety.
oh, yes, for good order, Madam, Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we now turn to a bill for an act to amend the Commercial Recreational Watercraft Act, Chapter 278A. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. The long title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that clauses 2 through 15 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 15 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 through 15 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, I now turn to a bill for an act to amend the Port Authorities Act. I move that the long title of the bill is agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. The long title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 2 through 4 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 4 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 through 4 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I now
we're
move
still
that the
finished.
bill
We're still finished.
in its entirety be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now turn to a bill for an act to amend the Road Traffic Act, Chapter 220. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The long title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 2 through 6 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 6 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 through 6 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move for a bill for an act to amend the Industries Encouragement Act. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The long title is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
Clauses 2 through 4.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I move that clauses 2 through 4 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 4 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 through 4 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I now move to a bill for an act to amend the Agricultural Manufactories Act, Chapter 243. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The long title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clause 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clause 2 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the bill be agreed now in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move to a bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing 1st July 2023 and ending 30th of June 2024. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The long title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that clauses 2 and 3 of the bill, inclusive of the schedule, be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 and 3 of the bill, inclusive of the schedule, be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 and 3 of the bill, inclusive of the schedule, is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now turn to a bill for an act for the appropriation of further diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas during the fiscal year commencing 1st July 2023 and ending 30th of June 2024. This is the Supplementary Appropriation Capital Development 2023-2024 Bill 2024. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The long title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that clauses 2 and 3, inclusive of the schedule, be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed, inclusive of the schedule. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 and 3, inclusive of the schedule, is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now turn, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I now turn to a bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The long title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It has
Second.
been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clause 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clause 2 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I now turn to a bill for an act to incorporate the agreement granting legal status to the International Development Law Organization into the laws of the Bahamas and for connected purposes. And I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The long title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 2 through 5 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 5 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 through 5 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the schedule to the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the schedule to the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The schedule of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I now turn to a bill for an act to amend the Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information Act. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The long title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that clauses 2 through 5 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 5 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 through 5 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that Madam President do now take the chair.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. It has been moved that Madam President do now take the chair. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is carried. Madam President will now take the chair.
Yeah, that's what, let's look at that again. Let's also the course that video. Let's look at that again.
Madam President, I beg leave to report that the Committee of the Whole
has examined the several bills, having made no amendments thereto.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Exceptionally well. Honorable members, the Senator Pickstock, the chairman of the Committee of the Whole, has reported that the committee has examined the bills, having made no amendments thereto. Third reading and passing of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing 1st July 2024 and ending 30th of June 2025.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing 1st of July 2024 and ending the 30th of June 2025.
Order this bill do now pass, and the title thereof declared to be Appropriation Revenue Account Expenses 2024/2025 Act 2024. For the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act for the appropriation of the sum of $344,524,525 for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for capital development for the financial year ending 30th of June 2025.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of the sum of $344,524,525 for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of Bahamas for the financial year ending 30th of June 2025.
Order that this bill do now pass, and the title thereof declared to be Appropriation Capital Development 2024-2025 Act 2024. For the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Business License Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Business License Act.
Order this bill do now pass, and the title thereof declared to be Business License Amendment Act 2024. For the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act.
Order this bill do now pass, and the title thereof declared to be Real Property Tax Amendment Act 2024. For the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, thank you. I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Public Finance Management Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Public Finance Management Act.
Order that this bill do now pass, and the title thereof declared to be Public Finance Management Amendment Bill 2020, Public Finance Amendment Act 2024. For the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Customs Management Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Customs Management Act.
Order this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Customs Management Amendment Act 2024. Further third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Value Added Tax Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Value Added Tax Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Value Added Tax Amendment Act 2024. Further third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill to provide for the imposition of stamp duty, to repeal the Stamp Act 1925, and for connected matters.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to provide for the imposition of stamp duty, to repeal the Stamp Act 1925, and for connected matters.
Order this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Stamp Act 2024. Further third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Tariff Act.
Is there a
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Tariff Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Tariff Amendment Act 2024. Further third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Excise Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Excise Act.
Order this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Excise Amendment Act 2024. Further third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Tax Appeal Commission Act 2020.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order this bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Tax Appeal Commission Act 2020.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Tax Appeal Commission Amendment Act 2024. Further third reading of bills.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the International Persons Land Holding Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the International Persons Land Holding Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be International Persons Landholding Amendment Act 2024. Further third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Act.
Order this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Ministry of Foreign Affairs Amendment Act 2024. Further third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the Order this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Immigration Amendment Number 2 Act 2024. For the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the National Insurance Act to provide for protection, recovery, and additional requirements of board members.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the National Insurance Act to provide for protection, recovery, and additional requirements of board members.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be National Insurance Amendment Act 2024. For the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the National Insurance Chronic Diseases Prescription Drug Fund Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the National Insurance Chronic Diseases Prescription Drug Fund Act.
Order this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be National Insurance Chronic Diseases Prescription Drug Fund Amendment Act 2024. For the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Commercial Recreational Watercraft Act, Chapter 278A.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Commercial Recreational Watercraft Act, Chapter 278A.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Commercial Recreational Watercraft Amendment Act 2024. For the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Port Authorities Act.
It has been
Second.
moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Port Authorities Act.
Order this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Port Authorities Amendment Act 2024. For the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Road Traffic Act, Chapter 220.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Road Traffic Act, Chapter 220.
Order this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Road Traffic Amendment Act 2024. For the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Industries Encouragement Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Industries Encouragement Act.
Order this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Industries Encouragement Amendment Act 2024. For the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Agricultural Manufactories Act, Chapter 243.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Agricultural Manufactories Act, Chapter 243.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Agricultural Manufactories Amendment Act 2024. Further third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act for the appropriation of divers sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing 1st July 2023 and ending 30th of June 2024.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read for a third time and pass.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing 1st of July 2023 and ending the 30th of June 2024.
Order this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Supplementary Appropriation Revenue Account Expenses 2023/2024 Act 2024 for the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act for the appropriation of further diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas during the fiscal year commencing 1st July 2023 and ending 30th of June 2024.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of further diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas during the fiscal year commencing 1st of July 2023 and ending the 30th of June 2024.
Order this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Supplementary Appropriation Capital Development 2023/2024 Act 2024 for the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act.
Order this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Immigration Amendment Bill 2024 for the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to incorporate the agreement granting legal status to the International Development Law Organization into the laws of the Bahamas and for connected purposes.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to incorporate the agreement granting legal status to the International Development Law Organization into the laws of the Bahamas and for connected purposes.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be International Development Law Organization Act 2024 for the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information Act.
Order this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information Amendment Act 2024 for the third reading of bills.
There are none, Madam President. Ending the status quo.
Consideration of House amendments. Resolutions.
Yes, Madam President, there are three resolutions that we would like to deal with this after, this. This evening. And I think they are, all three of them are non-controversial, which I think we can agree. So I will move each one in turn, Madam President. Whereas the Treasurer of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, a corporation sole, established and existing under and by virtue of Section 4(1) of the Ministry of Finance Act, Chapter 23 of the Statute Law of the Bahamas, hereinafter called the Treasurer, is seized in fee simple in trust for His Majesty and right of his government of the said Commonwealth for public purposes of the property described in the schedule hereinafter called the said hereditaments. And whereas the Treasurer has agreed to sell an Abaco Medi Center Limited, a company incorporated under the laws of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and a walk-in clinic and urgent care facility that provides essential medical services to the community on the island of Abaco, has agreed to buy and the said hereditaments for a like estate in fee simple for a sum to be agreed by the Minister of Finance not exceeding $50,000 in the currency of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, hereinafter called the said currency. And whereas by Section 5, subsection 3A of the Ministry of Finance Act, Chapter 23, Statute Law of the Bahamas 2000, the Bahamas shall not sell or make any other disposition of the fee simple of any land vested in him without the prior approval of both Houses of Parliament, signified by resolution thereof. Now therefore be it resolved that pursuant to Section 5, subsection 3A of the said Ministry of Finance Act, Chapter 23, and in consideration of a sum to be agreed by the Minister of Finance not exceeding $50,000 in the said currency, this House approves the conveyance by the Treasurer to Abaco Medi Center Limited of the said hereditaments. And the schedule is described, the schedule herein before referred to is all that piece or parcel or tract of land containing by admeasurement 135 hundredths, that's 1.35 acre, and situate in the central district of Abaco in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, which begins at a point situate on the western side of a 40 feet wide road reservation and east of Don Marquis Boulevard, abutting and bounding towards the east on a 40 feet wide road reservation and running thereon for a distance of 215 84 hundredths feet to a point towards the south on lot numbered 116, now or formerly owned by the Bahamas government, and running thereon for a distance of 334 7/8 hundredths feet to a point towards the west on lot numbered 111, now or formerly owned by the government, by the Bahamas government, and running thereon for a distance of 162 14 hundredths feet to a point. No, you have to read the whole thing. Yeah. Towards the north and partially on lots numbered 113 and running thereon for a distance 349 5 hundredths feet, which said lot, piece or parcel of land is more particularly delineated and shown colored pink on the Department of Lands and Surveys Plan number 253AB, attached here too. Madam President, this is a parcel of land owned by the Treasurer that's being sold to Abaco Medi Center Limited, which I am advised is a company providing medical services on the island of Abaco. Very good, satisfactory, good reviews from the community. And I so move, Madam President, if I can get a second.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following Senators, it has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Whereas the Treasurer of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, a corporation sole, established and existing under and by virtue of Section 4, subsection 1 of the Ministry of Finance Act, Chapter 23 of the Statute Law of the Bahamas, hereinafter called the Treasurer, is seized in fee simple in trust for His Majesty in right of his government and of the said Commonwealth for public purposes of property described in the schedule hereto. Now therefore be it resolved that pursuant to Section 5, subsection 3, subsection A of the said Ministry of Finance Act, Chapter 23, in consideration of a sum to be agreed by the Minister of Finance not exceeding $50,000 in the said currency, the Senate approves the conveyance by the Treasurer to Abaco Medi Center Limited of the said hereditaments. Further resolutions?
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, I would like
Wait, I didn't put the question.
Oh, sorry.
As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed. Further resolutions?
Yes, Madam President, I wish to move the following resolution. Whereas Section 23 of the National Insurance Act, Chapter 350, the Act provides for the rates or amounts of benefit and the variation of such amounts in different or special circumstances for the conditions subject to which and the periods for which benefit may be granted and the date from which benefit is provided. And whereas Section 24 of the Act provides inter alia that regulations may provide for the time and manner of paying benefit, and whereas Section 62 of the Act provides that the Minister may make regulations required by the Act to be made or for the purpose of modifying or affecting the operation of any provision of the Act, or as the Minister may consider necessary or desirable generally for the better administration of the Act. And whereas Section 63 of the Act provides that regulations shall be subject to affirmative resolution of both chambers of Parliament and shall not come into operation unless and until approved by both chambers of Parliament. And whereas the Minister has made regulations for the purpose of modifying and affecting the provision relating to benefit and assistance, now therefore be it resolved that the Senate approves the National Insurance Benefit and Assistance Amendment Regulations 2024. If I may
Second.
Obtain a second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Whereas Section 23 of the National Insurance Act, Chapter 350, provides for the rates or amounts of benefits and the variation of such amounts in different or special circumstances for the conditions subject to which and the periods for which benefit may be granted and the date from which benefit is provided. Now therefore be it resolved that this Senate approves the National Insurance Benefit and Assistance Amendment Regulations 2024. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Further resolutions?
Yes, Madam President, I wish to move the following resolution. Whereas Section 12 of the National Insurance Act, Chapter 350, the Act provides for the classes of persons to be insured under the Act, and whereas Sections 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19 of the Act provide respectively for inter alia the payment of contributions by insured persons and employers, for regulations to be made for fixing the rates of contribution to be paid by such different categories of insured persons and employers as may be prescribed, for exceptions to the liability for and crediting of contributions, for the payment of voluntary contributions, for contributions of employed persons and employers, and for the payment and collection of contributions. And whereas Sections 20, 55, 57, 58, 59 of the Act provide for regulations for making special provisions for persons to be treated as employers and for adjusting their rights in relation thereto, for the recovery of contributions, regulations modifying the Act and its application to other categories of persons to be accepted under the Act, including persons who are or have been outside the Bahamas, and for other necessary provisions relating to the payment of contributions. And whereas Section 62 of the Act provides that the Minister may make regulations required by the Act to be made or for the purpose of modifying or affecting the operation of any provision of the Act, or as the Minister may consider necessary or desirable generally for the better administration of the Act. And whereas Section 63 of the Act provides that regulations shall be subject to affirmative resolution of both chambers of Parliament and shall not come into operation unless and until approved by both chambers of Parliament. And whereas the Minister has made regulations for the purpose of modifying and affecting the provisions relating to contributions now, therefore, be it resolved that this Senate approves the National Insurance Contributions Amendment Regulations 2024.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Whereas Section 12 of the National Insurance Act, Chapter 350, the Act, provides for classes of persons to be insured under the Act, and whereas the Minister has made regulations for the purpose of modifying and affecting the provisions relating to the contributions, now therefore be it resolved that this Senate approves the National Insurance Contributions Amendment Regulations 2024. Further resolutions?
There are none at this time, Madam President.
Discharge of select committees. Notices of future meetings.
Madam President, I would like to renew all notices standing in the name of the government.
Orders for clerk. Adjournment.
Madam President, before I move the adjournment, I just want to once again thank all senators for their participation, their contributions, which I thought were all very thoughtful, informative, and passionate, and spirited and passionate. But I'm sure given in the spirit of service to the country and wanting the very best for our Bahamas. And so I just want to thank all senators. It's almost midnight, and the chamber is still full with senators. I would also like to thank the staff of the Senate for being so diligent and attentive and doing their, as usual, a very professional job in undertaking their duties. And finally, Madam President, the staff of the Ministry of Finance Budget Section who were here and assisting us and up until just after 10 p.m. this evening. Thank all. And so, Madam President, I would move that this, the police, yes, of course. And all the staff and everyone who makes our work possible. The caterers. So, Madam President, I move that the Senate at its rising do adjourn sine die.
Just before I put the question, I got a note from a senator that in my speed, I did not put the question with respect to the resolution for the National Insurance Act 350 provides for the classes of persons to be insured under the Act. Now therefore be it resolved that the Senate approves the National Insurance Contribution Amendment Regulations 2024. As many as in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
Yes. Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate on its rising do adjourn sine die.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the Senate at its rising do adjourn sine die. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Final adjournment.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate do now adjourn.
Is there a seconder? Second. It has been moved and seconded that the Senate do now adjourn. As many as in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Good night, everybody. Good morning. Is it morning? Oh, good.